You're here yet. Go ahead and start. Make sure I do have the right thing. I do have it.
Hi, good evening, friends, and this is Ankit joining you from Delhi, and welcome to our show, IBM TV World News. And today is a special day, Thursday, Podcaster Thursday for us, and with me we have Nick joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina, Kimberly joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Good evening, good morning to all of one, and good morning to
Yes, Kim and I are both multitasking. So, as a matter of fact, I just realized Mr. Max has arrived. So, I'm going to beam out for a little while, but I'll be back with some really good news. But I'm going to just beam out for a little while. Okay. So, I'll press I forget which button.
So, Kim, how is it going on this week? Because yesterday we got to know that still more than 2,000 people are dying in US and things are not in a good state, but economy is opening up. So, what do you think about the COVID-19 crisis in America? It seems Kim is having technical difficulties and we are not able to uh, catch her. So, I'll talk about Thursday. So today we have podcasters Thursday with us, and we'll be joining a lot of podcasters and talking to them how they do the podcasting and what is the podcasting industry all about, what kind of stories they share, what kind of technology they are using, what kind of followers they have, how much they've been able to share the revenue in terms of is it a full-time opportunity or is it a hobby for them. So I think first guest is already available with us. Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
Not too
How is
bad
it
at
going?
all.
So welcome to IBM Podcaster Thursday.
Thank you.
And so, can you share about yourself? What do you do? Where are you from? And how you all started?
Absolutely. My name is Javon Martin, and I am just so thankful for you for letting me be on your show today and for letting me share with your audience. I am the president CEO of iDream Media. So I have podcasts that both I host and that I host for others, that I produce for others. And you want me to tell you how I started?
So,
Absolutely. Well, I was started off in Chicago. I did interning on radio stations there. Went to college at Illinois State University. So shout out to all of the Redbirds. And I did radio and television as a major. But then I changed it about 4, 5, maybe 8 times before finally deciding that I really wanted to do radio and really wanted to talk to people. So I began interviewing friends and went from there to interviewing just some local artists and trying to help them get their name more exposed out there. And from there, it just kind of took off. So now I interview people, whether it's just creatives, and I talk about how they're being creative. And I do a show every day, Monday through Friday, called The Javon Show. And The Javon Show is on Facebook Live. And you can find me at Javon Show, which is JEVAUGHN at Javon Show. You can see all of the great things that we've done and all of the great people that we've interviewed.
and since how long you are doing the Juman show?
I started the Javon Show in April of this year, but I've been interviewing people maybe since maybe 2003. So
Wow.
the Javon Show was just a creation that I came up with because we were in quarantine and I needed something creative to do just to kind of keep my juices going. So I started doing the Facebook Lives, and for I don't know why, I don't know how, but it just started taking off, and we've been very successful with the show. And it's a lot of work to do a Monday through Friday show because some days you just don't feel like doing it. Some days you just don't feel like being creative. Some days you don't feel like talking to people. But we've been able to just stay successful and the people have, they've loved the show. They follow it on the YouTube. They follow it on Instagram, and they're always curious about who we're going to be interviewing next.
Great. So, Javan, I mean, which city are you from?
I'm from Chicago, but right now I live in Dallas, and that's by way of Atlanta. So I've gotten to live in 3 amazing cities and gotten to kind of pick up experiences from each city that I've been kind of incorporating into what I do now.
And what kind of discussions you do on your show, the Javan show?
Sure. Well, so I have different shows. So the Javan show is more about helping creatives and talking about them being creative. And so we've done things from local artists to major record label artists, just kind of helping share their story with the world, so that those who are out there that are wondering, how can I be creative during this time? What can I be doing to stay impactful? It kind of helps them along that way. But I also have 2 other shows I do. One is called The Relationship Hotspot. And The Relationship Hotspot is an opportunity for just to begin conversation about relationships and the different aspects of the relationship. And it's not just relationships with a loved one, not just relationships with a husband or a wife or a boyfriend or girlfriend, just relationships with people in general and how we can do better with relationships. Now, as most people will know, I am not a relationship expert at all, whatsoever. I have more failed relationships than I've had failed cups of coffee. But what I can do is have a conversation about relationships. What I can do is generate discussion about maybe some things that we're doing or things that we're not doing that's getting in the way of us having successful relationships. And then the other show that I do, because you've got to do some things in 3s. So the other show that I do is called the International Independence Artist Show. International Independence Artist Showcase. That's more of the audio podcast, sitting down with a musician or a singer and really telling their story and debuting their music and really getting into the heart of why they do what they do.
So apart from the Javan show, what kind of audience you have in other shows, and how long you are doing those shows?
Now, the one that I've been doing the longest is the International Independent Artist Showcase. That's the one that has maybe gotten me to where I am today. That one I've been doing since 2003. And then from there, the Relationship Hotspot came along, and I started that last year. And then, like I said, this year is the Javan show. And in all, I maybe reach about 30,000 people with each show, which I know is not a lot. I mean, again, I don't have like the big budget and the bells and whistles that I would love to have yet. Yeah. But right now we reach about 30,000 people that I can see that are as far as engaged and interactive with our show. So our show's a little bit different. So our podcast, the way that we do it is a little bit different because we record it on Facebook Live. That way we get to have interaction with an audience. And it's like a virtual studio audience. Yeah. So we do that, and then we record it, and then we grab that footage, we edit it down, and then we rebroadcast it. So for those who are on my Facebook like page for any of the 3 shows, they get to hear it first, and they get to interact. And then we strip it down, we package it, and then we release it back out, and then that way people can hear the edited, cleaner version. But if you want to hear the raw, unedited, you should definitely tune in when we're doing it live, because I make a lot of mistakes. It's just what I do, and I'm not ashamed of it at all.
No, I think, when you do something live, there are mistakes going to happen. It's just that how less we can make it, and how, because live means real, basically. So we have to showcase the real world. We can't do the scripted thing and the fake thing and the virtual world, because virtual world cannot sustain for a long period of time. Whatever is real, it will stay for long. And that's what we also do on IBM TV. So we do a lot of live shows, and since COVID, we are doing a live show since 13th of March, every day for 4 hours.
Wow.
Every day. And we connect people around the world, and we discuss the best practices on COVID and what's going on and how we can help and all those things. Apart from that, we also talking to a lot of doctors, a lot of experts, a lot of economists, a lot of sportsmen, a lot of musicians, that because everyone is having a tough time during this pandemic.
Absolutely.
Struggling. So we are just trying to share the stories and the best practices and how we can improvise the world and how we can make this world much more better than what it was earlier. And I am from India and my team is from different parts of the world. And you won't believe that during this pandemic, the environment is rebooting in an auto mode.
Yeah.
There is very less pollution. Everything is automatically working on. And as per the NASA's reports, ozone layer is automatically fixed up for next 1,000 years. So things are going good basically. Apart from the negativities on day-to-day basis, if you go and check out the deaths and the mortality rates and the cases, but apart from that, there are a lot of good things happening around.
And that's great to hear.
Yeah, and then it's not about America or India or maybe other countries. It's about this world basically. So we on IBM TV share this message that spread the love,
Oh, that's beautiful.
and we are together, and this is our world, and this is the new way to greet. Namaste,
Namaste.
because we can't shake hands now.
Right. And what we do in our community, we just do one of these. We go to
Okay.
there it is, like just a little head nod, like, hey, how you doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
So when you said that you were doing this thing since 2003. So is it your full time profession, or you do something else as well for your bread and butter?
Well, I'm going to tell you, this was a real struggle for me, but I've been doing it full time for the last 3 years. And
Okay.
I had a great job. I was working for an amazing company. They moved me from Central Illinois to Atlanta, from Atlanta to Dallas. But I realized that my heart wasn't into doing what I was doing. I really wanted an opportunity to just work for myself and to do the things that I like to do, to be creative. So I left that job and I said, okay, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to see what happens. And it's real hard to make that decision when you have 3 kids and you're responsible for them full time. But I knew that if I kept doing what I was doing, that I was going to be continually suffering internally. And I didn't want to live a life of regrets. I had just turned 40 years old, or I was about to turn. I was close to turning 40 years old. And I said, I believe that if I can just focus on this, if I could really put my head down and do this, that by the time I'm 40, I can be making just as much as I was when I was working that full-time job. And I'm thankful to say that I was able to continue to just push. And whenever I came across an obstacle, I was able to overcome it. And now I'm doing this full time. We've never missed a meal. We've never been homeless. We've got clothes on our back. We're happy. And I think that my kids seeing me happy is making them know that they can continue to pursue their dreams so that they can be happy doing what they want to do as well.
Great. So, because a lot of viewers are asking, and they also wanted to start a podcast. And if I'll share a stat, you won't believe that 20% new podcasters are live since the pandemic.
How many?
20%. So, as far as the data is concerned, 20% new podcasters are online since the pandemic.
Wow.
Because people are at home, they are staying at home, and they don't know what to do. And everyone knows what is podcast, but they haven't never tried it, because it's always difficult to try something new. Although people talk on FaceTime and WhatsApp call and things like that, blah blah blah, but they don't know how to talk to a camera, and then people are watching you in different audience, different parts of the world at different point of time.
Yeah.
So and people also don't express a lot of things, a lot of emotions, what they used to do. So it's a challenge. I mean, it might be same for you, but you are from the same industry, so it not be a challenge for you. But a lot of podcasters and people are asking and to know that, can they do it as a full-time job, or do you think it's a part-time thing?
You can do it as a full-time job, but you've really got to really work hard at it. You can't make this a habit. You can't do it because it looks cool and, oh, I like talking, or, oh, I like talking to people, because there are going to be days where you're not going to want to do it, and you've got to eat. So
Yeah.
this is my suggestion. Number one, if you want to do it, go for it. Try it. I am not affected by there being 20% more podcasters because I think that there's enough audience for everybody. And if
Yeah.
you want to talk, you have something on your mind that you want to say, you have an opinion, please get it out. Please share your thoughts with the world. Let people know that you're there. Let people know what you feel. But understand that if this is just something that seems fun or cool, keep your day job. Please keep your day job. Figure out what you love to do. Figure out what your passion is. And whatever that is what you do. Whatever it is that brings you that joy, not happiness, because happiness is just depending on whatever happens to you, but whatever gives you that inside joy to do, then you don't worry about the money. Then you don't worry about the number of people in your audience. You're doing it because it's about you. It's fulfilling you. That's what I encourage you to do. That's really what I've done. I believe that that's what you're doing, right? You're doing what you love to do. And that's what makes it rewarding. Don't do it about the money. Never do it about the money. Do it about what brings you that fulfillment in your heart and in your soul. What kind of brings that fire out of you. That's what I need you to do. Your audience, everybody that's listening, do what brings you that fire. That's what you do.
And also, I mean, Martin, it's sometimes difficult to connect to the audience because when you do everything on a day-to-day basis, sometimes you are not sure what to do and how you should connect. And sometimes automatically got it because sometimes, the process is simple. I'll start talking and things will go smoothly. Because there are different phases of podcasters' life, and that is the challenge. Because if they overcome all those things, they can survive, or maybe they can stay a little longer. What do you think?
There's a lot of different technologies you can use. Like what we use on this platform right here is what I use for my everyday show. When I started out, I started with Anchor, and I don't want to, they're not paying me to be their advertiser. But if you're just starting out and you only have maybe your phone and you just have an idea or a thought, I encourage you to go to anchor.com. Is it okay for me to say that on IBM TV?
Sure. Yeah.
Go to anchor.com. It is so simple because you can literally record it and post it all on your phone. It is so easy. And they do a lot of the work for you. So do Anchor, practice. This is not something that you're going to just get. And for those who do just pick it up and they just get it and they're able to do it with no technology malfunctions and everything goes by without a glitch, congratulations. You're not the normal. It's okay. But if it's something that you really want to do and you want to give it a shot just to try it out, go to anchor.com and use that software and that platform. And that way there's no way to break it. And you can be at ease in knowing that you're not making a huge financial investment in it, and you're giving it a shot and you're making sure that it is what you want to do.
And how much a podcaster can make in a month's time? I mean, if you can give me a figure basically so that viewers would like to know how much they get.
I don't mind talking about money. So because I have 3 different shows, I make about $102,000 a year.
Okay.
You're taking the US. Great. And that's off of sponsorships, advertising, gigs like speaking engagements. And so there's a lot more than just talking into the microphone and then broadcasting it. So I do make 6 figures, but I make 6 figures because of everything that goes into what I do, not just to do the show, but also to leverage the show for other outside opportunities. So if you want to just say in just podcasting, for just putting a show on, you're not going to do that much. It's not a thing to where you're going to be able to support yourself and 3 kids just podcasting. You're going to have to do the extra. So you're going to have to go out and get sponsors. You're going to have to go out and find advertisers. You're going to have to get donations. And then once you get all of that and you're out there and people say, hey, You sound good. But like, hey, thank you. I also will do your event. I can come and host. I can come and be on your panel. I can come and do workshops. I can do conferences. And that's what I do, which is why it's always important that when you're given a platform like this, you let everybody know, you let everyone know that you can go to www.javonshow.com and reach out to me, and I'll be more than happy to come and speak to you at your event. And I'm also at Javon Show on Twitter, on Instagram, on Snapchat, on Facebook. So please reach out and bring me to your city to talk. See what I did there? That's what you have to do if you want to be into the podcast platform.
Great. So that was a good, interesting insight from Javon for our viewers. And I think people who are looking forward to do the podcasting, they can learn more from Javon Martin. And I think whenever viewers would like, we can invite Javon again on our show. But apart from all the things, Javon, what kind of technologies podcasters are using? And do you also follow any podcasters, or is there anyone who says that he's the top podcaster, or he's the basically legend in podcasting, things like that?
Okay, so let me make sure that I answer all of your questions. So the first thing was, do I follow any podcast? Absolutely. And I have an Apple phone. So there's a podcast app on here. And my favorite podcast is by this comedian named Neil Brennan. He used to work with Dave Chappelle on The Chappelle Show. He's extremely funny. There are some radio stations that I used to listen to when I was in Chicago, and they have podcasts. So whenever they broadcast it on the air, they'll pull it back and put the excerpts on the app. So the Nick DiGilio show out of Chicago is great. The Daily from the New York Times, I think it's the #1 podcast in the country right now. And then Joe Rogan Experience is the other, like they're always battling between #1 and #2. So between the Joe Rogan and the Daily, I listen to those every single time they have a podcast out. And of course, IBM TV. If you're not following any other podcast, make sure you're following IBM TV. Absolutely. Yeah. Then you said technology. What technology do I use?
Yeah,
I use.
Apart from you, what other podcasters are using technology? Because there are a lot of technologies available for podcasting.
Yeah.
So I'm told about that for beginners, Anchor is good enough to use it, and maybe people can switch on to Apple Podcast or Spotify or Facebook Live or YouTube. What other things they can bring into the podcast to make it more lively, to make it more graphically based, to make it more engagement, things like that?
Yeah, so you have to be creative. And because, again, everybody's doing podcasts. So that's why I started doing the Facebook Live and recording my podcast so that I can interact with the audience before releasing it to the other people that aren't part of my Facebook Live. Other things you can do is having guests come on. Ooh, it's great to have good quality discussion in your podcast. You can do sounders, so little special effects, sound effects in your podcast. That makes people want to continue to listen. And don't make your podcast too long. My podcast will go at most 30 minutes, but if you can get it to about 15 minutes, really good, solid information, helping people to stay engaged, then they'll continue to listen longer because they know it's not just going to be drawn out. Don't ever draw it out just to try to hit an hour or to hit 2 hours, because that's what all the other podcasts do. I'll tell you, the Joe Rogan show can go up to 2 hours sometimes. I love the podcast. I'm not listening for 2 hours. I just have stuff I got to do. But if you want to do a really solid podcast and you want to bring in people and then you want to capture their attention, use sound effects, use music, bed like underneath while you're talking. And then for the visual podcast, bring in different pictures and graphics just so that people aren't looking or hearing the same thing the entire time the podcast is going.
So that's something which everyone should carry, because something so people don't know there's a dead zone basically, and on podcasting we should not be our dead zone. And also, if we are trying to talk to people, we are trying to talk to the entire audience and not to a particular or maybe addressing a particular audience basically. So
can I share one more thing with you too?
Yeah.
There's something that I started doing with my podcast. And I'm going to start incorporating this really more next week. But there's this thing I'm about to show you guys, and it is just so much fun. You're going to be like, well, why would you do that? And I'm going to tell you why. So I'm pulling it up right now. So you guys just stay tuned just for just one more second. Just one more second. And then, so if my good friend can bring me right back in. Do you see the second one that I brought, that screen? Yes, it's okay to do two cameras. Use
Yeah.
your iPhone and then use your computer. Maybe
Yeah.
place them in different spots in different places. And that way you're giving your audience a different look. And
Yeah.
all you do is mute one and have the other one on. And then that way you can just do different angles when you're hosting your show. So just
True.
something else to think about.
And that's a good thing. Basically, we also try to do a lot of them, but we are more of an web channel, and we are working towards that prospects, and we are following the art of creating an online web channel, and
Yeah.
so we are trying to create a lot of different channels with different topics, maybe sports, health, financial advisory, insurance, and music, arts, culture, history, health, cooking, yoga, fitness. So we have a lot of things lined up. But during this pandemic, we are doing this special live show for 4 hours around the world. People are joining us from around the world and sharing a lot of best practices, and they are experts in their own industries. So that's how we are connecting to the odds, and then bringing everyone on board and trying to figure it out what kind of channels we can launch it post pandemic. That is the idea what we are doing right now.
And you're doing a great job of it. I went and watched back some of your previous episodes, and I mean, this is great. I love the fact that it's so many different things for different people, and that way you get to capture all of the different audiences, and people are engaged. People are looking for entertainment, looking for things to help inspire them and encourage them to stay mentally and physically strong during this pandemic, which is why, like, as soon as we get done with our interview, I'm putting on my shoes and I'm going for a walk outside for 30 minutes just to kind of keep my body and my mind strong. And then when I come back, I'm going to be working on my shows to keep my creativity strong. I'm going to listen to other podcasts to keep those creative juices flowing, to get inspired by other creatives. Can I just mention one more thing? Don't be afraid to pull stuff from other people. This is an industry where we all borrow from each other, and it's okay. Now, when you straight take something, make sure you give credit for it from where you got it from, but get inspired by others. Listen and watch others. And when you see them doing something that you're like, hey, I can use that for my show, do it. Absolutely do it. But make it your own, and make sure you give credit when you do it. But otherwise, absolutely keep doing what you're doing with IBM TV, because this is a great concept. I wish I would have thought of it. And I think that you're doing a great thing for so many people around the world.
True. And I wanted to ask you on the same lines that before starting a podcast, because you are doing almost 5 days a week, what kind of books or what kind of news or what kind of sources you follow or you read or you watch before doing a podcast? Because you need a lot of material. While talking, you need a lot of material, and you don't want a dead zone. In our IBM TV, we have a lot of guests, so we have a discussion going around and different discussions. So we have enough topic to chase us. And also we have a lot of people asking different questions. So it's not that one person is taking care of the show. But in podcast industry, that one person will carry the show for 30 minutes, 40 minutes, maybe an hour or so. So what kind of sources you read and watch before doing the show? What is the practice basically before the show?
Sure. Well, I love TV. I'm an entertainment person. So a lot of my stuff, especially the Independent Artist Showcase, would involve me listening to a lot of music and taking in just different independent artists and hearing what they're doing, listening to other podcasts. As far as news, I'm more of so I was a political science major, and that's what I have my degree in. And from when I graduated college, is political science. So I love politics. I love what's going on in the world and in the news. But I also learned that news, you have to really pay attention to where your sources are coming from. And it's so important to hear all different aspects of an issue. So here in the States, there's MSNBC, there's CNN, and there's Fox News. I watch all three. They are all coming from different perspectives. They all have different ideas. They all have different opinions. So I listen to all three just so I can know exactly what all of the perspectives are on the different topics. On top of that, I watch and listen to, or I listen to The Daily, which is that podcast that comes out every day from the New York Times. And it's great information about one specific topic. It gives it from a very unbiased opinion. It's just, here's what it is. You run with it and form your own opinion. And I like that about The Daily. And then I also listen to radio stations out of Chicago. I'm a huge sports fan. I love the Chicago Cubs, the Bears, the Bulls, the Blackhawks. So I listen to all of the sports stations, specifically 670 The Score in Chicago. And I listen to that on my phone because with the new technology that we have, you can be in Dallas and still keep up with your sports in Chicago by way of the radio.com app. So, yep, I am listening to pretty much entertainment, or I'm hearing noise pretty much all day, every day. And that's how I stay connected with the world.
But Jay, I mean, you would agree to me that when we watch certain shows regularly, we tend to inspire from those shows, and we think that we are also on the same lines. But apart from those shows, you know that, I mean, so most of the shows have a lobbying system. They have sponsors, so they talk on based on that and things like that.
Mhm.
But so we believe that, I mean, we means I'm on IBM. We think that if we watch one single episode every day, I mean, with the person host or things like that, we tend to inspire with them, and we think that he's the right person,
Mhm.
and we don't know what's happening on the other side of the world.
That's very true, which is why it's like I like the fact that you're doing the IBM TV because it helps you to get ideas of what's going on around the world. And I'll be honest, like I've got Netflix, I've got Hulu, I've got YouTube TV, I have what are the other ones? Watch TV,
Yeah,
right?
Roku.
Like, and I personally have all of those. So I cut my cord, but yet I have all of these devices and all of these ways that I can stay in tune with entertainment. But I never watch my BBC channel, which is right there. I never watch the station that I have that comes out of Dubai. I don't ever watch any of the stuff coming out of Russia, and I have all of these channels available to me. So I'm glad that you brought that up because that's a good point to make. We have to get out of our little circles, right? We have to maybe branch out every once in a while and just see and hear what's going on outside of Texas, outside of the United States, outside of just English speaking countries, because there's things that's happening there. And as I think about it, there's things there that I can be using and borrowing from for the stuff that I do for my show. And it's good to know what is happening there, what information that they need. And in that way, I can be a source to help provide that to them. So that's a very good point. We definitely need to watch.
I'll tell you how I prepare myself before the show. So what I do is I generally try to watch capsule news around the world. So there's a nightly news from Lester Holt on NBC that I try to watch, and then I watch DW Journal from Germany. Then I watch, maybe ABC or something for UK. Same with Australia and India. I also follow a lot of news, and then I got to know that what's going around. And then I have connect from around the world, what's going on, what are they doing, what are the prices, and I play with numbers basically because numbers are something which is very important, and based on numbers you can judgment or you can do a lot of analysis. That's what I do to start the show, and that's how we started because source will be very important. We can't just comment on anything like that.
Right.
We should know what is the source, and that's why I told you I am not sure about the source, but I just heard at a lot of places that during the pandemic, 20% more podcasters are online because everyone is at home, so they wanted to try something new.
Yeah.
So that's great. Yeah. And there is less entertainment because movies are not releasing right now. There are no music coming up. Musicians are trying. I mean, on our IBM TV, we have a musician from South Africa. She do a show every Sunday 3 p.m. EST. Alexandra's Music Cafe, and then we have a couple of musicians joining us on a panel discussion. So Tuesday is our musical day basically. So we celebrate music, movie, and arts on Tuesday, and vice versa. We do sports and other things on other days basically. And also we invited a lot of Hollywood producers. If you know the movie Matchbreaker, Wesley Allen was there on our show. Love, Faith, and Hope guy was also there on our show. Henning Morales is also on our show. So a lot of people are joining us on different industries, and they are sharing their experiences. So that's what I'm saying. Once you have good amount of source and data around the world, it's easy for us to share the data with the audience and viewers. And we have viewers from across the globe. So I can't just talk about America or maybe India or things like that. I have to address to the world basically. So that's what we're trying to do.
That's awesome.
So that's why I was asking you because I think your majority of audience are in America or maybe in some part of the particular states. So what are your plans to expand yourself in the next 5 years?
Well, right now we actually have a really good following in the UK. And I'm starting a show on Saturday. So there's something that's been trending for a while. It's called the Don't Rush Challenge. And the Don't Rush Challenge is where like the girls or the guys are dressed a certain way, and then they put something in front of the camera, and then when they pull it back, they're dressed a different way. So they go from like, maybe dressed one way, like regular house clothes, and then they put the camera on, and then they come back, and then they're dressed in, they're beautiful. So one of the girls that started that challenge was from the UK, and but she's Nigerian. And so I talked to her after I interviewed her on my show, and I said, hey, you've got a great personality. We should do something together. So I'm hosting, she's going to start her very first podcast on Saturday. And so we're going to be bringing in this huge, big international Nigerian star named Adekunle Gold. And he's got like 5.3 million followers around the world. So he's going to come on the show with her. I'm going to co-host. And what that does, it allows me to, number one, make an even bigger impact in Africa and even bigger impact in the UK. And I'm paying it forward because I'm giving this young lady who has never had a show before experience and knowledge about doing podcasts and about doing a show. And we're getting this huge exposure because we have this international artist who has 5.3 million viewers or followers telling his people, hey, come and watch me do this show with Javon. Hey, come and watch me do this show with Lash. So that show called Live with Lash, and you can find it on Facebook at Live with Lash. Please subscribe. But we're going to record that show on Saturday. And again, we're going to record it live, do interaction with the people, and then we're going to pull it down. We're going to edit it, put it back out there with the edited version without all of the mistakes that we will definitely have during the show. And it's going to go everywhere. And so that way, I'm kind of helping to expand my international audience while also helping a young person kind of realize their dreams and help them get the knowledge that they need so that they can be successful.
So on IBM TV, we would love to host that show if you are okay with that. So we can.
I would love to host a show with you guys, and we can just talk about whatever is going on in the world. Listen, I think we met in one of the Facebook podcast groups. And the one thing that I will always tell you is that I have an ability to open up my mouth and to say things. It doesn't matter what the topic is. I am a highly opinionated individual. And I believe that if you give me 1 hour to research something, I can have an opinion. It won't be a well-rounded, fully formed, maybe perfectly comprehensible opinion, but it will be an opinion nonetheless. So I like talking. So absolutely, if you want to come on and do my show, you are always welcome to be a guest on the Javon Show, and we can share what's going on with IBM TV, and we can helpfully help each other, because that's what we should be doing through this thing, is helping each other grow our audiences and expand all around the world.
So to do a podcaster Thursday, the idea behind is to have people come and join us on IBM TV, and maybe people who are interested, we can do some kind of thing so that we can start the new podcasting with them on different topics. And
Yeah.
right now, so we are also looking for people who are eager to do something on IBM TV on an online channel, and also what are the new ways to do it, because Facebook is something which you have options, but there are no categories as such, so you can't categorize yourself as what is your category on Facebook. Then you have to search among those billion people that okay, I would like to watch Jawan show. So likewise, IBM TV can give us a platform and can give the platform to all the podcasters to host their show, and especially to those who are internet savvy and do the interesting things like pushing off your camera and then changing the dress and things like that. And it's certainly doing great. I mean, I think it's the real trend now after the ice bucket challenge. That is something which is picking up really fast. And also, I see one of the other trend is that people are wearing that pillow dress. You know what that pillow dress?
No, I haven't seen that.
So a lot of girls, what they're doing is they are, I mean, they come live with their own dress, and then after they put it, they off their camera, and then they are wearing a pillow with a belt, and that's picking up because it's most about for girls basically, and it's going great. I mean, you can get a lot of videos and a lot of pictures about that as well. So we would love to host you on Saturday with the Nigerian performer, as well as we can plan a show with you as well. Whenever you have available, whenever you have time, you can reach out to me, and then we'll plan things accordingly.
That would be
And
great.
yeah,
Yeah, definitely. Let's do that.
yeah. So let's do a deal. Great. It was nice hosting you. And before we leave, I would also like to know what's happening around during COVID in your city. How are things going on?
Well, tomorrow is the day that they officially open back up Texas. So they did like a soft opening with the barber shops and things like that. But on Friday, they get to open back up the stores to 25% capacity. And then they have the movie theaters that can open up and things like that. I'm going to let you know now, I'm not going. I am going to continue to do what I've been doing, which is to stay quarantined, to only go out to the stores for the necessary essentials.
Yeah.
I do not at all want to risk either catching something, or if I have it and it just doesn't affect me like everyone else, I don't want to give it to something or to someone by accident. So when I go out, I wear my mask and I wear my gloves. And then when I come home from being out, I get in the shower and I get everything off of me. I don't need anything right now. So I know how to cut my own nails. And I don't have to, and I'm not going to any clubs or any bars or things like that. So I'm good right now. I'm going to keep working, but the rest of Texas is open. And they're going to do, like I said, the soft opening has already happened. They're going to open up more stuff tomorrow. That's like the really big release day. And then I think May the 18th is when everything can be back open and operating regularly. And I don't trust it. I want to make sure that I'm tested and that I can be tested if I'm sick. And I want to make sure that if I do get sick, that I'm not going to die, because death would be really bad for me right now. I've got too much stuff going on to die. So yeah, I'm gonna keep trying to live.
I'm surprised. I mean, John, I'm surprised because I'm not sitting in India. We know what's happening in America, US. US is not learning what's happening around the world. Everyone is locked down. All the countries are locked down, and I don't know why they are very much up towards to open the economy and doing stuff like that, which is very strange for us sitting in India and watching. So the day we started the show, the number of people who were COVID-19 positive were around maybe 500 something, and now you are more than 1 million.
Yes, more than 1 million and more than 60,000 that have died. Now, here's my thing. This is just me being silly. I don't want to die or catch something just so that the economy can get back moving, which is the main focus as to why they want to reopen different parts of the state so that the economy can get back going. I don't care about the economy right now. I care about my health. I care about my kids' health. So that's why I'm saying, like, I would rather, like, and again, I everybody's situation is different. I can't make money more important than my life.
Yeah, true.
So I choose to just go about things a little bit differently. But I understand that not everyone wants to make that decision. And I am about pro-choice. I am about you deciding what you want to do, but it can't be to where it affects other people too. So I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to stay home. I'm going to continue to have my kids stay home. And I go to the grocery store to get things when I need it. But that's going to be about it. I can get all the movies that I want to watch. I told you, I've got Hulu. I've got Netflix.
Yeah.
I've got Pandora for music. I've got my laptop. I've got IBM TV. I don't need anything else.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to stay with where I am. But that's what the state is doing. The state of Texas is opening back up tomorrow.
Great. So I wish you stay safe, stay home, stay calm, and stay in touch. And looking forward to do a lot of podcasts with you in future.
I can't wait.
And thanks for joining us. And before joining, I think I have one more viewer asking. So the viewer would like to know that how they start approaching sponsors and advertisers once they do the podcast.
For the sponsors, please go to your family and friends who have businesses first and say, hey, throw me $10, $25, $30, $50 and let me talk about your business on my podcast. That's the first place to start. And then tell your loyal followers, hey, here's my my Cash App. By the way, my Cash App is the $ I Dream Podcast. So if anybody wants to help me continue what I'm doing, everything that I make in I Dream Podcast gets reinvested into the youth of the creative community. And I give that money to youth who are in need of instruments, who need paper and pens, and who need supplies and things to help them with their craft. So anything that's given to I Dream Podcast, I will let you know that it 100% goes to the youth and helping them stay creative. So back to what you were asking. Make sure that you go to your family and your friends first to get them to support. And then once you start building up and you're able to get to a good place, then you present it, your podcast to the local community stores that have things going on. And you just kind of work your way up to the tier level. But you don't just start off going, hey, State Farm, give me money, because they're going to say, who's your audience? What's your reach? When do you do it? How do you do it? Send me these numbers. Send me these numbers. Send me these numbers. And you don't have that yet. Yeah. So if you're just starting out, build your audience. And if you have an established podcast, if you've been doing it for years and you have a good following, then just put together a letter, send it out to the people and let them go. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I really do appreciate it. And I will let Going Live, I guess, take it from here.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us. And we have a new guest on our show. So I'll speak to you later. Thank you and stay blessed. Spread a lot of love. Stay united. And namaste. And blessings to your family and friends. And we'll connect soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. See ya.
So, hi, Mark. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
All good. All good. So, how's the quarantine things going around?
Things are going all right here in Durham, North Carolina. I was actually on a previous call, and I was telling that person we had a severe rainstorm that was last night. They were saying that it would be a little windy, a little rainy, but nothing that we couldn't handle, and definitely probably is needed for the plants and things of that nature. But definitely things are going well. Of course, I heard a little bit of your past guest, and Durham is in the same situation. We're in, and the rest of North Carolina. We're in lockdown as well, even though certain cities, I believe, are getting ready to lift their restrictions. Charlotte, which is one of our big cities, I think they're lifting theirs this week. The governor here in North Carolina has already said that he's going to extend things until May 8th. Now, what happens after May 8th, that's still up in the air. I've heard some people speculating that we could have a lift here by May 15th or things of that nature. But what I know of Governor Cooper, who's the governor here in North Carolina, I'm actually thinking it'll probably be the end of May or early June before we have a full lift, and I'm not even sure that will happen then. I know that our mayor, who's actually a family friend, Steve Schul, I don't think he was actually one of the ones that put the stay-at-home order even before the governor did. So I'm not expecting him to do it till he's really seeing some figures and some things that folks will be safe and things of that nature. So we're trying to flatten the curve here, just like the rest of the world is trying to flatten the curve. We do have people that have gone out and got their mask. My aunt actually sent me 2 masks that she made, handmade mask, and I've seen a number of people that are wearing the mask, whether it's the more complicated, more medical type. I believe they're called I9s or something like that. So I've seen people with those kind of masks, and then I've also seen people with like what I've got, the homemade mask. But as you get out and about, you do see more and more people wearing masks. I'm not going to lie about it. There are people in North Carolina that are walking around not wearing a mask at all, not really being concerned about it. And it's across the board. It's not just young people. It's folks that I've seen. Definitely, I've seen some of the young folks that I live near the Duke University campus. So I've seen some of the young people not have masks on. I've also seen some folks that are in my age range, and I'm late 50s. And I would even argue my dad's age, and he's going to turn 80 in June. My mom will turn 78. So I've seen people in those kind of age ranges across the spectrum, even younger folks, like teenagers and folks that are not wearing them. But more and more, I'm seeing people wear the mask, definitely trying to do the hand washing and all the other things that the CDC is recommending that you do and things along that line. So we're seeing that happening here, just like the gentleman was saying, in Texas. So definitely folks are trying to maintain. I do think, and I can say for myself, as well as friends of mine, the longer the lockdown goes, the more people are getting antsy, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. So, Mark, before we start, our viewers are complaining that why I didn't introduce you officially to our viewers. So we start with Namaste, and that's how we greet to our audience around the world. And we'll start with what do you do, where are you from, and how are you maintaining your health right now?
Okay. Let me just tell you, since your podcast is Thursday, I'll start with a little bit of the podcasting background, and then I'll tell them a little bit about some of the other things that I'm involved with. My name is Mark Lee. I actually have a podcast that is called Straight Talk with Dean and Mark. It's me and my good buddy J.W. Piercy, but he goes by the stage name of Dean Geronimo, and we do that every Monday night between the hours of 7 and 9 p.m. We focus on some things that are very important to me, that being the creative world as well as the activist world. My dad was an activist, as I would even argue my mom as well. And then we also concentrate on entrepreneurs and educators, and those are kind of our primary 4 focuses. But in addition to that, just because of what's going on in the world, we have started adding health as a 5th element, you might say. But the primary focus that folks might be interested in is that we are definitely into creatives, entrepreneurs, educators, and activists. Like I said, my dad was involved in the civil rights struggle in the 60s and is still living and is an educator himself, having taught at UNC and having done some other education endeavors as well. As a matter of fact, through UNC, he even taught in Eritrea over there in Africa and everything. So definitely that's kind of my background in the world of podcasting. In terms of radio, I started as a preteen. My folks started a radio station when I was a teenager. They were very much, a preteen, I should say. They were listening for jazz and not finding traditional jazz. So they wanted to start their own radio station to reach a part of the target audience that wasn't out there, unfortunately. So they were not finding the jazz that they wanted to hear on the radio, so they created their own, and neither one of them had a radio background. So they did that, and I learned with them. So definitely from the age of being a preteen on up to my 20s, I went to college at Marquette University in Milwaukee. Definitely did a lot of radio and still continue to do radio, not just the podcasting, but I also do a blues show on WCOM, which is a low power radio station in Carrboro. So definitely have been involved in radio, and also was one of the people involved in the initial founding of WNCU, which is a radio station on Central's campus. So definitely have some deep connections to the world of radio, but not just the world of radio. I've also been involved at the Hayti Heritage Center, which is an African American cultural arts center in Durham. So I have a lot of ties to the event and the cultural world here in Durham. I used to work for the Durham Arts Council. I'm on the board of the Carolina Theater, and I've done a lot of other things revolving around entertainment and events in particular. So we have a lot of great festivals here, like the Festival of the Eno, Centerfest, the Bull Durham Blues Festival, and things of that nature. So I've been involved in a lot of the planning aspect of those festivals and have been involved with that for a number of years. And then on the education side, there's a testing company called Measurement Incorporated, and I'm one of the readers and in some cases team leaders for that particular company. So I've also had some background in education as well. And I've done some activism myself also. I was one of the people involved in Occupy Durham. Many people remember the Occupy movement, but I was involved in Occupy Durham, and I was involved in some other civil rights organizations, including being on the board of the Solidarity Center. So definitely have been involved in activism and things along those lines. So that's a little bit about me. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. So it was too much of information, and I think viewers think that you have a multi-talented life, and you have done a lot of things. So how you transform yourself from when you do the radio thing and now the podcast? What is the technology and what kind of change you believe in both the technologies?
If I heard you correctly, you were asking about the change and everything. Part of what happened with the podcast, and I'll just give you a little bit of the story of the podcast, was a good friend of mine started the podcast initially. It was actually called The Voice of the People with Ty Jones, and she reached out to both me and Dean and wanted us to be on her podcast. That being said, we then decided to life happened, life events. She got married, moved to Hawaii, and kind of like dropped the podcast. But me and Dean were having a conversation, and we were like, well, let's keep it going. I mean, we might have to change the name. Of course, we'll have to take over the fiscal responsibility of the podcast and things of that nature. So we did that. We took over the payment to the different services. So like we took over the payment for Blog Talk Radio because it's on Blog Talk Radio. We wanted to get on other platforms. So we got on Spreaker, which then puts us out on different networks like iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Podbean, and things of that nature. So we got that going. I had that conversation with him, and that has grown our base to some degree. So we were glad to do that. So after we got that going and everything, we then kept it running and have been running it now for about 5 years. So Dean does most of the producing. I mean, he will jump in on the conversation, and we start with both me and Dean talking at the beginning, and he will jump in the conversation at some point or another. And then I do the bulk of the interviews, and we will do interviews. Usually it can be as few as one, as many as 4 or 5 in an episode because it's a 2-hour podcast. But and sometimes it becomes more of like a roundtable discussion. So we have definitely done that and have enjoyed doing that with the podcast and everything. So that's kind of like where that was at. And then in terms of radio, it's definitely a different world. I mean, podcasting has opened up the world because whether it's Dean using his laptop or me using my laptop and us having those studios that Blog Talk provides. I know some people prefer Anchor, but we've used Blog Talk, and Blog Talk has worked for us and everything. Or whether it's one of the other platforms, you can do it pretty much off of your laptop, a decent mic, headset, things of that nature. So definitely it's been a good journey for us. It's different than a regular radio station. I mean, I do still go into a regular radio station. I don't go to Central or any of the others, but I go into, we don't do it anymore because that was one of the lockdowns. So actually this will be my first one after several weeks of having gone in of the live studio because we did decide to play it safe and, be conscious of what's going on and around the world with the virus and everything. So we've actually closed the studio down in Carlboro, which is a town not that far from Durham. It's on the other side of Chapel Hill. And many folks that follow basketball know Chapel Hill and UNC and Michael Jordan and all of that, but and some of the more recent players. But that being said, we will not go anymore to the physical studio. So I'm actually using WavePad and some other programming to record my program. So I did that. I had to get it in by 10 last night, which I did, and it will air tonight between the hours of 4 and 6. But, for a while there, I was one of the stubborn people that was still going into the studio, did carry my mask with me and did try to do some other things to keep the place safe and sanitized and all of that. But as an executive decision, and I am on that board. We just decided that we would wait for this pandemic to ride out, try to stay safe, try to stay healthy, and not create any kind of environment that might go against that. So, like I said, the station is pretty much closed except for like some very serious emergencies, and I can't even think of what those would be. And we're encouraging all of our folks to do their programming from remotely. And if they can't do it, then we're trying to find ways to help them make that happen.
Really? Okay. So sorry, I'm late to the party here. What is your? So I have to ask the basic questions because I'm late to the party. What is your program about? What do you talk about on your podcast?
Oh, no problem. I see that you've joined me, Nicholas.
Yeah, right.
Glad to have you. Glad to be talking to you as well. The podcast, if I was to say what our 5 focuses were, and I was talking to the other hosts as well about that, but it's an African-American based podcast, but our guests are not all African-American because we've had a variety of folks, but it's 5 core areas that we talk about. And a lot of them are based on my own circle of what I'm involved in. And I would even argue what Dean's involved in as well, because Dean is a member of his local NAACP. He's also been involved in some other organizations and things of that nature. And Dean is in New Jersey, in like the Plainfield, New Jersey kind of area and everything. I'm here in Durham, North Carolina. But because of my own life and everything, the podcast covers creatives. I have a number of friends that are in the creative field, everything from spoken word artists to neo soul and even folk singers. So that's what I meant when I said that even though we're African American, our guests are not all African American. Sure. And I've got a good author friend, Elizabeth Hine, who wrote a couple of books that were based on her health issues, and she's a European American. So definitely we try to cover the creative side of what's going on. We also have a number of guests that are activists, because both of my own background has some activism roots, as does my dad's roots, as does my mom's and some other family members. So there are a number of activists here in the community. Anybody that knows anything about Durham and North Carolina knows that we have rich activism history, everything from environmental justice to race relations to other things of that nature. So I've got friends in that community. So some of our guests are activists, and that's always been a passion of mine. More recently, I've had a number of friends that have started like startups and things of that nature. So we have had some entrepreneurs that have been on the show, because entrepreneurship is something that I've always been interested in. And then we have educators. My mom was a guidance counselor when I was a little kid, and her sisters were involved in education. One late sister, who just passed away not that long ago, about a couple of years ago, was a principal and a teacher. She did the principal work, I believe, was when she had, well, no, I believe the principal work was in New Jersey, but she's taught in both New Jersey, Virginia, and other parts before she passed. I have another aunt that has been an educator in the school system, and another one that is a medical librarian. And then some of their kids have gone on into education as well. So definitely have been involved with a number of folks in that category. So I would say that those are our 4 primary things that we're involved in. But in addition to that, we also, because of what's going on in the world, we've added a health aspect. So I have had a couple of doctors and a couple of medical people that have talked about COVID-19 and what's just happening in the world, because, I mean, it's what's going on. And of course, we want to keep our listeners and folks informed about that as well. So that's been the 5th element, not something that is our usual forte. And I would definitely say that of the 5, it's the one that I probably have the least expertise in, or the least background in. So I do more listening when they talk than I do on some of the other ones. But all of them, I do a lot of listening, because I think that's the key to a good interview.
Absolutely correct. And the thing is, we actually do startups on Wednesday, and we're doing startups on Saturday. So we have 2 days for the startups, and then we do the podcasters on Thursday, and we do the doctors on Friday. So we do have a little bit of a schedule that's very similar to yours, and we beam all over the world. So Ankit is actually in New Delhi, and Willie Hill is actually in Australia, who joined us in Australia. Well, this Sunday we have Alexander May from South Africa. She puts on a show from South Africa. So we actually have shows that go on all over the world. So it's kind of a very interesting group that we discuss. But here's the more interesting thing about the group. Okay, you're in Caribou or Caribaro or whatever that is, right?
No, I'm sorry. I currently am in Durham, North Carolina, but the radio station that I mentioned is in Carborough. So the Carborough is the town which is just outside of Chapel Hill. But my current base, and where I'm based at is Durham,
Right.
North Carolina. As a matter of fact,
Okay. I know it
I'm
really well.
literally around the corner from Duke University.
Oh, I know that very well. If you're close to Duke University, you're near. I think there's Cornwallis Drive there.
Yes.
Somewhere around there. Colony Park is close by, right?
Yes.
And
Yep.
the Wa Duke. If you ever go to the Washington Duke Inn,
Yes, I've gone to events at the Wadu.
great food at the Washington Duke Inn too. So
Yes.
not that I know a little bit about it, but I know a little about everything. So, and I've been almost everywhere. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, the thing is the podcasters. This is our first attempt at the podcasters and bringing podcasters on to IBM TV. We made a executive decision. We have an international board of people from Costa Rica, Nicaragua. India, obviously, and also from the United States, Nepal, et cetera. And we said, hey, we'll bring podcasters on. So I was going, where do you find podcasters? Well, they have those Facebook groups. So I put in Facebook group. First thing I get is scam. And I'm going like, what are you? Oh, I'm like, thank you for the warm welcome, guy. I mean, what are you talking about? It's not a scam. But the thing is, someone went a little crazy on us. Thank you for showing up and not being crazy on us. But the thing is, it was kind of an interesting experiment. But we do plan on continuing having podcasters on our Thursday show because we want to know a little bit more about that. We tend to serve what I call underserved communities in media.
Right.
And the original company that we have that owns IBM TV is called Money Masters PBS, which is a not-for-profit company organized under the laws of the state of North Carolina. Okay, so the thing is, we're actually have a very big presence in your great state of North Carolina, and of IBM also has a very great presence in the great state of North Carolina. It's pretty interesting. So we kind of got our start with that. So the thing is, I said, well, we want to bring podcasters because we bring a lot of chess players. We have a chess show that goes on, so you'll see a lot of chess is an underserved community.
Right.
We realize the podcasters. We do startups because they're an underserved community, but there's a lot of communities out there that and I learned this by working with PBS for about 3 years, that if you said, hey, I want to get my show on PBS, good luck. What century is that going to take place? What century? Seriously, because the way PBS I'm talking about, the people in the United States know about. When I go internationally, they go, what's PBS? They don't even know who they are. But basically, it's very fragmented. In other words, you have your local PBS in North Carolina, and then you have the national. You have to get on, if you want to be a national show, you got to get on what they call this. They had some weird name for it that no one could possibly get on unless you're BBC being rebroadcast. I'm not kidding. So like you might as well beat your head against the wall. So we went to NAPTE, and a lot of people don't even know what NAPTE is. And a lot of people in the media industry don't know NAPTE. NAPTE is the National Association of Professional Television Executives. They meet twice a year, once in Miami, once in Budapest. I was going to go to the Budapest meeting this year because I went to the Miami meeting, and I used to live in Miami, so I'm not that interested. I go to Miami a lot, so I want to go to Budapest. Okay. But and we met with Paul Franklin, who's the head of CBS, president of CBS Distribution. To get on CBS primetime, you're a year or two out at best on any show that you have at best. And then you get booted out like that. Bang. Right. And so the thing is, I was going, man, talk about, and we went to, what was it? I think it was Facebook or YouTube. One of them was launching something, whatever. And we said, well, we're with IBM. Do you have an appointment? No. Oh, we're not even bothering to meet with you. They slammed the door in your face. I don't know if you had that experience, but let me tell you something. You're in media. Okay.
I've had the experience.
The door gets slammed in your face before ever. And I said, and Kim, who's not here because she's helping somebody in court, but she's here. She's in the broadcast studio. She'll join later, hopefully. Saying, well, why don't you do your own network? I said, Kim, this is going to be really expensive because we were showing on a local network called Biz TV, 40 stations across the country. And I know the owner and what he had to do to get those 40 stations organized, how expensive it is to put all the cameras in. I said, that's not going to happen. And then all of a sudden, well, the technology changed. And IBM TV launched April 15th last year. So I was going like, whoa. But what we were doing is we were doing programming. We're using our old programs. And then what we did is we also took programs and then we would put them on. In other words, they were not live. And we had in our business plan, we'd like to do live. This is a live show with a 3-second delay. Ankit has to call the 3 seconds because I don't even know how you do that. Okay. The thing is, I was going, wow, the technology's changed. You can do live streaming. So I was in Italy back in October to meet some of our people in Italy that we're working with, and I tested it out, and I said, wow, this streams into Italy. Then of course, our people in Nepal, we had them on. They were the first people in Nepal that were on. Then I realized, hey, we stream all over the world. What's our reach? Reach is 4.3 billion people. Okay, I'm going, that is one heck of a reach, which if you were to do it station by station, it's impossible. Okay, right. If you do it through the internet, you reach 4.3 billion people, but that's the reach. Does that mean 4.3 billion people tune in? No. Why not? They don't even know about it. So that's where you engage in this marketing and distribution plan, because I go, well, we could get there, but getting there is a little, it's like a bit of a cycle. And then when it comes to podcasters, I was trying to tell the podcasters, why are we interested in podcasters? Well, first of all, they're good on television. I mean, they should be good on television, because what do you do as a podcaster? Do you guys talk?
Yep.
do you talk and you interview people, right?
All day long.
Okay, right. Now the thing is, what's the great leap from pod to pod TV, like what we're doing? It's not a great leap, is it?
Not a great leap at all.
Not a great leap at all. But for a lot of other people, it actually is a great leap. In other words, if you've never done interviews, you've never done podcasting, in other words, if you haven't done a lot of this, it's a great leap. They're going like, how do we do all this stuff? So with podcasters, I was told our board, I said, well, why don't we get the podcasters in and integrate them into IBM TV under Pod TV? It's not a great leap for them as it is for a lot of other people, because really, we had people on the art channel, the chess channel, for them to do pod work. It's going to be tough to interview people, because you know what it is. You interview a lot of people, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do these people just knock on your door, or do you have to go out and find them?
I have to go out and find the people that I interview. It's actually, I have to spend a lot of time doing the research, looking for them. And I've got a couple of tools of looking for them. Like I said, there's the folks that are in my own community that I'm able to reach to, because they're part of the Rolodex that I have, and folks that are in the 4 target areas that I mentioned that are friends and acquaintances of mine, but are also doing things on a national level. So I'm able to reach out to them. But then I've also got friends that are involved in marketing kind of things and schemes and things of that nature. So they will reach out to me with clients of theirs. There might be, and there are even folks that I don't know. There was a young lady from Boston that reached out to me yesterday, and she's got some entrepreneurs that she handles. So she wanted to get those entrepreneurs, of course, on the show. There was another lady that had some authors and other folks that has reached out to me. There's one third person that sends me letters pretty regularly, because she's got some political types that are interested in being on the show, and actually had, I think, 1, maybe 2 of her folks on. One of the folks I had was actually something that was totally out of what we usually do. But I said, like you're doing with the podcasters, I thought I'd give it a try. But I'm not one that necessarily has a lot of pop cultural kind of folks on the show. But she wanted to see how her medium was going to do. So I went ahead and had the medium on the show and tried to talk to her. And it was an interesting interview, because it's not something that's necessarily something that I might have some beliefs that are similar, but there's also some things that we don't do the same. So that was an interesting interview and everything. I'm curious to hear more about this Pod TV, because that's very interesting to both me, and I'm sure Dean will be interested as well. But one of the things I was going to share with you really quickly just is I can relate to the local story that you told about local PBS, because my mom was actually one of the early folks of Black Issues Forum here in North Carolina. She was one of the early hosts. She actually ran a trust fund until she retired some 12 years ago or so, Valeria Lee. But that's my mother. She ran the Golden Leaf Foundation, but she was one of the early folks of the show Black Issues Forum. And of course, that's done locally. It's done on the local one. I know some of the folks that are actually the hosts now, because I am a member of NABJ Triangle. It used to be TABJ, but now it's the National Association of Black Journalists Triangle chapter. So I'm a member of that. So I've got a number of friends that are on television, on radio, are PR folks and folks of that nature through that organization. So I can relate to having friends both currently in the PBS landscape, more on the local level, as well as having that personal family background. And I actually worked for that local station for a minute. Mom realized I was between some work environments. I might have been when I was in my 30s, I believe. And she was like, well, I can get you some work in our marketing department. So I worked in the marketing department of the local PBS for a hot second.
How long have you been doing podcasting?
The podcast I've been doing, I think I was sharing that story with your co-host, but I've been doing that for about 6 years total. So it's fairly new, but radio is not new. I've been doing radio since I'm 57. I'll be 58 in July, and I've been doing radio since I was a preteen. I think my first time going on a radio station, I was probably either 13 or 14, and have been doing it ever since in one form or fashion. Pretty much during that time, there might have been a year or two of downtime, but pretty much ever since 14 to 58. So just that 44 years or 40 plus years of having some sort of radio background has been involved in the field and everything. But the podcast was actually started by a friend of mine who wanted to share her entertainment knowledge and things of that nature. She got married, moved away from the podcast. Me and Dean decided to keep the podcast running. So we've been running it as our own entity for about five and a half years. But the whole podcast has been going on for about 6.
Wow. Okay. So you've been doing it for quite some time, because a lot of podcasters are new, and they say something like 3,000 new ones a week come up. But you know, when you're new at anything, see, when you make the 5-year mark, you're in for good. Okay. The thing is, the ones that are just starting, I go, well, because we had some of them, I go, well, you're just starting. I said, look, you know, this is going to be a long haul for you. What is the size of your audience right now in terms of your reach?
That's the one thing that, and I was listening to what you were saying, even about your network and the billions and everything.
Right.
We actually do interesting things differently, because I would like to have more of the downloads and some of those platforms. And I think certain platforms are better at that than others in terms of monitoring them and being able to tell you exactly what your reach is. The one thing that Blog Talk Radio did that we were really glad that they did it, and we actually intentionally went after certain states, and I'll explain how we did that. But they for a while they monitored how many states you were in, and also how many countries you were in. So the last time we checked, we were in all 50 states. They stopped doing that, Blog Talk, we did, unfortunately, and we were in 73 countries. But and there was some intentionality to what was going on, because, like I said, I've got some friends throughout the country. I've got friends in the entertainment industry in Los Angeles. I've got some friends in Texas, definitely New York. I believe I got some friends down there in Florida, and used to go every year down to the National Black, to the ABFF, the American Black Film Festival in the South Beach area. So I went down there for about 4 or 5 years until me and my buddy stopped going down there. But we every year say we're going back. It's just that usually schedules get in the way and we haven't been back. But there are states that I have never been to. Don't know that I will ever get to. I mean, and just like I was telling somebody not that long ago, I definitely need to do more world travel, since I've only done maybe 2 out of the country trips in my whole life and everything. But there are even states that I've not been to. Idaho being one of them, Montana being another, South Dakota. But you know, the wonders of the internet is that if you feel that you're missing that, you can do some research and you can try to find out people that might have interest or ties to that. And that's what I did with Idaho. I didn't know anybody from Idaho, but I looked on Instagram and I looked on Facebook. There was a young lady running what she called the Idaho bucket list, which is basically her reasons that people should come to Idaho. And she teasingly told us, you know, yes, I'll come on your show. I'm not sure I want too many people to be following us in Idaho, because part of the reason we like Idaho is because it's quiet and remote. But I will come on the show and share some of the highlights of Idaho, and it's not just the potatoes, but some of the outlets and some of the historical and nature things that they have that are part of what they are about. So I brought her onto the show, and there was a couple other places that I did not know any of those regions, but I intentionally went after those by, like I said, going on social media and among my circle of friends and finding ways to do that. As a matter of fact, the show she was on, I also had Kobe Watkins, who I've known Kobe for a while. He's a jazz musician. But what I did not realize until I was doing my research about the show was that he had actually taught in that same kind of general area. So, you know, there's kind of that area of the country, Idaho, Iowa, that kind of middle part of the country. And he had some involvement in some of that. So they were able to have some dialogue about some commonality that they had and everything. So that made the show a very interesting show. But no, there are parts of the world, and definitely parts of the United States and vast parts of the world that I would like to get to before the end date. And I jokingly tell folks that I'm trying to stick around in the world for a long time. You know, I have jokingly told friends of mine, if I can make it and be healthy, I'll even go for the 200 mark.
Really? Yeah. Well, I mean, I was just running some math and I was going, with broadcast hours, you have in a week of 148 broadcast hours. If you had every podcast that had 10,000 followers, you have 1.4 million people watching the network at any point in time. So
Right.
just running the math, I'm going, just get the podcasters together. But then I noticed that it's kind of hard to do that when the minute you show up to a podcast Facebook, they go scam, and they don't even look at what you're doing. They just going, they're at what I call adverse already to begin with. But still, that's not going to deter what our goals are in terms of serving the podcast community and maybe integrating podcasting on IBM TV, so that if they're doing podcasting, you have a worldwide audience, but it's a little different because it's not just your voice, it's your
Right.
voice, and also people can see you or they can see other people, such as Kim, who just joined us.
I
Right.
see that Kim
You know?
joined us.
Yeah,
Cleaning up.
did, right? Yeah, she just got out of court, so I don't know what happened there, but not for us.
I was just there as a witness. I wasn't. It had nothing to do with me, but I was interested in online court.
Yes.
Because because of COVID, they've moved to online court, and so they allow me to kind of participate and watch from afar, very very far, but interesting. I will say I don't know that it's adequate for real victims.
Yeah, I can see that not being adequate at all. I actually had a comment to what the other gentleman was saying and everything, but yeah, I know here our courts are actually, we have a very liberal judge, and I actually consider myself liberal and progressive as well, but they pretty much stopped all court activities here in Durham, North Carolina. They're not doing any trials at all. I mean,
Oh, you're in
court-
Durham. I'm
Yes.
in Raleigh.
okay, good.
No, they did. They're doing court. They fired up court in Raleigh. So
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't realize you were in Raleigh, but yeah, you're just around the corner from me and everything. One of the things you were saying, Nicholas, that was really interesting is we've actually been doing that in terms of trying to create somewhat of a network. Because one of the things that happened was, of course, I have a friend, Louis Laporte, who has Skyhawk Radio. So he approached us about being on his radio network. So we're one of the shows that he's airing on his radio network. But then at the same time, you were talking about those hours, and even when you get a platform like Blog Talk Radio and the Straight Talk with Dean and Mark, if you've got an unlimited plan, that means that you are able to do other interviews and do other programming. So Dean has a show that he's part of called Let's Talk About It, which is a roundtable discussion, and then he also had some friends that had a cooking show. So he actually asked them if they would be interested in being part of what we can now call the Level Radio Network. So he brought them onto the show, and then we've done some special interviews. And then I have two friends, Jess Everhart, who a lot of people know here in the area. You may know her, Kim, because she's done a lot of work here, and she's got the Just podcast, which deals with activism and Re-City and things of that nature. So I reached out to her and said, well, can we re-air you on our platform? She was like, sure, I'd love that. It gives me a little bit more of a reach. It helps both of us. And the same thing with Omasadi, and you talk about underserved markets. She is in her early 50s, but that being said, she's going through that period of the time that women go through when they're in that age. But she was, as an African-American woman, not feeling that all of those voices were being heard as they were going through menopause and things of that nature. So she created the Black Woman's Guide to Menopause. And so we're airing that we're airing that show as well.
It should just be women only, not just. I'm just saying it's different. It is different for every woman. I think it's based on a lot of DNA. If there was some DNA research, but I never hear the same story from any one woman. But I do hear similarities.
Right.
It seems like genetically, sometimes you might fall into genetic play. But my doctor told me that if you're one to exercise a lot, you can change that, right? If you're one to exercise a lot, be on a good routine, healthy food, you're less likely to be impacted. He didn't say you're going to miss it, but you're less likely to be impacted. So all of these things have a play in it, including your DNA and genetics. Right. So, we'd love to have her to even talk with over coffee sometime, because that is a interesting subject. Men who have to deal with women who go through menopause, just get over it.
Does she have
pause
for pause the man out. Does she have a book? Does she have a book? Does she have a book on that?
I don't know that she has a book, but she is also, ironically, she's got involved in what some people might consider alternative religion. So she's actually also a Yoruba priestess in the area, and she's done a number of other really cool things here in the area. I know she's got the podcast because we're re-airing that, and she's working on a couple of projects. If she doesn't have a book, I'm knowing the Omasadi, a book will be down the line because she's just that kind of woman that she'll probably have a book down the line about what she's gone through. And I would even say that Jess probably has a book in her as well if she hasn't put one out, because her teenage son, and that's a whole different other subject, is about to walk out the school doors, or best you can walk out the school doors when the school doors are locked down and none of them are graduating in the more traditional sense. But he's off to college in the fall, and then she'll be an empty nester because she had one teenage son that she grew close to. He was involved in athletics. I believe he was over there in the Raleigh area. I believe he was one of the schools there as a I want to say he was in the football player and everything. So he's off to college, and I think he might even have. I know she's got an athletic background, so he may even be going up in that field in college. If not, he'll probably do the whole walk-on thing. But definitely, both of those are fascinating folks. So we created that mini network, and one of the things that y'all will be interested in is because of StreamYard and Zoom and stuff like that. We were, for a while there with the podcast, and we were pretty much locked into the 7 to 9 time. I mean, there were some other times that we were on, but it worked out for our schedule, my schedule, because of what I do at my Cultural Arts Center, Hayti Heritage Center, and some other things that are going on. We were locked into that 7 to 9 slot. It worked for Dean. Dean is involved in prison administration in New Jersey. So it worked out for us and was a comfortable time for both of us. But because of the world that we live in, and there some amazing guests that aren't necessarily here. I mean, like Los Angeles, they can work with us because that's 4 to 6 their time. But my guest that I had on is a special guest because we did a special episode in Dubai. That's a whole different time zone. So that being said, I did a special interview with Ron Thomas and a special interview with the young lady that won an award as a educator from London. But those were in 2 different time zones. So I scheduled the call with them so that they could join the call. We could record it on Zoom. I think I recorded one of them, the one with Stephen Kaplan, and his was more just a schedule conflict. I mean, he's in the same time zone as that man. He's on the East Coast, but he teaches, and the teacher was at the same time as our show. So that being said, it opened up some more opportunities, this wonderful things that we've got going on in social media, that I could get on my computer, my laptop, do like y'all are doing here with me, doing an interview, download it, and then put it on the air. So that being said, this is the first week we did that, and this week we've had one special episode, and we've got 2 more to go. So Stephen Kaplan, who is a photographer and is doing this Spin It social thing on Facebook, I had him on, and he's interviewed a number of great photographers around the country, including Renita Roy, who's in India. And then we also had Ron Thomas, who I interviewed out of Dubai, and he's a human relations consultant, and his show will air this Thursday at 7 p.m. And then the young lady out of London, who is an educator and was talking about some of the similarities between our education system in the UK and the US and just around the world, and some of the differences. And she'll be airing on this coming Friday at 7. And I think I have an interview scheduled with Renita for next week out of India. So like I said, it's opened up the kind of media aspect that we didn't always have because of what's going on with social media and the powers of the internet. So that's been really fascinating, being able to grab some of these folks and talk to them and work around their schedule.
Right. We should actually share your podcast on, you can do that with the share screen feature below there. This way everybody will know what your podcast is. Yeah,
cool.
It's right below.
You can use share screen, and you can share with us a clip of your podcast.
Yeah,
I can do that.
Right.
Let me see if I can. I'll get the share
We have
screen
the technology. We have the technology.
Actually, Nick we came together and we started this means of doing TV interviews from home. We were the first to come out with this, called Pod TV. Everybody knows we were the first to come out with it. In fact, one of our TV shows that just started, he'll even start up. He goes, I came to this because of Pod TV. These guys came out with this over a year ago. It took us a while to get it going because technology had to kind of catch up with our brains of what we wanted it to do. But it was there and it happened. And
our first interview
I keep forgetting our story, Nick, until I talk to him, and he tells it. He tells it every week on his show. Pod TV is giving us, thanks to Kim and Nick, thanks to IBU TV, and I'm like, I forgot we did come up with Pod TV, didn't we?
Yeah, it was with Shambhu Pokral, who is the head of Biz TV in Nepal. That was
Right.
our first interview was out of Nepal, believe it or not.
Right.
So,
We did
I
our
think
first
we
Pod
can-
TV interview. Yeah.
oh, we're sharing a screen, but it looks like we're sharing us.
Oh, and that happens.
Well, hold on. I'm getting ready to get to this station. Hold on. I'm trying to
Okay,
get to
so
that.
just before
There we go. Okay, right. Let's
Before you
talk
get
about what you
excited,
do here.
Mark, before
I
you
am.
get excited, do me a favor. Did you click the button that says audio at the bottom?
Hold on 1 second. Let me double check.
Now what you're going to have to do is, I would just go ahead and stop the share, restart
Stop the share.
restart the
screen.
share. I'm getting good at this. Restart the share,
Restart the share.
and it's going to tell you to go into an application. You're going to go there, and at the very bottom in the little left-hand corner is a little bitty box that says audio.
Okay. It says screen sharing tips. Let me go to that. Yes, I did allow.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, otherwise we see it and don't hear it. So, Lynn,
Well, let's see if we can. Let's see if this actually works. 'Cause
namaste.
I did not see the audio part, but it said entire screen, so I'm going to allow that too. Let's see if this actually works.
Let's see if it works.
We love it when technology comes together. Let's go take a look. Boing.
We'll see. We'll see if it actually comes together. This is going to be.
Did you do this? Is Nick directing? Wow.
I'm not doing anything. I can
Oh,
press
it's got to
buttons,
be Ed Kit.
I'm pressing buttons. Wait, there's something there.
I'm going to go to the dashboard. That makes more sense.
Okay. All right, dashboard. Oh, so he's on his website right now.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yes.
I love that audience geography.
Yes. Shows all of that and everything.
There we go. Wow, that's pretty good. You got demographics and everything.
Yep, we have the whole 9 yards. The demographics.
Hey, look at that, Antip. Look at that. He's got demographics and everything. I don't know
Ours is the whole world.
well,
There's no way we could fit it on one screen. That we would have to be spinning constantly.
Well, that could be interesting. Y'all could do that on a regular basis.
the podcasters live in a world unto themselves. You do know that. They have their own language, their own stuff. They're, live in their own world. Conversation around COVID-19. Boy, that's dominated what we've been doing.
Well, I think it's dominated everybody.
Yeah. Oh, so we're going to be able to listen to this? Are you going to be able to press the button?
That's the idea.
Okay. I always like it when you can press a button and things happen. It's got to be good. And you get to listen to the story. Say something, say something.
Open the audio, got clicked. Sometimes it's hard to see it.
I'm not sure if it's rolling or not. Oh, there we go. The infinite loop.
Yep.
That's when I tried to share the screen. This is what I got. So I haven't shared the screen since then. I get the infinite loop. Oh, we're back. Where'd he go? He just disappeared. Okay. Lynn's here from the dollar store. Tell us what's going on at the dollar store.
But first of all, it looks like he went into the infinite loop by himself.
He just went like this.
Yeah, I
I'll be
didn't
back.
cause this one like I did the other day. The
All
other
right,
day
yeah.
I caused the infinite loop.
Yeah.
I accidentally hit somebody and knocked him
I
off.
told you he'll be back. He was in the infinite loop.
How are you doing, Lynn?
Tell us what's going on in the dollar store while we're
So
working on the infinite loop.
Here he comes. Well, I'll tell you about the dollar store quickly. First of all, we're a sponsor of Money Masters. We love the mission to teach financial education to young people who don't get the chance to learn it either in school or from their families. So we love your mission, and we really are very happy to be a sponsor. The dollar store is a 24-year-old company started in India and with brick and mortar stores. And when it came in the United States in 2019, decided it was time to do it online because people were buying low-priced items online. So we have over 4,000 items on the site. If you want to wait, I can recite every one of the 4,000 for you. So-
That would take up more than 4 hours. Okay.
Okay, so in any event, we basically deliver to your home, unless you live in a community like I do, where we have no mail delivery, but that's okay. It's fun to go to the post office. And by the way, since we were speaking of COVID virus, knock on wood, we are the only community in Pennsylvania that does not have a case.
Congratulations.
Yep. At the moment.
No cases, but you've got cases reported, but no more new cases.
No, and actually, interestingly enough, both my wife and I used to be on the board of our local hospital, which is about a 1.5 miles to 2 miles away from where we are here, and that hospital had the first death in Pennsylvania. But it's interesting that if you take us 2 miles, say 2 miles away from that hospital, and in this particular community, there are no cases.
Zero. Congratulations.
Yep. So
He just put you on his map to places to move next.
So anyway, we deliver right to the home, except if you don't have delivery, then you can go to the post office and pick it up. Delivery for orders over $25 are free. We have a rewards program. So if somebody signs up to become a customer, they get immediately $5 worth of rewards to be able to apply to the first or whenever they want to apply it to whatever purchase. And every purchase carries with it a reward that is effectively equal to $1 for every $10 they purchase, and 10 cents for every dollar. But I like round numbers. In any event, we have some wonderful products. If we go to the beauty products, and I don't need you to go there, but Kim, you really love to talk about beauty
I do,
products,
and I'm
especially
going
in the
to,
mask.
so-
But here's one you didn't hear the other day when I was on with Nick and Ankit, and that is we found at our Monday night meeting, because there are a number of us who do own online dollar stores, but we found in a search that there's this big company that I'm not going to mention their name, but it does start with an Amazon. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Started with A.
Yeah. So Amazon has one of the products, identical product to ours, that it's selling for $67
I heard.
plus $4 delivery charge, and we charge $2 for the product.
You know what, Eve, I am so addicted to our own show because I don't want to miss any of the great interviewers or you. I was listening when you shared that.
Oh, were you?
Even though I wasn't able to be on, I had you on my headset, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so glad I did not order that on Amazon. It's $2 here, and
it's one of the cosmetic products. I'll find out what it is, and I'll let you know. But it's not the only one. I mean, you've talked about the getting the masks that you
But
pay.
I want to share something else that I've noticed here. You have
go ahead.
Hydrating socks, guys. I mean, these things can cost $5 at a store. You have to drive to get them. They might cost more. I mean, hydrate your feet now. I mean, now is the time that your feet are probably going to get a little dehydrated because you're at home more often. And, treat your feet to a really good time. Treat your whole body, get the facial masks. They have the facial masks that are just amazing. They're the cut out masks that fit on your face that go for $25 to $60 at the makeup counters. And they're only $2 to $3 here. So if you look at this, the hydrating sock is only $2. Again, the facial mask that I am just intrigued about. And then you have exfoliating. So the right way to do this, not that I'm going to take away from you right now, but the right way to do this is to exfoliate first, rinse your skin off really nice, and then put that mask on. And that mask should stay on for about 20 minutes. So let's see if I can find the mask.
So I was at the post office yesterday, and I saw a lady wearing one of those masks, and she thought it was keeping people from breathing on people, but of course it has a hole where the mouth is. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
So Actually, you're going to laugh at me, but one of the doctors I work with on one of the panels and boards, and we like work on other projects, like we're getting rapid test kits out to other countries and stuff like that, masks and stuff.
Mhm.
And he told me, he said, Kim, get yourself a big Coca-Cola bottle, cut it, put it on your face, and there you got it. And I'm like, I'm still not going to go out in the crowd with that. Just not going to do it. Just sorry. I'm going to go get my Darth Vader mask. And now that we know lasers kill the germs, I'm going to get, that's what that saber was for. And I'm going to have myself a saber laser and my Darth Vader. But anyway, but I mean, first off, what I want to say about Lynn's company is that one of the things we teach at Money Masters is what? Financial literacy. And one of the things that you learn about financial literacy is your earning versus your spending, right? And you want to spend less than you earn so that you can invest. So you save money several ways by shopping online at the dollar store. One is the dollar store, which means it's, reduced cost. The majority of their products are pretty much the same product that you would get anywhere else,
Sure.
but a lot less. And you don't have to go to get it. You can shop online. It's delivered. And if you spend $25, which is easy to do, as far as just buying a bunch of different products that you need right now, instead of going out and shopping like soap, toothpaste, deodorant, even, what do you call it? Floss, right?
Floss, yep.
Minion napkins, whatever. You add up $25 worth, your shipping's free, and you get bonus points it's just a good way to shop. It's smart spending for things that you need, even things you don't need. There's toys on here. Your kids are bored, get them some new toys. Or you can't go see your grandkids, right? We're all in lockdown, and I see this all the time with the grandparents. I can't see my grandbabies. Well, send them something. You don't have to buy this and ship it to yourself. You can buy it and ship it to them from grandma and grandpa or auntie and, or uncle. Here, I'm sending you something special. And it didn't cost a fortune, right? It just didn't cost a fortune. So I'm a big fan of the dollar store anyway. That's where, I buy all of my household supplies, as well as the beauty supplies. And, it's smart spending. And that's what in financial fitness classes that we teach, we teach you smart spending so that you have money to smart invest. So
one of the, one of my co-owner friends, his mother, he said to his mother that we now have CBD patches that you can use because his stepfather, her husband, has some significant pain. So his mother went and bought the CBD patches, put them on her husband, or had him apply them, and his pain went away. And it's amazing. I mean, we have these. Nobody else has packs like this. That particular patch, that XL patch, if you bought 4 of them, that's $8. Amazon would charge you almost $19 for the same number.
And what's the website for that again? Sorry, this is Mark. What's the website for that again? I don't see it. So
there's 2 ways to go, but it's Shepherd Family dollarstore.com.
No, it's
Shepherd Family dot.
shepherdfamily.dollarstore.
Just go to IBM TV and press the middle button. It's
the big green button. There's a big green button
on IBM TV. Mark, we
you
made it really
easy. IBM.TV and push the big green button.
All right, well, I'll check that out. I'm a big fan of dollar stores. Like you were saying, I also use the dollar store, get to the dollar store for household supplies and things of that nature. And actually, I have a friend of mine, Edna Swan, that runs an African-American dollar store that she's been doing for a number of years. So definitely a big fan of dollar stores and discount stores of all sorts. I'm also not opposed to buying clothes from like Goodwill and some of the discount stores and things of that nature, even the thrift stores. So I definitely am a big fan of that.
It's financial smart, right, Mark?
Yeah, save money. That's how
come on, people. You don't have to pay the fine.
There's a great book, and Lynn probably knows. It's called The Millionaire Next Door by Dr. Tom Stanley. It should be required reading from all the people in high school. I know they like To Kill a Mockingbird, but to kill it financially, read The Millionaire Next Door.
Sure.
And it's the reason why it's such a great book. It tells you how parsimonious, which the other word is cheap, millionaires are. The reason why they're millionaires is they clip coupons and they save money everywhere they can go. And then all of a sudden they have $1 million and the people that spend it don't have anything. So it's a really good book.
That's one of the things that I find is wrong with our education system, and I've actually brought that up in our podcast and everything, is that too often, I remember when I was coming into school, and that was the late 70s in terms of high school and even 80s in college and everything, the whole concept of financial education was part of what you learned in school, but I'm afraid that our school kids now are not learning that. Common sense kind of stuff.
Mark, don't you remember taking financial fitness and retirement planning in high school? You took those courses, right? Wait, you didn't take those courses? You didn't take them? No, why not? Because they weren't offered.
And they don't offer them in college, and that's what's disappointing.
Listen, Mark, now you're getting my high horse. The most important things in your life aren't even offered by our educational system, which is your financial fitness. It's not even offered. So when they say, hey, we're going to cancel school, I'm going, that's fine. They're not learning the right thing anyway. They're learning what happened. They're learning 19th century, seriously, 19th century education is going
under 18th century laws.
18th century laws in the 21st century. So our schools being canceled, and we're going to test them on what? Reading, writing, arithmetic, and stuff that really are going to be irrelevant, not like financial fitness, which is relevant, cybersecurity relevant, pandemic 101 relevant. No, we're not going to teach that because our educators aren't even educated in that. So the real education you get is actually on the internet with a good professor who can actually guide you to the right things. Now, I've been a professor at Northeastern University now for 10 years. Okay. Our program is online, graduate tax, and we teach retirement planning. That's been my faculty specialty. So I researched this, Mark, like no kidding, to all the major universities in the United States, Yale, University of Chicago, Harvard, Stanford, and look to see if they had a retirement planning class at their universities. The answer is no, not one of them. So how can somebody get an MBA from Harvard and not know one thing about a qualified plan or retirement plan?
They don't want you to, Nick. They let you graduate with this student loan.
Absolutely insane. I'm just going to sit here. I'm going to sit here and eat popcorn and sit there and go, why is the American education system
because they want to enslave the
and even worse now that I'm my high for even worse. Okay, we purportedly have the best what they call it, health system in the world, right? Who leads in coronavirus in the world right now in terms of deaths, in terms of infections? Which country? Where's Ankit when you need him? Which
the
country?
United States. I can answer that question.
The United States of America. What is going on here? How can we even claim to have the best healthcare system? How can we spend $2 trillion a year on healthcare, and we're the ones who went down the toilet? Hey, Ankit, put down the world. What's going on in the coronavirus. Do this, man. Come on. Show the world where we're really at.
But you're so right. And Kimberly, you're right as well, because I've always been of the opinion that we're kind of teaching people to go to work. It's almost like getting them to go into like a new version of a plantation.
A bloody waste of time. Hey,
it's very much about trying to go to work and not try to build your economy, your personal economy, and things of that nature. So I agree with you 100% on that.
Let me tell you what the successful billionaires have one thing in common. You know what it is? They dropped out of Harvard.
And they all play chess. They all play chess.
Okay, look at it.
I just want people to know every millionaire and billionaire we interviewed on our TV show Money Now, they all played chess. I got it on video.
Mark, look at this. Okay, you have the best healthcare system in the world. Okay, how can you say that when let's look at the stats here? The United States of America, 1 million people infected. Not even close. The next guy, number 2, is Spain with 200,000. We have 62,000 deaths. Now, if you were sitting from outer space, Mark, and you came in and you said, which country has the best healthcare system in the world? And you looked at this chart, would you say it's the United States of America? Would you?
No way. No way at all. As a matter of fact,
why are we so bloody arrogant to even tell the world that we have the best? Where's India? Ankit's from India. He's beaming in from India. Where's India on this chart? You guys have 1 billion people. You got 1 billion more people. You should be leading the chart. Where are you? You're way down there. What are you doing way down there?
The funny thing is that when I talk to,
you may have the best healthcare system in the world.
funny thing is when I talk to Ron Thomas, and that's the special interview that's airing today and everything on the podcast. When I talk to him, he's a business consultant. He does a lot in Asia, Africa. He's originally from he's an African American gentleman, originally from Marion, South Carolina, and did a lot of time working in New York. He even worked with Martha Stewart and some of the other big corporations. But he said that when he traveled around the world, we've actually become, in his mind, the laughingstock of the world, because everybody's looking at some of our leadership and they're trying to figure out what's going on. Why are you people having somebody in the White House that wants to talk about using bleach as a solution?
Oh, wait. It's not bleach. Wait a minute. It's not bleach. Let me get the solution out here. I got the solution right here. If you're in trouble, here we go. There we go. It's Lysol. It's not bleach. Lysol.
So here's what I think happened. I think you heard a lot of doctors, because we've had a lot of panels.
The doctors are on Friday.
Talk about things that for immunity, building immunity, healthier things. And we have talked numerous times, that if you use a peroxide solution and you rinse your mouth and rinse your ears with the peroxide solution and gargle with it, it helps if you get the virus. Just like if you had any other virus and you gargle with salt water, peroxide solution is a similar thing. It just helps kill the virus cells. You're probably not going to kill all of them before they made it to your lungs. But he probably caught wind of that conversation and blew it out of proportion, like he does everything, Yep. And instead of saying peroxide solution, because we were saying mix peroxide with Lysol to kind of give it a better taste, he kind of thought, oh, Lysol. And then he's making up his own thing. And, because he doesn't listen, he gets a little out of control. And
you know what the doctors tell us? They say one problem they have in the coronavirus, people come in too late to the party. And when they come in too late, what happens? Their blood oxygen level is too low and they don't even know it. Here's a little device. No kidding. I finally got it. Kim, you can actually put in your finger.
Oh yeah, the oxygen.
The oximeter. You can actually test your blood oxygen
I'm
level.
ordering one.
I got mine because I'm going, hey, you got to be smart. You got to have one of these. So.
And we need to get the dollar store to probably start selling some of these things. They sell masks just to get things. Lynn back on here about this. They sell masks. They sell many different things. When they run out of them, it doesn't show up there. But when they get them back, they put them back up. They are eventually going to get to a solution, because Lynn goes to the board meeting all the time and brings them, ideas that, hopefully eventually you'll get to a point where you could put a reorder for residual items that that you want all the time. Like soap, toothpaste, things like that. But in a day and time when we can't go out and shop, this is probably the most financial best way to do this. Granted, we are, they are on our show, but because they are also, I would probably do this anyway, but I'm not going to say that because they donate to us too. They donate to a good cause. What a lot of people don't know about Money Masters is there's a huge gap between poverty and sustainability. Mm-hmm. And when Nick and I met, that was his goal, was to close that gap. And the only way to close that gap is through what? Financial literacy. And they do that intentionally in the schools. They don't teach us, because the top 1% designates what we learn and what we don't learn. They also designate our laws, but it's all to enslave us. By the time you graduate from college, you have I know, Nick, you hate me. Your debt's this big. So the top 1% enslaves you under debt. They enslave you because you have the lack of knowledge of how to get out of that debt. So, I mean, it's all.
We'll get on our financial horse later about the student debt.
But meanwhile, smart.
Bankruptcy.
There's no reason to spend. To go out and spend all your money.
But we have a person who just joined us, Kevin. Kevin, what city are you calling from?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you? I'm in Secaucus, Jersey. I'm right across the river from Manhattan.
Oh my Lord! Oh, so you're right next to Grand Central on coronavirus, Kevin.
Goatee like the beard that I won't grow.
Yeah, and Kevin, you're a podcaster. Kevin, you're a podcaster. Tell us a little bit about your podcast, what you do.
Great. Thanks for having me, first and foremost. What do I do? My show is called Gutting the Sacred Cow. What it is I'm a stand-up comic as well. My co-host, Kevin Israel, and we're both film snobs. And what we do is we decided to take a well-known topic and flip it around. And what we do is we invite guests on, other comics, other podcasters, And their job is they pick a film, and they're going to pick the film that they just find insanely overrated or flat out hate. But here's the twist. Anyone can go and tear apart Friday the 13th, Part 5 or whatever. The film that they choose must meet one of three criteria. It has to be a box office success. It has to be a critically acclaimed hit, or it has to be widely beloved. And then they have to go and gut the sacred cow, hence the name of the podcast. So they have to convince us why a really well-known, loved, regarded, revered film is crap in a sense. And we've had a lot of, we've got some big names on the show. We had John Fugelsang from SiriusXM, Jude Angelini, and a lot of these guys have taken down some big names like Star Wars, Pulp Fiction, Big Lebowski, Joker, Forrest Gump. A lot of these names are out there. A lot of well-known films people are not fans of. So that's what the podcast is about.
Just a minute. How can you
Sounds
take down?
fun, actually, that sounds like a lot of.
How can you take down Forrest Gump?
Yeah.
That's
Very
all.
easily. It's not a good movie.
It's not.
No,
Tell
I
me
don't think
why.
it is.
Talk to me.
I'm also a little jaded because in 1994, which was one of the great years for film, that was nominated and won best picture, as we know. Now, two other films I felt could have won were snubbed in that sense. Pulp Fiction, which is my second favorite film of all time and still fantastic. Kimberly, don't wince. It's an amazing film. And Shawshank Redemption, that also
I
lost.
fall asleep every time I watch it, but go ahead.
How? It is one of the most character-driven, dialogue-heavy, fantastic films ever made. But anyway.
I love the characters, though. I love the characters.
Yeah, but Shawshank lost and Pulp Fiction lost to this. This just a sentimental nothing. It's like, yeah, you like the Forrest Gump. He's all fine and well. But Jenny is the biggest, I hate to say it, turd in the punch bowl. Jenny is a horrible person. Okay,
She is
not a good person. And
I like
everyone-
Jenny.
oh, come on. She uses him. She gets all, and she's just a horrible person and just brings him down whenever he's around. Not a good film. Not a fan.
No, I agree with you on that. I think that's what kind of makes it realistic is there are a lot of people like that in your life that
Sure.
do nothing but bring you down and put a weight on you.
Wait, didn't
So
Jenny
I-
let Forrest sit next to him in the bus?
Oh,
that
good
was
for
the
her.
act-
How
the
magnanimous
act
of her.
of kindness that you couldn't possibly imagine. At that
Yeah,
young
no,
age.
it's not. It really is just a film. I think just hey, let's just tug on the heartstrings for 2.5 hours. By the way, drags way longer than it should. It doesn't flow. Pulp Fiction.
Run, Forrest, run.
Yeah, there you go. And it gave birth to one of the most cliched, hacked lines in film history. But
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely
It
good.
is. It is.
Kevin, Mark, a fellow podcaster here. Just a quick question for you. Well,
Sure.
a couple of things that popped into my head is, and I'm actually a big fan of Pulp Fiction, by the way. I haven't seen it in a while, but I'm a big fan. But I was wondering, have any of your people tackled the big epics? Because they were some great films to some degree, but I can see where something like Gandhi or Red could be torn apart because they also are very long.
great
And I was also
question.
wondering if
Gandhi
anybody-
torn apart.
question.
I was also wondering
Yeah,
if anybody had tackled some of the classic African gentlemen here, light skin, of course. But I was just wondering if anybody had tackled some of the big
Gandhi.
films that came out of our culture, like whether
Yes.
anybody had taken
Yes.
down Black Panther. And then last but not least, I'm actually thinking that there's some films that weren't that great in terms of the way that they were rated, but they weren't actually that bad of films. I've been watching a lot of films lately, and of course I've got Bounce TV and some of the others,
Oh, dude.
networks, Netflix and things. I actually, and it's not because she's an attractive woman, but I actually think Made in Manhattan was not that bad of a movie. I mean, it had some stereotypes, but it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that
With-
good either.
with Jay Lopez and everything. And I would even argue Brick Mansion, which has got the guy that discovered that martial arts form, wasn't that bad of a movie either. So there's some movies that were not that bad that are actually pretty decent that didn't get any kind of ratings and everything.
All right.
So
All right, let's
I was
answer
just wondering what your
let's
thoughts
answer
were on
question.
that.
Here we go. Here's your answer. John Fugelsang took down arguably the most famous film of American history, and that is Gone with the Wind. What an overrated piece of crap that was.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah. Very beautifully shot. Don't get me wrong. Very beautifully shot, especially for 1939. But that film drags. I don't mind long films at all. JFK is one of my favorites. That's over 3 hours. But this film drags. And Scarlett O'Hara also a horrible, horrible person. I don't know how people rally around her. It's
Have you
not
noticed
good.
he just hates movies with horrible women in them?
I just
So
hate
we gotta
horrible
find
films.
you movies with
Tara,
sweet
Tara,
girls.
Tara.
Yeah, it's and
We
that
don't
whole
know nothing about both the
whole
no-no
family stop
babies.
riding horses. Everyone in that family who gets on a horse dies. Not a good idea to get on a horse. How do you feel bad for those people? I don't. All the suitors who are trying to marry her are a bunch of dorks. Not a fan of this film at all. This
Frankly,
film
Kevin, I don't give up.
stinks. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this film at all. But
yeah,
hey,
so
listen,
basically, you're saying that some of these movies have the same idea as most African American characters in the horror films. As soon as I saw a brother in Jaws, I knew he was gone. Same with,
I know, right?
same with Star Trek and Star Wars and the rest of them.
I like how you're quoting
This
Jaws
movie's
3 in a
gone.
movie discussion. Jaws 3 should never be quoted in a film discussion at all. But the other two Jaws films, no black guys die. So there goes your argument.
Yeah, but the space movies were the same way for the longest time. You know,
Yes, they
You're
were.
like, "Oh, we know who goes first."
I can see Mark, the casting director. Okay, there's the black guy. Make sure he gets eaten by the shark. Send him over
But you had to
there.
love Get Out, I
Send him
bet.
over there.
though, Mark.
Send him over there. Send him over there.
They changed that demographics, and Will Smith never dies, right?
Oh,
So
no, he doesn't.
Will Smith is my hero.
He-
You can
he-
get Will Smith movie.
He's not going to die. He's too heavy. Makes too much in the box office, so they're going to keep him
Yeah.
Yeah,
around.
did you guys see Gemini Man? That didn't make anything at the box office. So
Did Will Smith
And
die?
nobody really liked him.
I don't know.
at
I won't see that film. I heard it's terrible.
Nobody seemed to like 7.5 pounds because it was very, very sad. But I still thought he was amazing. Amazing.
I didn't see
in
that
7.5.
one. I didn't see that one.
Kevin,
Wait,
Nobody did. I went to see it, but nobody went to go see it.
Yeah, you were supposed to be thinking in that theater because it was a bad film.
It was sad.
Kevin, do you ever do you ever review non-Hollywood blockbusters? In other words, the ones that are good
Hollywood.
films that don't make it.
Hollywood, no. Well, again, the guest picks
No,
the
no.
film. Only thing is the guest has to pick the film, but again, it has to meet one of those three criteria. Again, anyone can dunk on Batman versus Superman because that stinks. It's got to be something, again, that's got to be a critically acclaimed hit, box office success, or widely beloved. So the guest picks a film. We don't sit there and say, hey, you have to go do, Big Lebowski. And that's kind of an independent film, but that film is also bad. But also, again, a lot of these people pick films that we love. One guy tried to come in and take down Pulp Fiction. He lost badly. Another guy tried taking down the original Star Wars and got destroyed. So, and someone's coming in next week to talk about The Usual Suspects, which is another one of my
The Usual Suspects.
I love that film. I love that
great-
film. And this
great
guy is
film.
he's gonna run to a buzzsaw a mile wide. I promise you with that.
Right. Yeah.
Has anybody tried to take down Avatar? I know I'm dating myself.
Yes, that was our second most recent film. Avatar, and our current one we've done is that's currently we just released was Taxi Driver, and then next week is Joker. Avatar. Listen, it is a beautiful, amazing, technological, advanced film that's 11 years old, but it still looks like something that could pop out right now in 2020. But the plot is just so bleh. It's just Dances with Wolves, Fern Gully with blue people, and that's it. It's not good. But the ride in Universal is sick.
What about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood? Have you?
I liked it. I liked it a
liked
lot.
it?
I
thought
did.
it was a piece of trash.
Nope.
That was the
Very
worst
good.
QT movie. That was a piece of trash. Let's get
Nope.
real here, Kevin.
Nope.
Here's
Once
what
you
happened.
realize it's not about
Let me
Charles
tell you,
Manson,
all it
it's
is
a great
for
film.
QT worshippers. They go, "Oh, Quentin did it."
No,
Quentin did it.
not all of
Great."
its films
There
are
was
good. I'm the
nothing
first
good
to tell
at
you.
That
This
was the
was good.
first movie. I wanted my money back. I went to the box office. I look. I gave you $7 for this piece of trash.
$7. Where are you seeing movies at?
In North Carolina, it's
over
cheap,
here.
okay? And I said, wait. I said, this ain't worth $7. You should pay me $7 to go watch that piece
The
of trash.
last act
Once Upon
alone,
a
the
Time
last
in
act
Hollywood.
alone definitely was
you
worth that film.
kidding
The
me?
last
There's
act
only
alone
one little
definitely
part
worth
that's
it,
good.
without question.
The rest of it, what you do is you take the toilet paper that you can't buy at Costco, you wrap the film in it, and you flush it right down the bloody toilet. Because
Oh
that's
my
where that movie goes.
Well,
And
everyone has their- everyone
I
has
do
their
not have a
opinion.
strong opinion
Everyone
about
has their
that at all,
opinion. It's just a
Kevin.
lot of people have wrong opinions like you do, Nick.
Right. It's not a wrong opinion. It's QT's trash.
Oh, it is wrong.
When he goes to his grave, he's going to regret that he ever filmed that movie. And
I
put
bet you Brad Pitt doesn't regret
put-
that winning
he
Best
put-
Supporting Actor.
Of course not,
That's for sure.
That shows you how bad the Academy is. The Academy
Hey,
is out of their
Kevin.
bloody brain.
Yeah, a quick
To
question for
actually
you.
get Brad
Sure.
Pittless. Brad
That was an
Pittless?
excellent,
Are you
he was an
kidding me?
excellent badass character. I
You
walked out
cannot
that theater saying he was
be
going to
serious.
win Best Supporting Actor, and
Yeah,
I
he had,
put
he
on
had
it. And I was
one
right.
part where he looked like he
This
was.
is better than the
bad.
movie.
The rest
I'm
of it-
telling you right
Yeah,
now.
The one part
The
where
last
Brad
act
Away.
alone,
The
where
rest
they
of
whip
it-
all their
the rest of
asses,
it,
is
the
worth
guy-
it.
the guy was a waste. The guy was a
Hey,
complete waste.
Nicholas,
You know,
Nicholas,
you
I
act
just got
like
a
a macho guy.
I got a
He's not
quick
a
question
macho
for
guy.
I got a quick question for Kevin. Has
Yeah.
anybody tried to take on the Netflix films? I'm thinking about like the Phyllis Schlafly one, which I watched. That mini, well, that's more of a mini series, I guess, or the Madam C.J. Walker kind
No.
of films.
It can't be it could be a Netflix film, but it better be. I mean, I don't know any Netflix films that get that widely beloved where people are talking about them. So no, what makes this show is just what we saw when Nicholas was wrong with his opinion about Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Wrong?
The bigger the
What do you
cow,
mean,
the
bro?
better the episode. Anyone who's going to care if someone takes on a Netflix episode? But when someone goes after Usual Suspects or Pulp Fiction,
Usual
the
Suspects,
balls come
right.
out. No one's going
Right.
to care about a Netflix one like
Yeah,
that.
well, I mean, what was even the
But-
plot
hey,
on Once
by the
Upon a
way,
Time?
Kevin, we've had some
I-
amazing films that have been award-winning that are right here from North Carolina. So I want to know whether any of your people have tried to take down, and I think it can be taken down, Bull Durham, Kiss the Girls, or any of these other films that are right here in North Carolina. They were shot
Bull
here.
Durham is overrated. One of the most overrated sports films of all
Did
time.
you hear that, Mark?
Yeah, it's overrated.
Overrated,
It's
baby.
overrated.
Overrated. You need to get over
I'm
there.
not
You need
a
to go.
Rhinestone guy,
Was
but
the
not
Nicholas
good.
Sparks movie filmed here that everybody comes to see the small town, that Nicholas Sparks movie?
Oh, wow.
That is a non-issue on my radar. Listen, I know they've done well.
That was
I'm
not that great of a
I'm not
movie. I know
romantic
the movie
comedy
you're talking
guy.
about. I can't think of the name of
I'm
it.
not a romantic comedy guy, so that's not going to go on my radar. So that's
Well,
fine
you
if people like that.
You can never put down Bull Durham. I mean,
I did. I can do it all
Oh,
day.
here, put down Bull
let me
Durham.
tell you why. So I get to
Yes, I wanna-
interview people all over the world, right? I get to meet people all over the world. I am so lucky and blessed with what I am doing with Nick. And anytime I tell them I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina, they go Bull Durham.
Yep.
That movie.
That's great. That's great. Just because they
all
have
over the
you
world.
have an affiliation to their hometown doesn't mean squat. The movie IQ is shot in Princeton, where I'm from. Do I go run around and going, "Yay IQ" or "Yay A Beautiful Mind was shot here too"? Yay! No, I don't.
But the thing is, I don't have to do that.
But A Beautiful Mind was good, but I'm not going to go have a hometown attachment because the film was shot there.
I don't have to do that though. That's what's weird. They go, "Oh,
That's
Bull
a
Durham."
knee-jerk reaction people have, but they're not saying, "Oh, it was a great." Some people listen. Some people like it. I get it. I find that film insanely overrated. I will gladly take Major League, Field of Dreams over those.
Oh,
in a
Field of Dreams. I agree. Field
I'll
of
take
Dreams.
Field of Dreams over Bull Durham. I'm not taking Major League.
Major League is one of it still holds up. 30 years later, or 31 years later, it's still hilarious. So
Field of
I just don't like
Dreams.
Bull
If you
Durham.
build it, they will come. I've used that in many of my pitches in high tech. If you build it, we will sell it. If you build it,
It's
the
a
Field of Dreams
complete
is
lie.
my favorite.
Why would you do that? It's a complete lie. Build it, they will come. You build it, they ain't coming. Okay,
They
you gotta-
are.
Not
because
anymore.
if it
No,
was
you-
coronavirus this year,
Listen to
they
me,
were
Kevin.
playing
Kevin,
ball games
you go
in
to-
Iowa. The
you
Yankees
go to-
Red
you
Sox
go
are
to
playing
bloody
in
Iowa,
Massachusetts,
you build it.
Iowa. So they did build it,
Who
and
goes
they
to
came.
Iowa?
So you,
No one
sir,
goes
are
to
incorrect.
Iowa.
I got a question.
Build
Time out.
your bloody
Sure, Sam, what's
stadium
up?
in Iowa.
I got a
There
There
question.
are no stadiums in Iowa worth going to. And if you build a
Iowa
field,
is not worth
Iowa,
going to,
you
Nick.
made
How
a
about
big
that?
financial mistake. Where's Lynn? Let's get our financial guys out there, and we'll talk to them and our venture capitalists about
But here's
building
the
a
big
field
question
in
about
Iowa. It is a
Kim,
complete
What's the
mistake.
question?
It is a complete mistake. You're going to lose your tail, and everybody knows it. And so it's a complete fiction. Field of Dreams is a waste of time. You should throw it in the trash can and go get
Aw,
some reality.
Boy, who pissed in
Sorry,
your field today?
Some
Hey,
reality.
Nicholas,
Field of Dreams.
Nicholas,
Great.
two things. Nicholas, two things. One thing, I agree with you that if you build it, they will come isn't true. And I can give you a North Carolina example, and you'll relate to this, Kimberly. We built a art center in the middle of nowhere that nobody's come to. That being the center in Rome
I
Rapids.
build it all the
that
time.
nobody's come to. It's sitting there empty. That's being used as like a gambling hall. I think right now is the last I heard was that
Oh,
it was being
the
used as.
camera.
They also
But,
built a
and also
football
they
team
built
in
like a
Carolina and
whole
no Super Bowls in
technological
Southern
center
Arena.
in the middle of nowhere, the Rocky Mountain area
Well,
that
let me
nobody's using.
Well, let me
And
ask
then-
Kevin a question. Kevin,
But Kim had a question, so I'm gonna turn it
I'm
over.
gonna
to
go first though, Nick.
Sure,
I
go
want
ahead.
to know one thing. Why is it that movies about baseball just rock and just make it everywhere?
Most
But
of
they
them.
don't really do that about NFL. There's just few, but it's always the baseball ones that just people just go to.
no, they
They
don't.
do, they
What are you, what are you guys smoking?
I mean,
North Dallas.
Sandra Bullock was in one.
Come on, the Indian
Rudy.
community. And Kit comes back.
Rudy.
And Kit, get over here. Get over here. Come on,
There were
come
a
on.
couple of great
You,
football
you,
films.
you Americans are
That-
really.
that-
you
Gee, but
Americans
you're
are-
I love Any Given
baseball.
Monday. Any Given
And-
Monday, underrated though, I
This
think.
guy,
People
he's
hate it,
got-
but I love it good.
He's got 1.3 billion people over there. Ankit, do you follow American baseball over in India? Excuse me? Is that a
But y'all
no?
follow, but you follow cricket, don't you?
Think.
You
You
follow
Americans think baseball is big. It's not big.
Cricket.
It's huge.
Cricket. They follow
It's only
cricket.
huge in America, Kevin. Outside America, no one gives a rat's
That's
rear
not
about
true at all.
World
Japan,
Series.
China,
Okay,
Taiwan,
American, Japan.
Dominican
a couple
Republic. How about the
countries.
Caribbean?
But in
Nick?
India, they don't give a
40%
rat's
of
rear.
baseball is
They don't
Dominican
give a rat's
Republic.
rear
I'll give you some
about
facts
that.
with you.
Mexico, all those
the
Caribbean
fact
nations,
about,
baseball is
fact
huge
about
there.
baseball
From
is the world.
See the Europeans,
on that one.
American baseball.
Not even close.
No,
Japan, Japan is a huge
no.
baseball stadium. It's baseball.
No,
player.
there's no
Kevin,
baseball. No
that is
baseball
wrong.
stadiums in
You are
India.
wrong. You need to do your
No,
homework.
Better than the
1.3
movie themselves. I love it.
1.3 billion people. 1.3
Okay.
billion people don't know
Is
jack
that-
about your baseball.
Which of
Kevin,
the
you know,
Where and
You know-
how did cricket develop? By the way, how did cricket develop from baseball? Thank you. Okay, next.
Excuse me.
No,
And
that's not
Ankit,
true.
you need to take
The
the
other way
floor.
around.
You take the floor and educate these Americans who only think everything happens in America.
Okay,
Ankit,
I
no,
have
great
a
baseball.
basic question
I
for
told you.
Kevin.
Love it.
Kevin,
Love it.
which event around the world have the most number of viewership? Do you know the event name?
I can't. I'm not hearing you, man. Sorry.
Oh, the sport.
The event with the most viewership around the world. I'm talking about a sports event because none of them of Hollywood or Bollywood can make it. But any event with a sport with the most viewership, do you know about it?
Yes.
Soccer?
It's soccer,
Soccer.
unfortunately, because it's the
Soccer.
cheapest to play. It's
Soccer.
It's the cheapest to play. That's why.
No.
Yes.
So if you check out the facts, cricket consistently have more viewership than all other sports. You can check
Yeah.
out.
Has more viewers. than
Yeah,
anything
it's
else.
cricket, baby.
I want to see
Cricket.
this.
Let me ask Kevin a question. Mr. Baseball man, Mr. Kevin, do you know
Also, I tell
anything?
you,
Mr. Kevin,
fortunately or unfortunately,
you know anything
America
about the
wants
rules
to come
of cricket?
outside America,
It's the same.
and they don't know what
baseball.
there is a
Put
big
on my
war
ass.
about
Yeah,
America.
Kevin, do you know what the rules of cricket are? Be
Yeah.
honest.
The rules are the game goes on for 18 hours. That's what the rules are.
Oh, do you know anything about any of the rules of cricket?
No, I know. Listen,
Admit it. You know
$100
nothing
bill,
about
all right.
cricket. You know nothing
I
about
I don't
Cricket, boring.
either. Don't feel bad. I don't
cricket. I
either.
don't either.
No one
And
cares
so-
about cricket in America. That's fine. I mean, that's the way it is.
Yeah. Well,
we
actually,
But there's a big world. There's a big world apart from America where
Oh,
people live.
I know it's huge. I know it's huge. But baseball's been around the
It's not
longest.
just about America.
Baseball,
bigger. Cricket's big,
We're
bigger.
talking baseball here. Baseball, I'm saying what from Nick's point. Baseball is still very, very huge. You just
In
cannot it's more
America.
outside of America. Japan,
Hey, Kevin,
China,
what's your
Central
favorite
America,
American
Caribbean, huge.
basketball movie?
And the Caribbean. Okay.
Cricket-
Yeah.
What's your favorite basketball movie,
Yeah,
Kevin?
Republic, Puerto Rico, all those countries down
In
there.
America,
Huge.
there are more than 10,000
Started
teams.
about movies. Now we're talking about baseball.
All
In
that-
America, there are more than 10,000
I'm trying to get
teams
back to
playing
sports.
cricket across America. In New York, you have 100
Throw
teams.
it back.
In New York alone, you have more than 100 teams.
I'm having a hard time hearing him.
So yeah,
What do you think
can
we
you
go?
get your mic up to you, Ankit?
Yeah. Yeah, we're just formulating the argument that we well know that American baseball is ignored in Europe and ignored in India and most parts of the world.
course,
It has
yeah,
a little
yes,
following,
No,
in
American
Japan
football
and
too.
America,
Sure,
and
it
a couple
hasn't
of
gotten there.
countries. And other than that, no one knows who it is, and no one really cares about
Because a lot of other
World
countries can't
Series.
afford the equipment that baseball and football know to put in.
that.
It's an expensive sport to play.
That. Ooh, they can't
It's an
afford the
Are you going to
equipment.
tell me that it's not, it is not? Have you played? Have any of you guys have all played sports? How expensive is it to play that versus to play cricket? You need sticks. You need and a helmet. There's a lot more
No
involved in
shit.
that. Football is insane. Ice hockey is the most expensive sport there is. Period. You can't say that's not the case.
Yeah, but American football.
Well, that's because the
and
tennis
NFL
bill is
now-
going to keep your ice hockey.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see, hockey is the most expensive sport there is. My brother played hockey. I know what it costs, but I watched my parents write those checks. That is not
It's a
cheap.
Canadian game. If you're from Canada, it's a religion. Okay, well, that's
So doesn't mean it's not the most expensive. Don't discount it because it's Canadian.
You get hit in the face with hockey sticks. All
What
the
about
time.
Europe? What about European? Look at the European
Yeah,
side.
they- hockey is
Over
that-
Europe
that-
and Russia too. It's
Yeah,
huge.
but
That's
when I
their
grew up in
sport.
Florida, it was not a big sport in Florida and the Caribbean.
Because
Oh,
it's
come on.
85 degrees every day outside. Why would you be inside when
Yeah,
you
why
can do
would
that?
you do it? So it's for northern countries. It's not for the rest of the world.
Didn't Tampa Bay win a Stanley Cup not too long ago down there?
Tampa Bay's pretty good, right? That's where I'm from. Okay, so
Hey,
yeah,
but
But they also lost in
and
4
the
games.
only
The
Wait,
team
wait,
in Raleigh Durham did pretty well too.
Yeah, that's true.
Not in a
The
while.
Hurricanes did well.
Probably has too. But the
Or
thing
North
is,
Carolina, you guys don't have any good sports teams down there. You said before about
hey, listen, we have Tom Brady.
There's been a lot of social distancing between you guys and a Super Bowl trophy down in Carolina, huh?
Hey, hold on. Hold on. I'm going to show you Super Bowl.
Who's going to
I
go to
held the
Tampa?
trophy this year. I got to hold the trophy.
You know who didn't hold the trophy? Cam Newton or Jake Delhomme.
I know, but I did. I held the Lombardi
You
trophy.
didn't throw a pass in the NFL though, Kim.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Hey, Kevin, I'm not going to talk because
sure
I'm from North Carolina. My favorite team went to the Super Bowl 4 times and lost every time.
which
Which
team?
one?
Buffalo Bills. I'm a New York Giants football. I'm a New York football Giants
No,
fan.
think Midwest. I went to school in Milwaukee, but I was a fan of this team way back in the day.
Oh,
Fran
Minnesota.
O.J. Simpson. Is that why?
Fran Tarkenton.
Tarkenton.
I'm telling you,
Oh, the
I
Vikings.
wear
Okay.
jerseys
Bills
Vikings.
also 0-4 in the Super
football.
Bowl.
Every week I'm on Walter football. I wear the Fran Tarkenton jersey. I'm his fan.
There you go.
The Vikings don't have a Super Bowl championship either. That's another thing.
No, they just.
Yeah, that's the excuses you hear when you don't have anything.
But I ain't gonna say I wear the jersey because it's purple. I wear it because I like Fran.
Fran was great. Fran's a Hall of Famer. Who's arguing that? Nobody. My God.
Yeah. Peyton Manning is my other favorite, and I would wear
You know,
whatever.
his little brother has earned more Super Bowls than Peyton. Peyton, that last one, the defense gave it to him, but his little brother Eli, now that boy went out there and beat the New England Patriots not once.
And no one outside of the United States or Canada give a rat's rear about the NFL. That's
That's not true at all.
they tried to bring
Why
it
are
to
they
Europe.
having the games
They
in
tried to bring
London?
it to
Why
Europe.
the
Europe
games in
went,
London?
bleh.
Why the
China.
games in London
China.
they're not being outside of the USA?
Yeah, it's always bleh, and they send it back.
They're having the
Remember,
games in London.
they
They're having
told-
4 games a year there. That means that people care and they're going to the games.
NFL Europe folded. I mean, come
It's
on.
not NFL Europe. It's what the NFL has 4 regular season games
That's
in
because
London.
they're trying to get the Europeans, but the Chinese don't give a rat's rear. The Indians could care less. And
We're not
the
going
rest
for
of the
the
world doesn't care about the
trying
NFL.
to get other countries, and who cares about that? If they want to get into it, great. It's not gonna. It's not
Yeah,
gonna.
you do have to care about the other countries, Kevin, because the GDP of the United States is only 15.8%. 85% of the gross domestic product, where's that dollar bill? Show me, Ankit, is outside of the United States.
Great. We have the sports. That's great. If the other company trying to jump on, that's great. We make sports for us to play and enjoy. If they want to jump on, great. If they don't, it's fine. It's no one cares about that. Sports are the competition for the people who want to watch and play. That's it. If other countries to jump on, great. But we're not out there to go out and
Kevin.
But
Well,
we
we're
can't-
not out
we
there to
can't-
convert them.
we
That's the
can't
reason they
watch
go to
No,
England
they're
all the
not.
time.
No, they're not.
They go to London because they're trying to convert the
Right
Europeans.
now, we can't
Europeans
watch any
love
current sports.
That's what I was
There's
going to
no
say,
current
Kevin.
sports.
There's
You can
no
only
current
watch-
sports.
Right. So unless you want to do fantasy football, which I'm on Walter football once a week. Actually, I don't start back up until August.
Kimberly, who's the number 1 pick in fantasy football this year? Right now, I do a show called Fantasy Football Jibber Jabber as well. We do NFL gambling and fantasy football advice. Who is your number 1 pick right now?
Who do you pick? Tell me who your pick is.
I asked you first. Let me hear what you got to say.
I did. So,
Tom Brady. You can't go wrong.
You're being
Tom Brady
silly.
lost his.
No, I'm not going with Tom Brady, and I do fantasy too.
You're not going to go. You're not going to go. No one. None of you guys are taking first of all, Tom Brady in any round except round 7 or later. Number 1.
Yeah,
Number
he's-
2, you're not
yeah,
taking a
he's
quarterback
on
win
lower
overall.
end.
You're not. No one is.
Oh, watch. You're going to have a
There are
breakout.
2 answers here that are more than acceptable. But Kim, I'm going to hear your opinion.
I actually haven't been doing my homework, so I can't honestly play.
The answers are either Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey, number 1. Or
Christian is the top on
No,
Walter.
I can see
one of
Christian.
them. Saquon Barkley is the other one.
Which one of the rookies are you taking, Kevin?
I like the kid from Kansas City who just got selected in the draft first by the Chiefs last week. That kid, first of all, that's a very run-heavy offense, and Kansas City, they're going to put up points. They're going to cut Damian. They did cut Damian Williams, who stinks. I really like the kid they took out of, again, from Kansas City. I forgot his name. It's hyphenated. But he, the rookie, the one of the biggest rookies, that's going to be one of the guys to watch, as well as the wide receiver from LSU, Jefferson, who was selected by, oh my God, I forgot. But I know the Eagles passed on, which is hilarious because I hate the Eagles. But I like that kid Jefferson. But I love the running back as my best rookie pick for Kansas City, especially in that offense. He's going to thrive.
What about Nick Foles? Do you think anybody should pick him?
Nick Foles? Nope. They shouldn't even pick him up on a lost bet. He's not going to be amounting to much.
I picked the Gronk. He's back. It's like the whole.
Only in the 7th round or later. I would not touch Gronk.
Yeah,
He's an
it's
injury
fantasy
concern.
football.
There's a big resurgence in Tampa Bay where the Super Bowl is going to be held with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I will share.
But you know, it's like the Super Bowl, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You know why? Because the
There you
Kansas City Chiefs are going to repeat. Write it down right
Yeah.
now.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs are repeating without question.
They had one good year.
They have the young quarterback who does he was down 17 points and came back. 10 points, excuse me.
Yeah,
10 points in half a quarter and came back. They're going to win again.
Next
That
time
Mahomes
he's
to the
down
NFL, my friend.
17 points, and then
Get
by the
used to it.
he'll be down.
Mahomes is up there because he's the young Tom Brady now, right?
No, he's fat. You know, he's better than Tom Brady. Tom Brady couldn't run like Mahomes can.
No, he's got Mahomes has got he's got the talent. He's got the youth, and he's just going to rock it for the next few years. So, you know, I
10
think
years easily.
Let's get Brady on.
football players get beat up really bad. You have no idea. Like
I do have an idea. I know.
get
I've been playing fantasy football for 20 years and betting on the NFL for a long time. I know what happens to these guys. Not that
So
I play.
they get abused, and I'm going to share a secret with you about why I'm on the TV show. It had nothing to do with my skills or assets of understanding the game. I actually thought fantasy football. I kid you not. This was before last year. I thought it was something you guys made up, and you were actually over there watching Victoria's Secrets or something. I had no idea what it was.
Well, we do that, but we also draft teams too.
Right, and I didn't know anything. I gave up on football years ago because I just thought it was a horrible abuse of an exploitation of these players. And I know a few, you know, that have been through a lot, but they still love the game. So, you know, good, you know, have at it. I got into it because Walter wanted to come to Pod TV. I offered to be the technical support. I was told to not say a word, but he went down. And I'm also a host. I know that dead air is bad. So I listened real good. I dove in. I kept the show going until he got back on. And I just said the right things, I guess. And next thing I know, I'm on Walter Football. And so he took me on to teach me how to play fantasy football on the show, and how to just pick the right players, how to gamble pretty much, and stuff like that. So it's been a good experience for me, for women who didn't know how to play. They're watching. And so that's how I got on. I got on by default, that I just didn't allow dead air. And I listen well. I listen.
Well,
You should
surprisingly, I'm
have
going to
you
tell
on
you
your
that the
show,
fantasy
Kim,
football
when
league
the football
that
season
I'm part
comes
of,
back again. I'd love to come back.
they actually was women that actually did quite well on it. They did actually quite well. Now, some of them even admitted to me that they did kind of pick their teams in unusual ways. It might have been the color of the uniform. It might have been the
numbers.
athleticism or the attractiveness of certain players.
Invite me in all of your money leagues. Let me just say, for money, invite me in all of your leagues that do this. I would love to be a part of that. And while you guys draft on color or uniform or who's your cuter quarterback, I would love to be part of these leagues, and I will probably win.
Wow.
Sure, yeah, you will. And
Look,
I'm
get 'em on
a
Walter
numbers
Football,
person.
baby.
And I'm real careful. I research everything Walter says. I research, and so during that time frame, that from August to February, and then we go to the Super Bowl. Do you go to the Super? Do you go to the Super?
Did you go to the Super Bowl this year, Kevin? Like,
No, I did not go to the
IBM
Super Bowl.
did.
Again,
Did you
I'm
meet
not going
Elise
unless
Steinberg
my
and
team is in it,
Steve
but I should have went. I had a chance to go for $7,000.
You should go.
You
You
should
should
go
go.
with the
There was
IBM.
one. It was the Denver Seattle Super Bowl a few years ago. It was right here in Giant Stadium. But I decided to go to St. Kitts instead and get out. Well, you know, again, I'm a Giants fan. I don't care about Denver and Seattle except who to bet. I wish I went to the Giants ones in against the silly Patriots where we embarrassed them twice.
Oh,
No, but I think you should try to go somewhere. I
You
don't
go
go
to
to the
the-
Super Bowl
it might be
itself.
on
I go to
TV,
the events,
Super Bowl
right?
party.
Yeah, that's what I do.
So, and I'm there more for business events, but this year I went.
We get our little media
for
pass.
Walter Football, and it's fun. But you get to meet some interesting people. But the
You got a spare
interesting
ticket, Kim? I'm definitely coming with you then. How about that?
It's in
All right.
Tampa, my hometown. I
All
have
right.
2,000
We'll have one
dollars.
big-
I have family who
We'll
lives
have
there.
one big fantasy football party.
I'm in.
We'll
know.
do it.
Oh, good. We'll have a football party in Tampa this year. That sounds
Well,
good.
we'll do the fantasy football party. Yeah.
Assuming there's going to be a season this year.
Well, that's what
I
I was
think
going
there will
to
be.
say.
I think there will be. They're getting ready to do baseball. They're getting ready to do baseball.
Yeah, they're gonna ready to do
Baseball's gonna
baseball.
happen.
Baseball is going to be the Grapefruit League
Hey,
version.
here's going to be the new theme: no fans in the stands. Let's
Right,
get
baseball's going to be the Grapefruit League. Hey, Kevin, you think we're going to get basketball in?
I
No
hope so. I hope
fans
they get
understand.
NHL playoffs and NBA playoffs, and I think they're going to do a very abbreviated schedule of it. But I think they're going to do it in a remote location. Is the rumor? If they're talking about getting baseball in now, rest assured, football I think is going to start without a problem. Now they may do half capacity crowds for football because everything may not be shaken out by then. Maybe baseball plays empty stadiums. Maybe the NBA and NHL playoffs do as well. But I definitely think baseball is going to go off, and I definitely think football is going to happen. But again, are they going to play at full capacity? That's the question.
No
Well, I think
fans
it's
in
gonna
the
be
stands.
we're
No
going to
fans
have to
in the
change the
stands.
way we go. Like maybe you're going to have to wear masks or have COVID testing before you enter the stands.
Fine.
You know, like they scan you for fever, they test you for COVID. I think that because we're doing those rapid test kits now, and that's what we're putting them out there for. Is they're down to 10 minutes right now. So
Wow, that's fast, really fast.
yeah, and we're generating them and putting them out just to help people re-enter work. So so I think in the future for traveling on airplanes, for entering into big stadium events, there's going to have to be some kind of policy or procedure. But here's Nick.
Where's the game? Where's the game?
He's got
I can tell you right now that I do events and some event planning around here in the Durham area, and I've got friends that are even more extensively involved than I am, and they pretty much
Where's the game?
canned the concert season. They pretty much told us
It's gone.
2020, it's a wrap. You're not going to see any
I know.
major
I
concerts,
hope not.
any major
I'm
things.
going to go see Guns N' Roses at Giant
I'm
Stadium.
ready to go. I'm ready
They
to go.
what? What'd you say, Kevin?
And then there was, you know, some of my favorites that were going to be coming in, and they've all been canceled. It's so disappointing. And this is twice they've canceled some of my favorites. The other one was canceled years ago because of the potty law that Governor, what's his name, did, McCrappy, McCroy.
McCroy,
You know,
right.
McCroy put in that
Oh, the
potty
trans
law,
bathroom
and
things.
then
Way to go on that one. Oof, swinging a miss.
everybody canceled all of our concerts here. And I already was lined up to go to these concerts. I was so excited because it's rare that we get some of the big hitters. And so they were all lined up and they all canceled then. Now they're all canceled this year. So I'm just like, well, maybe I'm not meant to go to these concerts.
It's destiny.
It's just, I'll just stay at home and enjoy the music on our cafe. We have a music cafe on Sundays. So, you know, bring your date, bring your favorite drink to sip. It's like outdoor, you know, it's from South Africa. We do live music.
Wait, you got to explain to Kevin that South Africa is another country that has 57 million people. It's bigger than New Jersey and
He's
California.
making that number up.
Fine,
No, he's not making that number up.
Not making the number up. Go Google it. You'll see.
I know.
South Africa is not a country.
57
It's a
million
continent.
people.
So
South
Africa is a
South
continent.
Africa. Africa. Let's ignore
South
Africa.
Africa is a
Africa
country.
only has 1.2 billion people. 1.2 billion people.
Are you on the Chamber of Commerce for Africa or South
I
Africa?
am, baby.
Or not?
We put
You're
Africa.
very much cheering them for no
A
apparent
lot
reason, right,
of our
guys?
viewers are in Africa. What am I supposed to tell you?
Well, we have a lot of fans and our
And then we
music
talk
is
about
coming-
American baseball. They don't know what you're talking about, or American football. I mean, that's the reality, dude. And they have 1.2 billion people compared to your 3.
We're focused on our own sports. If they want to watch, great, more the merrier. If they
wanna
don't,
watch.
who cares?
Listen to this.
You know, they make billions of dollars every day.
Arrogance of
Well,
America.
we're global network. IBM TV.
Hey, Nicholas.
Yes, sir.
Nicholas,
Yeah.
would you argue that basketball is probably our most global sport, though? Because
Basketball
that's what I think is our most global sport.
Absolutely no question.
Dennis Rodman. Everybody loves Dennis Rodman. I don't care where we go.
Dennis Rodman, what
everyone
is this,
loves
1999 all over again?
Big in China, basketball is the biggest export that we have. There's
It is the biggest exported sport in the world.
is basketball.
It's a shame because they're kowtowing to China now, which is sad. So that's what happens when you go international. You have to kowtow the other countries who have money, whereas before, you know what? China's don't like what we have to say too bad. Now LeBron James is a puppet for China, which sucks.
Yeah. Which
Yeah.
we're going to have to get used to saying this. A puppet for China that has the world's largest economy.
Here,
That's a good tough one for
They
you.
give these ton of money like that. They're just going to get greedier with that money. No one
You're gonna have
cares
to keep
about
that
that. We're watching the sports. The average fan doesn't care about the GDP of other countries who watch the sports. The fan cares about the team they're watching, not that
The
nonsense.
fans do, but see, the guys who are the owners.
I like Anki having a beer right now. I wish I had one
Yeah,
too right now.
Oh no, he's water.
here's what the
Water. I
owners
mean, you
care
should
about.
You left
beer.
it water.
Care about the owners, baby. That's what they care about. You know, the
Oh, great.
fans are pawns in the game. The owners care
Who
about.
pays who pays the owner's salaries? Who drives that revenue?
Oh, you mean who are the marks in the
Fans.
Fans.
Are you asking who are the marks in the poker game?
You mean the same
Okay,
guy who goes
Hey,
to
look,
Tampa
look,
Bay
look,
games? That guy?
Listen, who's the mark in the poker game? The guy that pays everybody's salary. It's the
I'm
fool.
starting to show with these two. We don't need anything
That's
else.
it. You know, be
This
the
is
mark,
the
baby.
Nick thinks he knows sports, but he doesn't. But he'd rather talk about a conning show.
He knows money. He knows
There you
money.
go. I just said that. He doesn't know sports, though. That's the point.
Oh, he does. He knows data.
See?
I'm going to tell you
It's
what.
9/11. Yep.
All
If you
of
He
want
knows
to bet,
comedy, sure, but not sports.
he knows data better than anybody I know. He can crunch data better than anybody.
sure.
I know.
No one's
You wanna
arguing
bet
that.
on anyone
No.
you
I
tell me.
run an actuarial firm. What am
Nick.
I supposed to tell you? We crunch numbers. We don't care about who's.
That's all he does.
That's all
He
I
shows numbers like this.
You know, I mean, we crunch
is
numbers.
amazing.
We use AI. Alexa, what's the biggest sport in the world?
Here's what I found on reference.com.
I can't hear her.
2014. Soccer remains the world's most
I told you it was soccer. Thank you
Soccer.
very
That's what I
much.
said too.
Thank you.
million
I
I told you it was soccer.
countries
I,
around
I want you to ask Alexa what her favorite movie is.
the globe.
Have you done this, Kevin?
Okay,
No, no.
Alexa.
Ask Alexa what her
Where are
favorite
you
movie
smart-
is.
These things are smarter than humans. Alexa, what's your favorite movie?
The Empire Strikes Back is
Yeah, excellent choice. Excellent choice. See?
So here's what's sad. Again, I love the characters in
Thank you,
movies
Alexa.
of Empire Strikes Back, but I fell asleep
Wyatt.
3 times
See,
watching
there
it.
you go. See, you're not a good barometer, Kim. I'm sorry. That film is
It
damn
was
near
the greatest
flawless.
movie of all times. I will admit it.
One of. I like Star Wars better, but Empire is still fantastic. No one's going to argue that.
Alexa
No,
said-
Empire was great, but I
If
still
it's so great, why did you fall asleep in it then?
because I work all the
Mike-
time, and it's the only dark place I go into, and immediately I just. And if it's
Turn
not,
the lights on. Jeez.
Oh, I did that with who?
it's got to captivate me. It's got to.
It
It's got
does.
to.
It's one of the greatest stories. It's
It is a good story, but I fell asleep 3 or 4 times trying
Maybe
to
you're
watch.
narcoleptic, Kim. Maybe that's it.
No, I'm just. Again, I work all the time, like Ankit. I'm up 24/7. When I get into a dark place, I go to sleep. Unless it captivates, it's got to captivate me.
Maybe
It's gotta
shotgun
be good.
coffees or a line of cocaine. I don't know which one, but that way it'll help keep you awake.
It's
Coca-Cola.
it's
Coca-Cola.
gonna be a
keeps me
good
going.
movie, not something like Once Upon a Time in Bollywood.
I would do
Go
good.
ahead. The line ended earlier, so
Oh wait, Kevin, you're a movie expert, right? Okay,
I mean,
we'll certify you in court as a movie expert. Now I'm going to ask him a question. Okay, do you know who Shadow Khan is? Have
yeah,
you
he just died.
Shadow Khan just died?
Yeah, he just died.
No, he
No,
didn't.
not Shadow Khan. That
Shadow-
was
It's
Okay,
Bang Bang, not Shah Rukh Khan. It's
That's
Bang
it.
Bang.
That's
Shadow
some of the
Khan
Khan I saw
is-
died recently.
another famous.
The guy from The Life of Pi, he just died yesterday.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
Nick is asking about Shah Rukh Khan, the highest or maybe the wealthiest actor in the world.
yeah.
Do you know-
Hey,
Shadow
Kevin,
Khan.
I've got an idea for
You
you.
don't know
Have
who
you ever thought
Shadow
about
Khan,
doing
is that Shadow
blockbusters
Stephen's
from
brother?
India?
Or
Because there's a
Genghis
whole
Khan's brother.
blockbuster market out of India.
What's that?
He
I
did.
said, have you ever thought about doing with your show blockbusters from like India? Because there's a whole
Yeah,
blockbuster
Hollywood.
market out
Oh,
of India.
I know Bollywood's
That whole Bollywood industry is fascinating.
Out, but yeah, it's just no one's decided to do a film yet on that. So
They don't do any films in Bollywood, do they, Ankit? 1.3 billion people, and they don't do films there. That
is
America.
Nicholas now the Chamber of Commerce fan for India? Jesus, is there a country you don't like besides America?
Who
Well,
said
right now he's a little angry at America like I am because we're ahead in COVID.
We have,
We're ahead
apart from 1.3 billion, we have 3 million people around the world.
I
Apart
didn't hear you say that,
1.3
kid.
billion in India.
I just heard you say number one around the world.
What did you say, Ankit?
I said apart from 1.3 billion, we are 300 million people around the world.
No, I know.
So
No one's
they're
disputing that fact. This is not. You're trying to shoehorn a rah-rah Indian there, Nicholas. There's no need to. We know that there are a lot of Indians, and we know they love movies, and we know about Bollywood, so we can move on past that. Thank you.
You've never reviewed one Bollywood movie.
Because
And
our guests haven't picked one. Why would that? It's something
Oh,
that's on the radar.
guests only come from America, Mr. Kevin. Is that true?
How about Kevin? Have you watched Slumdog Millionaire?
Slumdog.
Love Slumdog Millionaire. It's an excellent film.
Yeah, see that
Love
was.
it. Danny Boyle is a great director.
we were and actually that actor just passed away. That's the actor that just passed away.
How
What
about,
a guy for the game show host.
how about Mississippi Mazzala? That's another great one.
Yeah.
Never saw that one.
Are you kidding me?
And there was a movie
So what
with.
we need to do is we need to go and do his podcast and do some reviews of some interesting movies.
No, no. Remember, the format is this: you got to pick a film that people love, and then convince us why that film is overrated or stinks. That's the format of the podcast.
Nick's good at that. Nick is very good at that.
And I'm going to bring up
This
that.
era that we live in right now.
Wait.
I'm gonna come on your show and I'm gonna pick Reds.
What's that, Mark?
I said this era that we're in now. I think I'll come on your show and I'm gonna pick Reds.
Reds.
Okay, that's a good one. Yeah, I haven't seen Reds, so that'd be a
I
first.
like that. Reds is good.
All right.
What else is good?
We've already torn apart this Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, right?
But
My
Kevin,
family
apart
always
from
watches
Hollywood
Red
movies,
October.
Do you watch any foreign movies? Do you watch any movies?
Horror movies?
Do you watch any foreign movies like Chinese movies, Indian movies, or maybe African?
Foreign.
Anything else
Foreign
apart
movie
from
market.
Do I watch? Yeah, Run Little Run is a German film I love. Again, Danny Boyle did a lot of foreign films. He's did Train Spotting, a fantastic film. He also did Trans, another great one. Those are a few that jump off the top. A few documentaries that have been done as well. Euro Dreams of Sushi. If you ever saw that, it's amazing. Give that a look. It's about the best rated sushi chef in the world and his apprentice who tries to emulate the top quality sushi he makes. And it takes this guy years to finally get the approval of this master sushi chef. And the best documentaries are ones that take a subject that you could give two craps about and make them captivating. That's why this is amazing. Again, another one, Super Size Me, an American one.
Oh yeah.
Who cares about fast food? And the new one, Super Size Me 2, he gets into chicken farming. But you know what? I was hooked for an hour and 45 because it gets into what a bunch of scumbags the chicken industry is.
And that's actually, and Kim would probably say this as well as Nicholas, that's actually one of the things that we're missing because of the whole thing that's going on with COVID and everything. But we have one of the most amazing documentary film festivals here in the Raleigh-Durham area, but unfortunately it was canceled this year. That being Full Frame. Full Frame is just amazing. And filmmakers come from all over the world.
There's a film festival here in the Raleigh-Durham area. It's not as advertised as the Sundance Festival, but it is pretty phenomenal. So
cool. Yeah, independent films are great. A lot of them are great. Some are terrible, but a lot are great.
Well, there's a bunch of them. That's the thing,
yeah,
right? There are a lot of them. That's where they try to get their leg up.
And get funding, sure.
Yeah, you got to get started somewhere. This is what I tell people. Brad Pitt didn't just get started as a superstar. He worked his way up the ladder.
His first film. Actually, doing his first job was while he was in acting. One of his jobs was when he was in acting. He wore a chicken suit trying to get people to go to a fast food chicken store.
Okay, that's a good job.
I believe his first film was True Romance. Without even looking, I have to go look that up. But he was the stoner guy in True Romance. I believe. I have to go double check on that.
And I know a lot of people who were trying to get their start in certain celebrity status ways. Washing cars. So I mean, they take whatever they can get, and it's a tough industry, just like most industries, and you just have to.
And then once you make it like Quentin Tarantino, you can put a bunch of garbage out and people will watch it, like Once Upon a Time in Bollywood, and that's the nature of the industry.
Fantastic. Nick, what's your favorite film? Watch this, guys. Let's have fun. Nick, give me your top 3 films right now. Go.
Top three films is number 1 is The Wizard of Oz. I thought it was pretty good, even though it didn't win the Oscar in 1939.
All right, easy answer. What else?
Gone with the Wind. Then
boring.
What do you mean boring?
Gone with the Wind is boring.
Oh, Gone with the Wind.
No, that's not your favorite.
Boring and distinctly racist.
Number 2 after that is Platoon. I thought Platoon was really good, actually.
Platoon, not Platoon. Who says Platoon?
Platoon. Yeah, Platoon. Okay, that one I thought was number 2. And number 3 is Forrest Gump. I thought Forrest Gump was great because the thing is, it actually demonstrated the advantage
of sentimental
the integrity of the people.
Just made for the
integrity of the people in the South.
That's the basic American.
The basic integrity
of the challenge here and there.
It highlighted the great places of the South.
Because of the soundtrack.
Yankees may not like it, but Southerners love it.
We're going to do a show with these two.
Forrest Gump, baby. Go Forrest
Gump. That's a simple movie. Come on, Nick. Going out there. That's an international film. Films out there, Nick. Where are the international films, huh?
International films? Who watches
No. I don't see international
films. Those are Bollywood films. Nobody watches things here.
So I want to ask Mark what his favorite movie is.
Sure.
What's your favorite 3, Mark?
Well, I got to think about that because like I said, I've watched a number of movies, and I've actually got a lot of movies that are independents I'm really big into. So some of these movies y'all might not have heard of, but there's a classic movie that actually deals with the Middle Passage called Sankofa. So that would be one of my top ones.
Really?
But it's a classic movie and everything.
Right.
Definitely, I'm actually a fan of Avatar, so I actually liked Avatar and the scenery of Avatar. So
See that? There you go. There you go. You just said the keywords. I'm a fan of the scenery, not because it's a good story. The scenery. There you go. Make a point for him.
Yep.
Well, with
There are different
Avatar,
elements of movies that I go for, and it's not always the plot line, but the plot line is part of what I look at. I look at the whole picture, Kevin.
The whole
So
thing.
that's why I would go for Avatar, because I like the technological and the scenery part of it. The storyline, I agree with you, it's not that great.
Here's
But
the good thing
Sankofa, I
about
think you will find
Avatar.
to be
This is the good
an
thing about
amazing
Avatar.
film and things of that nature. And then I'm actually going to go with another old classic and everything, and that would be Malcolm X.
Really?
Very good.
Wow.
Good film. Very good film.
That's a deep film. Yeah, that's a good one.
Wow.
See, so there's some good movies that we could go after and try to do it's like a game show to me what you're doing, Kevin.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
thank
He,
you.
he,
And
he actually probably has.
you just mentioned when Brad Pitt didn't make it when he was early. But here I am. I'll be making it, and I'll be on IBM TV and say, "Hey, this is where I was before I had all my shows picked up." Or bought."
That's probably
I was on IBM TV. You know, this is funny that you say that because I'm basically an engineer for a very long time. And when I met Nick, the first words out of my mouth was, "You'll never see me on that side of the camera. I've owned my own companies. I hire my own PR. I'll do boardroom, courtroom, classroom, never public." And 4 months later, he convinces me to be on his show.
Yeah, but we were on the Money Master show, so you were doing
Right. It was different.
CEO. It was totally different.
I love the concept. I love the
CEOs of
idea.
major companies, which are by the way, CEOs of major companies aren't a big hit, because the thing is everybody wants those movies and sports. They run your numbers up if you want to run your numbers up. Music, movies, sports. CEOs of major companies, not a big hit, but a lot of financial guys love it. I mean, that's
Well, and this is what I tell people. If you want to know how they made it, just watch the show.
sure.
I mean, that's what I liked about Money Masters was we let them tell their story.
But the thing is, what we wanted to do, Kevin, is we wanted to bring podcasters on because that's a cult in and of itself that's really underserved. There aren't a lot of podcasting shows out there that I know of on major media.
I hate to tell you this, but Apple just announced last week. You know how many podcasts are out there on iTunes alone?
How many?
Oh,
1 million podcasts.
Oh no, there's absolutely
Podcasters. Excuse me, there are billions of
podcasters.
podcasts.
There's no question. No, you're totally right.
it's oversaturated.
Remember, we were looking at the demographics of this, and they were growing at like 3,000 per day or 3,000 per week of new podcasters. But with that, as you know, it's like YouTube. They're going to get lost in the noise of thousands of podcasters out there. I don't know where they're going to go. I think that most of them are going to dissipate. In my industry, and my bet is 95 to 97% will be dead in 5 years. Dead not physically, but they're going to be off the air. Now, Mark's going to be on the air. And the reason why Mark's going to be on the air, how long have you been doing podcasting, Mark?
6 years.
There we go. He meets the guidelines. If you hit more than 5 years, almost in any industry, he's a lifer. Sorry to say that, Mark. You're in for life. Okay. Where Kevin, how long have you been in podcasting?
For this specific show, Gutting the Sacred Cow, by the way, you can find it on iTunes, Google Play, Stitcher, Spreaker, now YouTube for if you want to see our smiling faces.
Sure.
You can go on YouTube and see myself and my co-host Kevin Israel and our guest on that.
Great.
But yeah, this particular podcast, 6 months. I've done other podcasts that haven't lasted near as long. I'm a stand-up comedian as well, but I've been doing that for 10 years. So
10
that's
years.
going on.
Right.
There are other shows I have going on too.
It's like,
Wait. 10 years is a good demographic. If you've been a stand-up comedian for 10 years, seriously, are you serious?
Yeah, 10 years. I'm not full-time in the sense where I make my living solely on stand-up comedy. I still have a day job, but yeah, I've been in the game for 10 years now.
Day job. Okay, good. So you've been in the game for 10 years. Then the high probability you'll be in the game for a long, long time. In other words, because you've met the magic market. But here's the real problem with your podcasters out there. A lot of these people have been in for 3 months, 6 weeks. I'm just getting started. I mean, I listen to all this stuff. I said, dude, you're getting started means you're going to get bounced. You have no idea how hard it is to make it. Now, I mean, if you're going to have a big following, you're going to be a big big cheese in this. So my belief is mathematically and statistically, running actuarial firms, they'll all be out of business in about 5 years. They're not going to be around. And I would love to be able to track that and do a study on it, but I believe they're not going to be able to make it because it's a very saturated industry. Now, the reason we're doing podcasts, it's a cult group of people that work in the podcasting industry. Similar to we run a chess show. People that don't do chess don't understand it. But there are 30 million people that are on chess.com right now as we're doing this show. And there's
you can burn 6,000 calories playing chess. There's
hundreds of thousands of people that are playing chess right now. And so we run a chess show because we know that that's a demographic that's underserved. It's not going to be on ESPN, CBS, ABC, NBC, or any major network. So what we're doing is we're saying, let's go to the demographics, which are underserved community, and bring these people on board. The other reason of podcasters should easily be able to translate to Pod TV, where a lot of the people we interview, and
he's already doing it. He's doing it on YouTube. He said,
right, yeah, but a lot of the ones that aren't podcasters to translate onto Pod TV is really difficult for them. In other words, to be able to keep up a conversation, move along. So we actually have some method behind the madness. And here's the last demographic, Kevin, which I talked to you about. Let's say you have 148 hours a week in broadcast time, which even they go, well, what about 3 o'clock in the morning? Well, we have no problem that because Willie Hill, who's not on right now, which we know, is 3 o'clock in the morning in Australia. He's usually on our shows, but he has a hard time getting on late at night because it's 3 o'clock in the morning there. So you have basically 148 hours of broadcasting time. If you had every podcast with 10,000 people on it, you would have a viewership of 1.4 million people. I mean, it's just the name of the game. Where podcasters independently will all die in the world of independent films and independent everything that's out there. It's very unfortunate, but it's just
because you have to have a distribution name.
You have to have a distribution name, and you have to have a distribution.
You need to
have a plan of distribution.
Marketing consistent. So this is what I tell everyone: if you're going to make what I learned from Walter, from our TV show, I learned this too.
Walter's
you have to be on time, same time every week. And or every day, whatever it is you're doing, so people go, okay, I know that they're going to be there. Then it's your content, right?
Walter Football has been doing podcasting for 20 years, but then if I asked Kevin, are you familiar with Walter Football? And your answer would be
no.
There you go. And Kevin purportedly, Your Honor, is a maven in sports. Okay, purportedly a maven in sports. He never heard of Walter Football, who's been doing podcasting for 20 years, is mentioned in Sports Illustrated, has viewership up to 1.6 million people. But 1.6 million is a drop in the bucket because how many people do we have in India, Ankit? How many people?
1.6 million.
1.3 billion people. And see, that's the problem. Million is still not enough. You got to get it up to multiple millions, or you do
the thing is your reach, right? And then you have to rely on your marketing and your distribution. And that's something Rick and I learned in the TV industry.
Every industry, the industry I work in, marketing distribution is the key. MD, baby. It's not medical doctor.
This way, when we were Money Masters PBS with that name, PBS, people opened the door, walked in, would do anything for you. When we were filming in the PBS studios, people would do anything for you just because of that name, PBS.
And we've had a lot of venture capital.
PBS was the same way. NBC, the same way.
Yeah, one of the first questions venture capital asks,
IBM TV.
What's your marketing and distribution plan? Okay, I'm willing to bet, Kevin, if you asked all the podcasters and all these crazy Facebook sites, what's your M&D plan? Marketing and distribution, and what's your USP, unique selling proposition? They would not have a clue.
No.
Am I right?
100%.
It's interesting. Sorry, Kevin. It's interesting you bring that up because there's actually a podcasting group. It's a international podcasting group, and lately what they've been doing is trying to do click and follow, and that's actually the complaint is what people are doing because they're trying to say, you come onto my Instagram account, you come onto my Facebook account, I will do the same for you. A lot of it, to be perfectly honest, is lip service because they will say that and you put your information out there, and there's not an actual consistent people doing that on a regular basis, and it's not a real marketing strategy.
Not a marketing distribution.
But as an event planner, I can even tell you that that's a plan that a lot of people have even for concerts, because I can tell you that folks even here in the Raleigh-Durham, Chapel Hill area will tell me that they want to do a concert, they want to do a festival, they want to do whatever, and then you ask them, well, what are you going to do for marketing? The first thing they do is they say, I'm going to send out those Facebook ads, I'm going to send it these tweets, I'm going to do these kind of like things without a concentrated marketing plan. and for the most part, those events fail.
I hear that, and I agree. That's a lazy ass proposition.
Yeah,
The
that
problem
ain't
is everyone needs numbers, and you need to have numbers. Are they
You gotta have
organic fans? No, that's the problem. They are not
Gotta have
organic fans. They're not going to like and share and retweet on your behalf because they truly appreciate your show. Again, it's just padding the numbers so that when you do go to other places for advertising, for the network, you have the stats to back it up. But of that, I don't know, let's just say 10,000 fans you show on social media, how many of them are organic? If you probably,
No, yeah. I mean, as Bill Gates would say, and I will quote him, "That's the stupidest thing I ever heard." You know, follow. And I've seen it. I'm going, "That's the stupidest thing I ever heard." You have to have a true marketing and distribution plan, but without that, you're going nowhere. You have to have a unique selling proposition. VCs are not going to invest in anything that doesn't have a USP. We know that because we run startup. On Wednesday, we bring all these startups on, and the reason a lot of the startups fail and the failure rate is excess of 95%. I know, Mark, you're involved in that also. We'd love to have you on Wednesday so you can meet the startups. A lot of the reason, and some of them succeed, but a lot of the ones that are good, you can tell by the time they get on the show, these guys, they got it. But the thing is, most of them will fail. 95% will fail even if they're funded. They're going to fail. They don't have a marketing and distribution plan. They don't have a unique selling proposition. All they're looking is for venture capital. And frankly, all that is a big fat loan. And none of them have any track record of success. Now, the reason I know Kevin's going to be around for the next 10 years, he's been doing stand-up comedy for 10 years, for Christ's sakes. So guess what? That guy is, he's heavily invested in it. He's got so much money and time in that. We can't even calculate, right, Kevin? Admit it, right? Time and money in that, huh?
No, I'm just a stubborn son of a bitch. That's the problem.
There we go. You have a lot of time and money wrapped up in that.
So that's the secret to success is resilience, right?
He's got a big investment.
About that in
Listen,
and I'm entertaining and funny. That also helps too, right?
Yeah, if he's done that stand-up trash where he's got in front of a bunch of people for 10 bloody years, soaking his brains out, I mean, he's got a big investment.
Let me tell you, the funniest
he can't let that go. He's got to sell out, baby, sell.
The funniest people and people who tell are the ones who've been through the most challenges, right? The ones who have survived the most pain have the funniest stories. I mean, we've heard it on our TV interviews with some of the millionaires and billionaires. Their success was not overnight, you know, and you're right.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. If you ever listen to you have to go to IBM TV, go to the Money Master series. You'll listen to a guy called Alan Trefler. Does anybody here know who Alan Trefler is? Kim, you can't answer it. Alan Trefler. Do you know? Mark, ever hear of Alan Trefler?
The name sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't place where I've heard it at.
Kevin, have you heard of Alan Trefler?
No, sir.
Okay, I'm going to brief you, sir. He actually,
my first interview.
I knew him he was one of our first interviews. He won the World Open Chess Championship years ago. That's where I knew of him. Then he created a company called Pegasystems. When we interviewed him, we said, Pegasystems, that's very interesting. How'd you do? He goes, for the first 11 months, I made no sales. He sat there with his software program, his Pegasystems software, for 11 months and made no sales. Today, go Google Alan Trefler. Alan Trefler's net worth is around $3.3 billion. He's the founder, the owner of Pegasystems, and was smart enough, the controlling shareholder. And that's the story of Alan Trefler. So he gets on and explains basically what you need to do to be successful. Now, how many people watch that? Very few, because no one watches the masters or the grandmasters of the financial world because they go, first of all, they don't know who they are. And then the thing is, a lot of times it's really hard to get the interview. We had John Scully on. He's the former CEO of Apple Computer, you know, and John Scully actually has a book. I got it back here called Moonshot, and basically how you guide your company to be worth billions of dollars. And of course, today it's called Apple, and Apple is very well known. There's a whole list of people that are masters in how to monetize a situation, and who should you follow those people? But who do we follow? We follow our bloody teacher who teaches Algebra 1.
Not me.
You know?
I couldn't even figure it out.
I mean, there's some great mentors out there. They've been on our TV series, Money Masters. Adam Dell. We've had a full series of the Federal Reserve where they actually shut down the Federal Reserve for us and gave us 4 exclusive VP.
Yeah. Oh, and then okay. So I'm not like I'm a guy at the diner at this. I've been doing this stuff and my other
not
profession
boring either.
for 37 years. So this is typical Facebook. And I talked to Kevin, I talked to Kim and Ankit about this all the time. Okay, so you go to Facebook. Hey, would you want to be on IBM TV on our program? First thing they go, scam. And I'm going like, what are you talking about? You've done no research, no due diligence. You have no clue what you're talking about. But let me tell you something about this, because we have this thing here called the power of positive thinking. That person does not have that power and will go nowhere. So I wish him good luck, because why would I care? You know, and then the thing is, he's not going to go anywhere. And that's kind of like the name of the game. What I found out with all this major CEOs we've interviewed, Kim, how many were negative? And the first thing we called them up to get on the air, none. Seriously.
You have to be. If you're not, if you don't believe in your own product, then who's going to believe in it for you? Nobody.
Yeah, but
One of the most impressive
what I'm
people I
saying,
spoke
Kevin,
with
it's
was Mark
easier.
Cuban.
Who'd you talk to, Kim?
Mark Cuban impressed me so much. We didn't have him on our show yet.
Yeah.
But I will tell you something about Mark Cuban. Doesn't know me from Adam. I pick up the phone, I call, and I talk, leave him a message that I'd like to speak to him, not even about being on the TV show, but I had another idea too. So he calls me in less than 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Yeah, Mark Cuban. Yeah.
Done. So it's about your positiveness. It's about just getting back with people, getting the job done. That's what success, right?
You're right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and monetary is only one way to measure it, because there's a lot of different ways to measure it. As Ankit will know, there's a lot of happy people over in India, and all of them aren't big monetary people, but they're bloody happy.
They're still happy through COVID. I don't get it.
The happiest people in the world are in Denmark.
All these researchers on our show, they're not making money. They're not going, some of them are not going to work. Some of them had to lock down because they came in contact with COVID, and they're all just happy.
Yeah.
Just happy.
That's right. So the thing
Guys,
is,
I actually have to get out of I have a call at 1 o'clock. I have to.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, you better get going, right?
Yeah, I want to do your fantasy football league. Give me on your league.
Pleasure.
We got
to get them together with Walter Football.
I will.
And
Christian McCaffrey. We'll talk about some.
Have Walter talk about it.
I had him last year. He helped me win a championship. He's amazing.
All right, we'll let him debate Walter.
We'll definitely talk. Maybe we'll get you on the and part. Well, maybe we'll collaborate the two shows or something. But definitely let's.
Kevin, I'm about to drop. Don't get off yet. I'm about to drop you my email too. I see you dropped yours, but I would love to connect with you and figure out how we can.
Mine's easy. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm going to put it in private because I'm not going to share it on.
Yeah,
I'm going to put it in private. Both of y'all connect with me, please. Connect with me. Why didn't it go through?
I guess yours went through, Cam.
I got it. I'm getting.
All right, Mr. Kevin.
Blues Radio. I love it.
Thank you, sir, kind sir.
That's
all right.
me.
You guys are awesome. Thanks for having me again. Real fast, just Gutting the Sacred Cow, YouTube, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, guttingthesacredcow.com is up. We now have merch available. I know we're jumping the gun, but might as well be ready when the onslaught happens. So, Gutting the Sacred Cow, every listen to the podcast. Thank you so much, guys. You are awesome.
We love you, Kevin. Bye. Take care.
Right.
Yeah, I would love to watch his stand-up comedy.
What we got to do is we got to put a link to his website, Gutting the Sacred Cow, somewhere on our website. I don't know where the heck it is because I don't do website development.
Mark, you're in our neck of the woods, so we'll definitely have to catch up. And
yeah, I would love to do that, and I would also definitely want to. We were trying to listen to that episode. I don't know how much we got into it, but I definitely want to have the listeners know where they can reach me at.
Do you have time to play that real quick? Do you have time?
Yeah, I don't mind at all.
All right,
let's see if we can get back to the share screen.
If you could do that real quick.
Yeah.
I'm not leaving, but I'm going to step aside just for a second, but I can still hear it.
Okay. Well, Grant Edmond has arrived. Grant, where are you from? Grant, can you hear us? Grant?
Yes.
Oh, where are you from? What city?
I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Johannesburg, South Africa. Oh, so do you know Alexandra May, the singer?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. All right. Great. All right. Okay. Because she has her own show on IBM TV, Alexandra May's Musical Cafe, which is every Sunday. So
that's correct. This is the first time I've been on this forum, so
okay.
Just excuse a little bit of ignorance.
Oh no problem, Grant. Now, what do you do? Since you're in Johannesburg, I know where that is. So what sort of work do you do?
I'm a musician. I'm a live performer, but I'm a producer and composer, and I've had a recording studio for many years.
Okay.
and quite big up. We really made some good inroads with our studio in South Africa, and we've got some great material coming out.
Oh, wow. Okay. Do you do podcasting at all?
I don't, but this is the start of it. Thanks
Okay.
to you guys.
Oh, really? Okay, right. Yeah, because the thing is, I was trying to explain, but you didn't hear the other gentleman who was from New Jersey, trying to explain to him about South Africa, because South Africa has 57 million people. It's bigger than California and New Jersey combined. I mean, it's a pretty big country. But in the United States, that we don't really kind of recognize anything outside of our borders. So I'm trying to get the South African people over here and us over into South Africa so they can start recognizing each other. So what about the National Football League? Do you follow the National Football League over in South Africa?
No, we don't. Funny enough, baseball and your football is not a big thing here because basketball's starting to pick up a lot here.
Right.
And I know there's quite a big community that does watch that type of stuff. So, but yeah, and obviously we are a rugby nation.
Yes,
As
rugby.
you all
I
know.
love rugby. Yeah.
World Cup winners.
Right.
And but yeah, so American football, rugby. I mean, there's a few similarities, but
Yes.
I do sort of try and every now and then have a look at tune in like your Super Bowl and thing, which is absolutely massive in your country.
Yeah, that's true. It is massive. Now,
And what about cricket? What about cricket? Do you follow cricket in South Africa?
Pardon?
Do you follow cricket in South Africa? Cricket?
cricket. Do you follow cricket?
Yes. Cricket's huge. Yeah.
Okay.
Very big, as you know. Playing against India, we've actually South Africa has just obviously with the COVID-19, we had to cancel the South African trip to India, which was going to be a really big one for both India and South Africa.
Okay. Another question I have. This is a very important question, and you have only one answer. You have 1 minute to answer, of course. Who is Shadow Khan?
Shadow Khan.
Yes.
Now you got me.
Oh, I got it from the kid. I'm telling you, buddy. I'm telling you. He doesn't know who Shadow Khan is.
Okay, ask
He doesn't
about
know who
Bollywood.
Shadow Khan is. And he's in the
that's
industry.
it.
He's in the entertainment industry. Tell him who Shadow Khan is.
Shah Rukh Khan is the richest actor in the world, and he's from Bollywood.
He's the wealthiest
Okay.
actor in the world, and he's from Bollywood. Right. Because I told Ankit, because we had a lot of people from India on. They're on our show almost all week. Okay. For some reason, they're not showing up today, but I don't know why. The thing is, we had them on all week. And I told Ankit, I said, look, no one in the United States knows who Shadow Khan is. And then I started thinking, he's really well known in Bollywood. I looked up his Wikipedia page. He's like the wealthiest actor in the world, but his productions don't go outside of India. In other words, so that people don't know who they are. So
Hey,
we got Shadow
Nicholas,
Khan.
it's interesting you bring that up because actually, I think that the Indian market is actually going to be having a little bit of a boost because of the Netflix series that's actually getting a lot of play right now, and that's that Never Have I Ever series that just recently started and stars Portia, I believe is the young lady's name, as well as some others. But Never Have I Never is definitely getting a lot of play on Netflix. I think the premiere was Monday, if I remember correctly, either Monday or Tuesday, but it's been fairly recent.
Well, the thing is, Netflix is not like the typical American corporation. They actually think globally, Mark. As a matter of fact, there's a great book written. I tell people, first of all, the fastest growing stock in the world the last 10 years. Do you know the answer to that question? Grew by 4,000%. If you invested 10 years ago, your investment would grow 4,000%. The answer is Netflix. That will never work. Netflix actually is the fastest growing stock in the New York Stock Exchange for the last 10 years. A book was written about it called That Will Never Work by Mark Randolph, by the way, who was the founder of Netflix. He really doesn't work in the company very much anymore because Reed Hastings basically runs it. But it goes through the whole problems that Netflix faced early on in terms of getting marketing and distribution going. But then finally Netflix made it. And so now they're a worldwide powerhouse in terms of the media. But they're making a big impact because they do recognize the world, as opposed to a lot of the local programs here. And I'm talking about local CBS, ABC, NBC. Well, those are our big three here in the US. Let me, Ankit, are CBS, ABC, and NBC big in India? No? Okay, let's go to Johannesburg. CBS, ABC, and NBC. They're your big networks, right? Right?
No, not at all.
No,
we just have
not at all.
No, we have our local ones.
Okay.
Obviously, we have we only have one cable network in South Africa, which is called DSTV. And you can pick up ABC, CBS News, but mainly just the news channels and things.
Okay. Well,
so they're not really big over here. But Netflix Netflix is our big thing here now.
Okay.
Hey, Grant, just out of curiosity, and I've actually got ready to go shortly too. It's all way past my lunchtime. But just out of curiosity, what is the music market like? Like, I know when we think of music here, Kim noticed that blues is in my email title, and I'm definitely a fan of blues and jazz and R&B. But I know that African music has got some traditional sounds, but then y'all are probably doing some other kind of musical genres as well. So what are kind of like your big genres that are popular there in South Africa? I'm imagining that there's some styles that are unique to South Africa, and then some of y'all are probably doing rock and R&B, but you've got a studio there. So I was just curious as to what styles are going on. I mean, imagine there's even some South African hip hop.
Well, South Africa, we got quite a few genres here. We have a small population of our over 57 million people here are Afrikaans. I would probably guesstimate there's probably about 3 million Afrikaners, Afrikaans people in the whole population. But the Afrikaans music industry in this country is so big and so huge and so well supported by everybody in the population. So that's quite good. The new big thing that's creeping in is American country over here. We've had a good country scene here for a long time, but the new American country has really taken off, and a lot of our artists are now recording in those styles. And I find that's what I'm, as a producer and a musician, I'm doing a lot of that stuff here. Blues is quite prominent. And then obviously we have, we've got 11 different languages in South Africa. So out of the 11 ethnic cultures, they all have their own sort of music genres. So it's it's extremely diverse. But in saying that, we are extremely up to date. Our hit parade are songs from all over the world. So there's British, there's American, there's country, there's a huge genre. So we've actually got quite a nice, it's a nice diverse musical taste that we got in South Africa, and a lot of people subscribe to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Grant, what are you doing right now because of the coronavirus? Are you guys out of production? Are you doing production, or what are you doing?
Yeah, we are pretty much out of production. I was quite lucky. I'm working on an album for a new artist at the moment. So my studio's in my house, which is a good thing. Mm-hmm. So working from home. So I'm doing all the production work. And then obviously when the time comes when our lockdown ends and he's able to come in, he'll do it. But the good thing with technology today, exactly like we're doing over now on this podcast, is I've got a drummer that will do the drum parts for me, who also works from a studio about 100 miles away from me. So I'll just send him the track and he'll do the track and send it back. So technology is a really, really good thing in this day and age with COVID. So we still are pretty much on quite a strict lockdown. I don't know how the rest of you guys are. How's your lockdown?
Yeah, it's pretty much strict here in the Triangle area as well. I mean, not that many people out and about in terms of going to work and things of that nature. We're definitely doing the mask, and there's some folks getting around, but it's not nearly what it would usually be during this time. And a lot of the businesses are closed down except for what they're considering essential businesses. So a lot of those are down and everything. So that's what is going on here in this area. I was also curious, what is the funk music? I have a very dear friend. He actually lives not that far from me in the apartment complex that I'm in. Is very much into like the funk music scene. So I didn't know if there was a funk music scene there. And I was also curious if you've ever had any pleasure of working with any of the legends that y'all have had come out of South Africa. I'm thinking about like Lady Smith, Black Mambazo, and some others like that. And I didn't know whether you've ever had the privilege of working with them.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of doing some stuff a few years ago with the late Joseph Shabalala, the founder of Lady Smith Black Mambazo, who was an absolute wonderful gentleman and did so much for South African music all those years ago when he teamed up with the Paul Simon Project. And then, as you guys know, in America, I mean, they've been an absolute stalwart for South African music, won quite a few Grammy Awards. And so I was extremely fortunate to have sort of grown up. Even before they broke internationally, they were very big over here as an ethnic choral group. And Joseph Shabalala was a good ambassador for South African music.
Is Johannesburg the entertainment capital of South Africa?
Pretty much so. Johannesburg's very big. The second, I'd say second to it or even equal to it would be Cape Town.
Where?
Yeah. Cape Town's a mecca.
Cape Town.
Of,
Okay, yeah, Cape Town, of course. Yes, Cape Town would be pretty big. So Sydney Alter, have you heard of Sydney Alter?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
Cindy and I perform together quite a lot.
All right.
She's recorded in my studio. She's a great friend of mine.
Really? Okay.
And we've got a little trio that we go out on the road with. We call the Smoking Guns, and we do a lot of country rock music. So it's myself and Cindy Alter and another chap called Bernie Williams. Yeah. So
Okay.
no,
Yeah.
Cindy
Nick, I think I should play the Alexander's show teaser so that Grant would be able to understand what.
Yeah,
we
so
have
you can
done.
see. Yeah, if you can find it.
Here we go.
I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical girl. I ain't no typical. I ain't cheerleading while the boys play ball. I ain't no typical girl. No, I wanna be right there in the middle of it.
There you go. Yeah, she was actually on our show Sunday, Cindy Alter.
Oh, fantastic.
That's the reason I
Right.
wanted to ask
She's
you.
actually
who she
from
was.
South Africa, and
Cindy Alter. They know each other. Apparently, Grant used to tour with Cindy Alter, so they kind of like know each other. And
What
but
a-
if you go to
what
the
a-
United States or you go to India and you ask who is Cindy Alter, your answer would be. Mark, do you know Cindy Alter?
No, nobody would know.
There we
But I
go,
can't
buddy.
really say-
Welcome to America, baby.
Yeah.
We don't know who they are.
And join us on the cafe. You're not just going to hear people from South Africa, which actually, just listening to our sweet little Alexandra is enough. But
Yeah.
she's going to have stars from all over the world. Like we're lining them up from all over the world. She doesn't
She
care.
really going to
South
do that all
Africa.
over the world?
Yeah.
But there's some amazing musicians that are around the world, and actually, I didn't know Cindy Alter. A good friend of mine who passed away not that long ago was Baba Chuck Davis, and Chuck Davis ran the African American Dance Ensemble and is definitely known around this area for his study of African dance and traveling around to the different countries in Africa. It's really interesting. Sometimes when you talk to some people here in the United States, they try to make Africa one big country when we know that it's actually several countries that are
It's a
that make up
continent.
the
It's
continent.
not a country. It's a
Yeah,
continent.
the continent.
The
Yeah,
continent, but some people don't necessarily get that, and they try to make it one big country when it's actually, South Africa is the country, and there are several countries like that within the continent. But Baba Chuck just was amazing and introduced me to a lot of world music, and we've got some great independent artists. So I don't know whether you, Kim, or Nicholas have had a chance to check with Reese Palmer or some of the others that we've got here in this area, but there's some amazing musicians here in this area that should be coming onto the Music Cafe with y'all. And
we should.
Line
they've
them up.
been
Send them to
working
us.
with you, Grant, in terms of doing international work, because a lot of these folks, because of being at home, are open to the possibility of doing collaborations with people around the world. And we've got a real rich music scene here in the Raleigh-Durham, Chapel Hill area that covers everything from country to rock to folk to all kinds of other genres.
And it's that's what we're trying to do with the Music Cafe. And what started out as a 1 hour show almost extended 2 hours, kind of like what Ankit and I did. We started out with 1 hour show and it's now 4 hours. But we found that the content was well received by the public, and she found the same thing. She's like, oh my gosh, this is but we weren't about like all of the top stars that you see. We're about the really good artists that nobody really hears about all over the world. And that's what we want to do. And a lot of things that people don't understand is, and I got into this a little bit by accident when I went to Nashville and then recorded a song myself. I learned from the industry that it pretty much crashed the day Napster opened, right? Mm-hmm. Economically, Napster destroyed the economics of the music industry. And these people just almost went bankrupt. They all went bankrupt. Truly, the only way that people make money is concerts. And all of those have been canceled this year. But when you see like a country star get on the stage and he's crying, going, thank you so much. I am so appreciative to my fans. He is. Let me tell you, he would not be making money if it weren't for those fans out there in that concert. He is genuinely crying because without them, he would be making money. I've looked at the BMI reports, which were the music industry financial records, right? And where like just before Napster, they were making enough money to buy a house, take care of their family, maybe $60,000 a year or more back then. And then the bigger stars, of course, made more. They were down to making maybe less than a couple $100 a month.
It's interesting you bring that up because that's the reason I was asking Grant about funk music. Is my good friend who's like I said, he lives not that far from me and everything. Zach Robinson, he's got a funk band, the Nappy Head Funk Army, but he's also driving Uber and doing some other things. I think he's also doing a little bit of Uber Eats just to maintain some living. And his musicians are not all here. He's originally from the New York area, and then he's got some of his other musicians that are like in Texas and other places, and I think they've even got some that are in the Pennsylvania, Philadelphia area. So he was planning to, have this concert tour that he was going to do to support this independent project that they put out. But it looks like that's going to be put on hold till 2021 because of what's going on with the venues that they were looking at. So that's definitely put a damper in their plans. But they were hoping to take this whole thing both nationally and globally. So that's definitely put a plan of hamper on that. But I'm going to definitely send him to y'all because he's right now on Reverb Nation and trying to climb up on the local charts and that. I think
oversaturated,
fluctuating between 2 and 4.
Yeah,
oversaturated.
Get him on Alexander May's Musical Cafe. It's Sunday at 3:00.
Or just start his own if he's consistent. This is what I told Alexander. I don't want to take away from her cafe, but there's room for other musical genres going on or other musical shows. But the key is, or just have him come on her show and her show just get bigger and bigger. But the key is consistency. If you're going to do something and you're going to get out there, you got to be consistent. And Grant, I think you can support me on this, is that, and especially in the music industry, you have to be consistent. You have to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
100%. The music industry all over the world has suffered huge losses or started to suffer huge losses with the advent of all the electronic media and stuff. And that, obviously that happened years ago. And exactly, Kimberly, exactly as you said, the only way to make a living is to go out and do it live. I produce records for other artists, but myself to sustain a living, I perform 4 to 5 times a week. I'm out on the road, working as a solo artist, lugging my gear there. And I've been doing it for 35 years. So
whoa!
It's just
35 years.
Lifer.
Okay, that means you'll be around doing it for a while. Okay.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I'm just curious about is that I know here in the States, and that's why I mentioned what Zach was going through. Unfortunately, too many of our artists don't get the kind of support, and this is going to come back to some of our United States policies and things of that nature. We don't get the kind of support in terms of finances and support from the government that I know they get from other countries. So are you able to sustain that kind of living that you're doing just on your own and with your own kind of finances Or do you get like some kind of subsidies and other things from the government? Because I do know that some other countries have that kind of thing going on, which helps them with their careers. Whereas here we got a lot of musicians, a lot of actors, a lot of people in the creative worlds that are working in Harris Teeter, they're working in Starbucks, they're working in places like that because they don't have the time and don't have the support from the greater community in order to actually make their living as an artist right now. So I was just wondering how it works with you, Grant, whether you're able to actually sustain and whether you get any kind of backing from the government. Because I do know that there are some societies in our world that do that. They definitely support their artists more than I feel we support ours.
Well, unfortunately, we don't get any support from the government here. And, you know, it's just a case of, as I say, my career, besides, I'm fortunate that I own a studio, but I've worked hard to get where I am today as a producer and owning all the gear. But I've always had to perform, you know, I would say in the 90s, the music industry in South Africa, and I think all over the world, was fantastic. So as a performing musician, in the 90s, we were performing 7 nights a week. We were earning fantastic money. We're probably earning half of what we were earning in the 90s, but it's still sustainable to make a living. And, you know, it's the usual, what else? I don't know anything else. This is all I know. And it's a love. It is definitely a love, but it is a living. And I'm fortunate enough to wake up every morning and go, hey, man, I don't have to drive 4 hours in the traffic and go and sit in an office for 8 hours and be dictated to by somebody I don't like. So, you know, in the old days, you know, everyone's parents would say, why do you want to be a musician? Get a real job. And what people don't realize, it's still, even after 35 years, I've got to learn new material all the time, got to keep the audiences entertained. So it's an evolving thing, and it's not something that it's not like training as an accountant or whatever, another professional or motor mechanic, and boom, you do your training and go and you work. I mean, this is an evolving business, and it's a hard business, but it's an extremely rewarding business. And we're quite fortunate in this country. There are a lot of venues. I mean, some of the venues are performing. I've been performing there for 5 or 6 years. So it would be once a week or once every 2 weeks. And once you've built up a bunch of venues of, say, 10 or 12 venues that you perform in, it sustains your living. So I'm quite fortunate about that. But it is difficult, but it's something we love, and that's why we do it.
Yeah, are your venues still running? Because I know here I'm on the board of the Carolina Theater, and I've worked with a number of other venues. I also work at the Hayti Heritage Center, which is an African American Cultural Arts Center, and all of those venues are actually shut down right now. Even DPAC, which is a very big venue, I think it seats like somewhere around 2,000 or so. It's shut down. Our ballpark, which would usually have the Durham Bulls, is shut down because of the virus and things of that nature. So a lot of the venues are shut down. Over there in South Africa, are y'all still running your business in terms of actually being able to have the venues? Because even our nightclubs are shut down. I know that the Blue Note Grill, as well as I believe Pinhook and things of that nature, a lot of them are not operating right now because, you know, they're trying to do the social distance and trying to stay separate, trying to maintain that the mask things and things of that nature that our health experts have advised us to do. So I was just wondering how it is there in South Africa. Are y'all still operating in terms of being able to operate in the venues, or are the venues shut down there also?
No, we all shut down here, mate. Everything's closed down. We've been closed down for 6 weeks now, so it's been very difficult for us. It's a hard, really, all the musos are going through a really, really tough time, but not just us, the venues as well. So we're still on a big shutdown. We go down to what they've described here tomorrow as level 4, that only a few select people can go back to work, but we're suspecting it's going to still be another 6 weeks before venues start opening again. But people are hungry for entertainment, and they've all been locked up in their houses. I think when we go back, we're going to go back with a bang. Well, I'm hoping so.
That's interesting you say that, because I've heard that theory from my musician friends, and some of them are actually afraid that people will not come back because they're going to be still so concerned about the germs and about the virus and the different other things, that they're afraid that they won't get the kind of response that they would like to get. And it, I know even in the Carolina Theater, they've talked about the possibility of doing yellow dotting, which means that you're separating the people from 2 or 3 seats, which means that a 1,000-seater might then be turned into like a 300-seater or something like that. So there is some concern about what the new model will look like. And I even know some people that are considering doing more virtual events. Like there's a group here called North Star Church of the Arts. It's a converted church. It's now a music venue, and it's run by Nina Freelon, who's a world-renowned jazz artist, and her son Pierce, who's a pretty world-renowned, definitely I would say United States renowned rapper, and their husband, who passed away, was one of the architects for the African American Museum in DC. But that's their passion project, but they've done like some remote concerts and things of that nature. But I do know some of my friends are concerned that at least over the next several months, probably the rest of 2020, that it won't be that much touring, won't be that much concerts going on, and they're wondering about the stability and the sustainability of their industry, and also what the new model will look like. But they'll be seeing more virtual events. Are y'all having similar kind of conversations there in South Africa, or is everybody pretty much convinced that y'all will be going back to the big venues and the concert halls?
I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. And I'm pretty. I'm a bit worried that would be the situation here. But South Africans on a whole, and all of us musicians in South Africa, obviously we've got Facebook followings, and we've got groups, and people follow us on WhatsApp and that type of thing. And everybody's saying, can't wait for the venues to open, want to see. We are an extremely sociable party type of crowd here in South Africa. So I think people will, obviously it's not going to, I think it'll be quite a gradual thing in there, but it is, I agree with you, it is quite worrying that we are going to see a situation where some venues may not just be able to open up anymore because of the economic effects that the lockdowns had on it. But I'm just trying to be positive, and I can't wait to load my, as they say, a musician, load your $50,000 equipment into a $35,000 car and go and do a gig for $100. You know what I mean? So.
That's very common. That's even common here, because I know a lot of the musicians get frustrated even with our festival circuit, because they are having this equipment that costs all this amount of money, and then they're not necessarily making that kind of money in the festival and the return that they're getting, because a lot of times the planners of the festivals are trying to nickel and dime them. Let's be honest, that's what a lot of people are trying to do in the business, so they try to nickel and dime them. But it's also interesting watching this new era and how people are addressing it. I had on my podcast Mona Shakes, and she's a Pakistani comedian, and she was on because she's starting to do these series of platforms. It's not on StreamYard, but it's on something similar like that. And then she event combos it, I believe. And so she's doing like these weekly series where she's trying to reach a different demographic than what might usually watch her comics, but it's kind of her demographic. So she's been doing this whole series that's been focusing on Asian and folks in that culture, comedians. And I think she said eventually she may get other minority comedians as well, but she's been putting that platform out now. I think this is like either 5th or 6th week of doing it, but she was just, sitting at home and wanting to get her message out there as a comedian. We had the sports guy on, who's actually a stand-up comedian before you were here, and that's actually what he might even be doing that with his YouTube. But definitely that's kind of where we're seeing people use these platforms, including what I imagine IBM TV is offering. And I'm definitely a big fan of what they're doing. Stayed on a little longer than I was expected to. I'm looking at the clock and just really enjoyed myself.
I've just sat here and said, you know what, you could help us out here with some of our shows, because you're really, really good at this. But I want to share something with you guys about talking about how much money you invest in your equipment, and what it costs to probably produce for one show and what you end up making. And in the TV industry, Nick and I, we were generally it costs about $1,000 a minute to produce just a simple TV show. 3 cameras, a few people on the set, and it's $1,000 a minute. People don't understand that's expensive, and you just don't go $1,000 a minute. Add that up, $30,000 just for a 30-minute show. Now that did not include our post-production edits. Okay, and adding in
Wow.
the intros and the outros, and that did not include the airtime that you have to buy. So in the US, if you're not being carried by the network, then you buy your airtime, and airtime can cost a lot of money because you got to pick the time you want. And Nick always wants the best time. So, you know, you can bleed real quick if you don't have the right sponsors or the right money coming in. So, and we learned this about a lot. There's a lot of TV shows out there that just don't ever get going. They spend a lot of money investing in it, a lot of money. And then there's the TV shows where, because they require you to have 13 shows developed before you come to the network. Even if you're paying for your own slot, you cannot come unless you, so that's a lot of money. Think about it, 13 shows at $1,000 a minute. And so you get there and they play you for 3 months, or, you know, 3 of the shows are for you. You know what? We just don't want you. There went your 13 shows of investment. So Nick and I, we worked around in different networks, and finally I just looked at him. I was so exhausted. I was like, if we don't own our network, I don't want to do another network. I don't show again. I'm done. And he goes, we can't do that. We'll bleed to death more than what we have, because you got to have buildings. Nick, there's got to be a way to do this, because I owned my own phone company for 5 years. There's got to be a better way to do this. And he found it. He found it through Pod TV. He goes, Kim, I found it, and we're not going to bleed to death. And this was over a year ago. This is when we met Ankit. And I go, I love this idea. We don't have to travel, but if we do, our equipment's this, right? Very simple. Yeah. And and I learned via just playing around with different platforms how to get those different angles of people, right? You can set up several of your cameras, which are these now, right? Because they're all 4K. And so we were able to start producing our own TV shows for a fraction of the cost. And now we're doing them from home thanks to COVID. It forced us to do even more. But there are ways to pivot. And the music industry just broke my heart, because we can't have shows or movies without music. And actually, to be honest with you, music fills our cup when it's empty, right?
Yeah, music is such an important part of our society, and it's such a vital part of our society. It's actually interesting that you said that, and I'm trying to remember the network that we're on, but one of my other projects that I hadn't talked to anybody about on this show, or even anybody other shows that I've been on recently, is not that long ago, a good friend of mine, Captain Newborn, and that's actually his first name. It's I think his folks thought he was going to be in the military and stuff. It's also his dad's name, and neither one of them are actual captains. I think he told me if we go down, it might be a 3rd or 4th generation captain, but they kept the name in the family, you know, like people have a first name or a last name and just keep it in their family. But they started a road to the Apollo. So they got with the actual Apollo Theater and had an agreement that we would start the show first at the Hayti Heritage Center and create this show. It was a talent show modeled after the Showtime at the Apollo model. So we have our own house band. We have our own rotating Kiki Shepherds. We have our own pretty much established, even though there have been a few of them, Sandman and things of that nature. And then we have multiple hosts. I actually do some of the hosting. I can be a little bit more clean cut than I am right now. COVID just meant that barbers are also shut down, which meant that not had a chance to see the barbers like that. I would like to see him and everything. But we have that show going on, and the captain would be the other host doing more of the pitch about what the veterans are involved in, and a little bit of our sponsors. But the day-to-day, I mean, the majority of the run with the contestants, because I had already interviewed the contestants, I do that part. And then we started it at the Hayti, then we did it at another venue, the Salvation Army in Durham. And then after about 2 years of that, we were like, hey, we're supposed to be a state kind of project, so let's do it around the state. So we went around the state to different venues. We've been to Henderson, Rocky Mount, Kinston, where Captain is from, a number of other towns. And then over the last several years, the winners then go up to New York, and we've had a tremendous amount of success. We've had, like, I would argue 95 to 98 or 93% success rate, meaning that the folks that we send up, we got the right to jump the line. So, you know, you see those big lines for The Voice and American Idol and all those, we get to jump the line and go right to the front. And that being said, they hear us first, and they really like the talent that we brought them, because we make it a point to bring them award-winning talent. So we've actually had people that have gone on and even won in the actual Apollo Theater, but they definitely, the ones we send them are quality folks. And they've also, the model has been taken, so they've actually done this kind of show in other cities as well, because Captain kind of licensed it out to them. So I think there was one in, I want to say Dallas, there might have been one in Tennessee or something like that. I don't remember all the states. I'd have to bring Captain on to tell you the specific states, but they took that model, and we've also said that we'd be willing to travel as well. But that being said, we have had tremendous success with that, and they're looking to have more success. But we're also in lockdown in terms of having that happen. But my point with that was that we did reach out to these networks, and some of the networks were airing us, but they were airing us at crazy hours, even the independent networks. I've had friends that have told me, yeah, I saw you on the air, but I'm like, well, what time was it? It was midnight. It was 1 o'clock. It was 2 a.m, things of that nature. So they did catch it, but they were in different hours, whether that was on regular TV, whether that was on other TVs, like the more independent TV stations. And I'm trying to remember the name of the network, but it's not coming to me, so I'm just going to give up on that.
Well, Mark, the networks are dead.
Yeah, the networks are dead. Grant, what kind of, so you're in the music industry, you're traveling from place to place. Do you have any songs you could share with us?
Yes, please.
I do. I've got some stuff. Just technically right now, at this point in time, it'll be a bit difficult, but I definitely want to come back and chat with you guys again soon and share some of the stuff with you.
Okay.
It's just been absolutely awesome being with you guys, man.
Yes.
So also, Grant, also share with us some of your music and we'll air it. We have a music part of IBM TV. We have a music channel. And if you share us some of your music, we'll put it up.
Oh, and Mark, the reason I said the networks are dead, think about it. Even if you got on the networks in the United States, ABC, NBC, CBS, Ankit and his 1.3 billion followers wouldn't be able to see it because they don't watch it in India. And
Right.
Grant in South Africa that has 57 million people aren't going to be able to watch it because they're not in South Africa. But on
Exactly.
IBM TV, they get to watch it, baby.
Well, I'm going to talk to Captain about
You
y'all.
can tell them
And I
that,
did-
baby.
I'm
They'll
talking
be
to Captain
seeing it
about
in
y'all.
India. They'll be seeing it in South Africa. If you're on IBM TV on ABC, forget it. They'll only
Yeah,
see
I'm
you
definitely
in
going to talk to him
They'll only
about
see you
that.
in the
I did
United
remember the name of the
States of
network that he's
America.
on. It's another local
Another
network,
network.
but they don't have the kind of reach that y'all do. It's called Launch TV. That's
Mhm.
what
There you
the
go.
network that he was airing on.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're the networks that we went to the NAPT meeting in Miami Beach. The thing they're scared about is OTT programming, which is this. It's going to overtake, they're going to lose 25% of their market share in the next 5 years to OTT, which is us. So too bad, we'll pick it up as they lose their share. In the meantime, Chris has joined us. Chris, what city are you from?
Well, Grant, make sure you send us some of your
Yeah,
music
Grant, we want to
so
see
that we can get it up.
the
I definitely will, guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to sign out now, but I'll chat to you all
Okay.
very, very soon. And thank
All
you.
right. Yeah,
Thank
and
you for joining.
Is there a website for you, Grant?
Grant,
Thank you.
website? Grant,
What's
do you
Is
have
there a
website?
website for you, Grant?
What's your
Sorry,
website?
so say again.
a
What's your website?
It's www.rattleenroll.co.za.
www.rebel.
Yeah, can you send it to Ankit? We'll put it on our website.
If you can type it on our
I
private
will do
chat,
that.
we'll put it
Okay,
up.
great. Yeah, then we'll put it up so people can
I'll
access.
definitely will send it. Guys, thank you very much, man.
All right, thank
and
you, Grant.
warm love and regards from Africa.
Yes, and
Yeah, thank you.
check out the cafe from Johannesburg on Sunday, 3:00 Eastern time.
Yeah.
We will do.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
Johannesburg.
Bye-bye.
Right, we'll see you.
Bye.
So, bye-bye. We'll see you, Grant.
we,
Chris,
got a guy with a real microphone. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm talking
I
to
know. I saw that big microphone.
Walter's got
You think,
the
you think I'm a podcaster? Here's my big microphone.
There's
Chris, where are you from? What city?
well, I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio originally.
Okay.
But I've
Yeah.
lived here for way longer than I care to count. Almost 30 years.
Wow, 30 years, right?
I moved
And-
here for college and then never left. So
Really? Wow. Okay. So, so the thing is, you never left. How long is that microphone? That's your microphone. That's not a stage microphone, is it?
no,
your mic?
this is my main mic. This is my
That's a
main
serious mic,
use-
man. That's
that I
serious.
use for broadcasting, and then there's
Sweet.
there's 6 more in here when we have in studio guests. There's
Wow.
one right there. So
Wow. So how long have you been doing podcasting?
my current show, 2 years, and I had another show going back This show, Vox Popcast, has been we've had on for 2 years, and the 365 Days podcast, which was my old show, we did for a year, but that was 7 or 8 years ago. I've also I've had a wide variety of careers. So for either as an academic or I was briefly a local professional wrestler. I've been on briefly. I did that for almost 10 years. And I've
all fake meatball. That's what I say. All fake meatball. Right. Okay. Great.
And I also I wrote comics for a while. So I was a regular guest on a few other shows in that period between. So on and off, depending on which show you're talking about 10 years.
There we go. Okay. See, Mark, he's met the 5-year rule.
He's met the 5-year mark.
Okay, which means he's a lifer, buddy. He's a lifer.
He's a lifer.
Okay,
like
the thing is, if you go
but
more than 5 years, you're a lifer.
We were talking sports earlier. The last time I checked, and I think it was one of my guests told me this. Do you know what the only sport that, as far as I know, is actually still airing?
It's pro wrestling. Well, pro wrestling. And pro wrestling has not gone dark. They refuse to. I have weird thoughts about that. At least the two biggest companies, which are WWE and AEW. Neither of them has gone dark. Then there's also, depending on what you count as a sport, NBA and NASCAR have both had interesting programming that they're trying to fill the gaps with. That's been.
I know NBA was doing the horse,
the horse challenge.
The horse challenge. I know NBA was doing
fascinating.
That.
It was amazing.
The horse challenge. That's what you want to say. Can we play horse?
Well, horse from 16 different locations. They had 16 NBA and WNBA stars all playing in a tournament from their own driveways.
Right.
It was absolutely fascinating.
And what was NASCAR doing?
It's almost like a fantasy game. It's a virtual reality fantasy game. If you virtual
NASCAR did something really fascinating. They had actual NASCAR drivers and video game professional video game players competing against each other in driving simulators.
Oh wow!
So they and they had the real commentators just calling the sport, as though it were a real race. But it was just like, if you drive you play video games professionally, and how will you actually compete versus the actual drivers in an actual driving simulator? And because they can do it all remote, so they've everybody been suffering to just try and have content up during this whole thing.
So who won, the actual drivers or
I didn't watch the entire tournament. I only saw a little bit. I only saw a little bit of it. Probably the video game players.
The gamers are going to win.
Probably the gamers.
Those guys are pros, man. They know that stuff.
Because it's not. I mean, the difference is in the technology. One person is like very used to this. So.
Right.
They've also been doing, they've had they've had baseball players just sort of. ESPN is really just trying to find whatever content they can have.
Yeah, and if not, they recirculate old content.
They recirculate old content.
There's the NBA championship.
They showed the challenge of Pistol Pete Maverick playing against somebody else in a sports game years ago.
They'll show.
Here's one that's breaking my heart. Hold on, I'll share with you guys. It's the ones that had it, and I don't see why they had to reschedule it.
ESPN is out of business.
Hold on just a second.
Wait.
The one that's breaking my heart. So
the Kentucky
why do you have to reschedule the Kentucky Derby? The horses can get on the track. They're not that close to each other.
Oh, they're really close.
Wait a minute, Ray.
But the jockeys are close together.
Yeah, the horses are real close together.
No.
Oh yeah,
they're with their horse. They are with their horse.
Yeah, but they get real close to each other.
Jockeys are
and
tight.
The horses could get it and then transfer it to them, so they can't.
All right,
we haven't had horses yet, but I know we've had a tiger, a couple of cats, and a dog.
You guys are ruining it. All right,
it's over. Forget it.
I really want the Kentucky Derby to go, but they moved it to September. So
okay, we'll watch it in September.
So I got to wait to wear my hat for God knows how long now. So.
Chris, what's the podcast?
But have you ever been to the Kentucky Derby, Kimberly? Because that's one of my dream things. I've told some folks that's what I've always wanted to go was to the Kentucky Derby just to get that environment. Now I'm gonna be honest, and this is where I date myself, Nicholas. I was a big fan as a journalist of Fear and Loathing. It's kind of like investigative journalism where you actually dive into the lifestyle, Hunter S. Thompson and all of that. Mm-hmm. So I read those books, and Fear and Loathing at the Kentucky Derby was one of those books. So that kind of like sold me on wanting to go there, but I've yet to go there. But that's on my wish list of athletics.
Kim,
the gentleman from India.
We're going to have to do an IBM TV.
That I want to hit because I know that that's soccer is in cricket, but it's another sport that's very big there. But there are a couple of things that are on, and the Olympics, that I definitely want to get to an Olympics somewhere in the world. But those are like my wish list of things to get to sport-wise.
Okay, well, we'll put it on the IBM TV.
I translated for the Japanese at a dinner party, so they drove me down.
See, we usually go to nerd things like CES. Are you familiar with CES?
Yeah.
CES is the largest largest electronic conference in the world. Largest conference in the world.
Is that the one in Vegas?
Yeah.
That's the thing about that. The thing about that that's in Vegas that I've always found fascinating is, like I said, I've got friends that are involved in a lot of entertainment. One of my buddies that used to do the booking and help get individual groups into the Carolina Theater. I mean, I said I'm on the board there, which I am, but he was an actual employee there before he had a stroke and is now retired and an event consultant. But Ray would go there. My buddy Ray Pascal, he would go there. But what he told me about that conference was that he always found it interesting was that conference and the Blue Industry Conference, for lack of a better term, were at the same time, which made for a very interesting. Vegas is already an interesting town, but then you add computer nerds and Blue Industry point actresses. You got like a very weird.
Yeah.
It's a different world. What
I will say the best time to go. There's a law enforcement, pizza, and beer and alcohol. Beer, wine, and alcohol conference all at the same time. Same week. Police officer, law enforcement. Says law enforcement is the world's largest law enforcement conference for technology that I go to for one of my inventions. At the same time, a pizza, because you can smell it through the whole freaking thing, and I meet them all. And beer, wine, and alcohol.
When is that, Kimberly? Because I've actually got 3 friends that are in the African American market that are into the beer wine industry, and they may know about it. But I don't know if you know T. Naomi Lucas, but she's got Southern Wicked Lemonade, and it's here in this area. And then there's a young lady in Virginia that's got Shoe Crazy. Her and her daughter have that interest of shoes that many of you women have, so that's why they named it Shoe Crazy. And then there's Harlem Brewing, which is in the New York area. But all 3 of those are African American based spirit companies.
You'll definitely have to connect.
Kim, add the Kentucky Derby to our list, and we'll send an IBM TV crew out there. We'll cover it. Okay.
Seriously? Can I be a crew? Can I be?
Yeah, of course. Just add it to the list.
I'm gonna get a new hat.
We'll put it on the list. Yeah, you got a new hat, and then all the other crazy stuff you did. I want to talk to Chris. Chris, what sort of podcast? I'm trying to get to Chris.
Kentucky Derby. One thing about the Kentucky Derby. All right. I can't go just in a car. It's got to be in a private jet because they have a private jet.
I only do private jets and limos, so forget it.
No. They have a private jet parking lot. I want to fly in a private jet.
Yeah, hold on a second. We may have a solution for you, Kim. One of the guests that I had was, speaking of NASCAR, was Melissa LeBron Harville. I believe it's her name. She's one of the few people that's African American that owns a NASCAR company, and one of her sponsors is a gentleman named Scott. I think it's Scott Bus or something like that. He's got a private jet company, so we'll have to reach you. We'll have to connect the 2 of you together.
Well, we can only go by private jet because the airplanes are shut down. So we'll take a private jet out there. I'll get the limo, and we'll go and we'll cover the Kentucky Derby. But in the meantime, what is this podcast? I can't get it.
You got to dive in, Chris.
No, I'm enjoying this.
You're enjoying this?
Oh, it's fine. I don't normally. So you asked about my show. I am one of 4 hosts of Vox Podcast. We have a show that we call it is the weekly pseudo-academic pop culture analysis roundtable. And a friend of mine who has been on the show and hosts another podcast. He likes to call our show The Very Geeky View, because the idea is I go to a lot of, for my job, I'm a PhD candidate in literature officially, but mostly I study popular culture. I study professional wrestling, television, movies, comic books, things like that. And I analyze it the way a traditional literary scholar would look at Tolstoy or Shakespeare or Jane Austen. But I focus on these pop culture things, and over the years, I got to know a lot of other people who do that. And we go to annual conferences. One of the things that I learned at these conferences, or that I noticed at these conferences, is that the kinds of conversations that I might have at PCA. PCA is a big it's Pop Culture Association. It's a big national conference that we have, or that we usually have. It got canceled this year, but when I will go to those conferences, I will present a paper on professional wrestling or on comic books. And then after the conference, a lot of times we'll just go hang out at the bar, me and my other nerdy academic friends. And we have the same kinds of conversations there that I might have at a comic book convention or at a bar with friends. Like I said, I was a pro wrestler for a while. So if I'm hanging out with my pro wrestling friends, sure, we'll talk about wrestling, but we'll also talk about politics. We'll talk about whatever movies we just watched. And what I came to believe eventually was that the kinds of things that I talk about professionally, when I go to a conference, it's just, so PCA will have 5,000, 10,000 people there, but it's 5 or 10,000 other people with PhDs sitting around talking to each other as nerds about whatever thing we love. And it's interesting, informative conversation, but it misses the perspective of just some guy who likes to read comics, or just some guy who likes to go to Marvel movies, or just some guy who's a football fan or a NASCAR fan. So we decided, what if we did a show where we treated the PhD having cultural scientists and on the same level as the guy who just plays a lot of video games, or the friend that called us the Nerdy View. He is a fight choreographer for the theater. So we'll have him on. We had one episode on where we were talking about the use of violence in media. So the guests were a guy who does fight choreography for the stage, and a professional wrestler, because they have different takes on the same thing, as well as me. I was analyzing it from a cultural science point of view. So we'll look at things like that, and we and our hosts are varied. So for instance, I specialize on comic books and movies, and the usage of race and gender and politics in those things across the 20th century. One of my co-hosts is a Victorian literature scholar. So she looks at stuff from, she might compare things to, okay, how would this compare to how Jane Austen might have done the same thing? Another host is a comic book guy. Another host, she studies video games and science fiction. So we'll look at all of those things together with whoever we brought onto the show that week. So on any given show, it's rare for all 4 of the hosts to be on one show. We do it sometimes, especially on a special show, because we like to kind of throw in silly shows every once in a while. We'll play a game or something just to sort of mix it up, but we try to make sure the right combination of us is there with the right combination of guests, so that the conversation is different every week. And we have varied takes on things. Like, so technically Katya, the science fiction scholar, she and I have the same official time period, and that we're both looking at the 20th century, but she's a very different person than I am. So on a week where she's hosting, she might have a different take on something than it might be when I'm hosting on a week. So we vary it up. Let's see, last week, the last several shows, since it's always about some cultural topic, the last several shows have had very much a bend towards COVID, because it's the thing that everybody's talking about. But this Monday's show, for instance, our show comes out on Mondays. It was me and Wayne, who's the other comic book expert, and we're both middle-aged men, but we had two 18-year-old girls on who are both in high school right now. They're both seniors in high school. And we spent an hour and 10 minutes talking about what is it like to suddenly, without a warning, finish your senior year in quarantine. And sure, I know a lot about youth culture, a lot about gender dynamics, a lot about the theoretical point of view, but I haven't been in high school in a long time. It's been 30 years, so it's been a long time since I was a high school student. And when I was in high school, I graduated, I went to prom, I got drunk with all my friends, and then I went to college and did more of that. And say what you will about whether they should be getting drunk or not, but like the things that you think of as here's what happens your senior year of high school, they were just ripped away from these two girls. They, without warning, there's no prom, there's no graduation. They're not sure if they're going to have literally a graduation ceremony, which, when you think about it, is this sort of thing that you suddenly build up to from kindergarten to 12th grade, and they suddenly lose that. So we just talked about what was important to them about that, how that affects their lives. And I always try to treat, especially when I have kids on the show, they're technically they're adults, they're 18, but the thing that's nice is I can bring them on the show and we can talk to them. As far as I'm concerned, they're as expert on this as you're going to get. They're literally in this situation and they know what they're talking about. And we just let them sort of run the show and go the way they want it. And then the week before that, we talked about the effect of this on the comic book industry. We had a couple of people who sell or produce comic books for a living. We did a show on next week. We're doing, what are we doing next week? I think next week we're doing a thing on just how movies, how movies use soundtracks. It's going to be not having to do with COVID at all. It's just sort of, it's always some cultural or pop cultural discussion. And then sometimes we'll do something like we had one show where we just played Victorian parlor games. we had one. Yeah.
What time is the show on Monday? Mine is also on Monday. What time is the show on Monday?
Well, we don't play it live because I always edit it. So, but it drops at midnight ish, depending on if I get it done in time. Midnight, sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. Eastern every Monday morning, and so it's there. I always tell people it's there by the time you wake up.
Doesn't conflict with mine. That's a good thing. I just want to make sure we weren't conflicted, so I can watch mine. I can watch yours and also still do mine. Mine is 7 to 9 on Monday nights, and it's two different kind of target markets and everything. We do some discussions as well. I was just curious. I've got some friends, and I might have mentioned one earlier. I've got some friends that are in the whole cosplay world. So I was wondering, and there's not always enough African-American voices in the cosplay world, but I was wondering if you had discussions about cosplay and about that whole kind of
we've done a couple. We had, let's see, about 6, well, we've done 2 really interesting shows on cosplay. It's come up several times, but about a year ago, we did a show, a little over a year ago, because we did it not this February, but last February for Black History Month. We did a whole show on African American culture and the intersection with cosplay. Then questions of what does it mean to be an African American person, and we had a cosplayer on that show, someone who's just in that community. If you are a cosplayer, what does it mean to dress up as a traditionally white character? If she wants to dress, she was an African American woman. If she wants to dress up as Wonder Woman, how does what are the cultural ramifications of it? What are the cultural ramifications of if a white person dresses up as Black Panther or something like that? There are a lot that we had those questions. And then I think it's been about 6 months, we had a show where we had a couple of transgender women who do cosplay, and we talked about we had a whole show about the sexism inherent in that community, and when it works, when it doesn't. A lot of people there's a lot of I called it trans cosplaphobia. There's a very much a stigma, obviously, around the transgender community as it is, but also within the cosplay community, there are a lot of complicated issues where people ask things like, well, what does it mean to be wearing a costume while you're transgendered? If you are a assigned male at birth person who's decided to transition to becoming a woman, and then suddenly you're cosplaying as a male character, that becomes really complicated. Like, in a way that somebody who uses somebody who's cisgender doesn't necessarily have those same issues. But then there's also the question of, in the geek community, in the cosplay community, there are a lot of people who gender bend cosplay in the first, who don't consider themselves transgender. There are women who might dress up as Batman or the Joker. There are men who might dress up as Wonder Woman, either trying to be as authentic as possible or intentionally changing the gender. And that becomes a really complicated issue because it plays into gender dynamics in lots of complicated ways. So yeah, we've done a show specifically about that at least twice. And then it goes in, it shows up a little other places. For instance, there's a large, you guys were talking about the convention community. There is a large convention community around I don't know how to call it other than an industry around the Jane Austen community. Jane Austen's obviously been dead for quite some time, but there's a Jane Austen. Yeah, I mean, might as well be. But cosplay is a large part of that, and so it comes up when we're talking about something like that as well.
But it's fascinating. I remember one time I went to it was one of our local hotels, and I just actually stumbled into it. But like I mentioned earlier, I've got a talent show that I'm involved with. But I went in there, and they were literally doing a talent show. It was doing I want to say it was a Star Wars, Star Trek type of convention and everything. And it's really interesting when you go in there and you see these folks having a talent competition, and they're doing it in Vulcan. So it's like they made up this whole language, this whole everything else. So they're actually singing in the way you would expect Warwick and some of the other characters that fall in that lifestyle to perform. And it was just kind of a interesting dynamic walking into that, because it wasn't anything I was expecting. First off, I'm trying to figure out, I've got friends that speak various languages. And I think that this is a problem with the U.S. in general. We're sometimes stuck on English and English alone. So I don't know enough of other languages and things of that nature. I don't even really speak Spanish or some of the other languages the way that we should, because we definitely need to be multilingual as a global society and everything. But I'm guilty of not doing all that great in that. But still hearing this made-up language even threw it off even more. And I was just curious, have you had conversations about, you kind of touched on it, but just around the racial dynamics of cultural dynamics? Because I'm good friends with Mark Anthony Neal over at Duke, and he does a lot of stuff around the rap industry and hip hop. But then I also know Jasmine Truesdale, who does the film Ace of Comics, which is an African American based comic book that tries to address different issues.
We've had a lot of discussions. Yeah, we've had a lot of discussions on race. And, so the way we approach it is we don't want to just we don't want our show to be, hey, let's talk about Star Wars. I enjoy a lot of, I mean, I'm a big geek, so I read comic books for a living is what I like to say. And so I certainly enjoy these conversations, but there's a lot of shows out there. So if we're going to talk about, we did a show on Avengers Endgame when it came out. If we're going to talk about Endgame, we're not going to just talk about whether we like the movie or not. We are always going to approach it as, okay, what does this film say about culture, about politics, about race, about gender, about some cultural issue? That's always going to be the direction of our show, because, I actually write movie reviews, so I have no problem with movie reviews, but there are a lot of movie review shows out there. So if we're going to do it, we've always been like, we've got to find some other aspect on it. And it's almost always discussing, I mean, like right now, since 2016, there is one individual who is always in the news because he became president. So he almost always enters the conversation whenever it's talking about anything that's even remotely political, because it means something very different to make a movie like Avengers in the era of Trump than it would have to make that, to make that same movie in the era of Obama. And I mean, the first Avengers movie came out in 2008. It was a very different world. Then
it was definitely a different world, and we do the same thing. So that person in DC, his name does get dropped every once in a while, and things of that nature, just because he says some very interesting and weird things, to say, for lack of a better term, and some very inane and insane things as well. So he's definitely very much of an easy target, and I would even argue a global target for people to talk about. I'm actually of the belief that I was one of those people that when he was elected was hoping that it was one of those kind of like Twilight Zone episodes, or one of those episodes similar to like Rip Van Winkle, that we were all in like a time warp, and then we would wake up and that it hadn't really happened. But we've been stuck in this time warp now for 4 years, and hopefully it won't be an 8-year time warp. But it's definitely been a scary time and everything. But we're definitely not afraid to tackle that issue and even talk about kind of his things, because I'm of the opinion that he didn't even necessarily intend to win. I think he accidentally won and was planning to do some other things. The joke that I've told some folks is that I think he was really wanting another game show, because you remember he was definitely known for The Apprentice. So I think he wanted to create the apprentice, the political version of Apprentice. So you
right.
think you can be president,
The political
and then
president.
he actually became president.
I got an idea, guys. Since how we're all like podcaster, TV show kind of people here now. Because Nick and I, we got this pod TV going. We did this long before everybody started doing their at-home videoing because of COVID. Nick had this idea over a year ago. We've been implementing it to do TV from our homes to cut back costs. But I wanted to do a political talk show. And of course, the politics. Okay, I know we're not supposed to have politics on our network.
See, the thing is, what Chris is talking about, there's no problem. A bunch of nerds talking. No problem at all.
No, but the thing is, what I'm talking about is the kind that's like Money Masters, where we just ask them stories. We're not there about the political banter and he said, she said, and the hate. I just want the story.
Our argument.
How about people in politics? People in politics, where we will discuss about people and what kind of politics we can do around the world.
Right. Our argument has always been that there is no such thing.
US. Yeah. Thank you, Ankit. We're just not the only people who exist in this world.
Well, our argument is always that there's no such thing as, we always. Now, okay, so given who the four hosts of our show is, none of us make any secret of the fact that we are sort of aggressively liberal. all four of the hosts of our show are. That said, I've had people on who aren't. For instance, a good friend of mine is very conservative, and we've had him on the show. I've been on his show, and I've got no problem with that. Our argument has always been, because we approach it academically, is that people can say that we're being in a politics free zone, but there's no such thing.
Exactly.
Politics are about yes, I mean, we use the word political as though we're talking about elected representatives, but it's not. It's about ideology in practice for culture. So if I'm going to talk about race in the cosplay world, that is inherently a political discussion, even if I don't mean it to be. I don't know that we mentioned Trump's name that entire episode. It didn't matter. However, we're literally talking about the idea of what does identity mean, racial identity, in a world of where we're talking specifically about fictionally constructed characters. Superman's white just because the guy who drew him originally happened to be a white guy, so he's like, I don't know, he looks like this. Like Joe Shuster didn't think about it beyond that when he created him. If Superman had been invented by a black man, he probably would have been black. And if he was a Hispanic man, he probably would have been Hispanic. That's how it worked. So the discussion of what does it mean to change that race is inherently a political discussion. The discussion of what does it mean, we talked about the movie Birds of Prey when it came out a couple months ago. Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of Harley Quinn. That is an inherently political discussion because we are looking at a movie about a female superhero / supervillain and the ways in which gender politics, because that's what they are, gender politics play into her, into her fictional narrative, responding to the real life fictional narrative that happens in 2020. Harley Quinn is a different movie in the Me Too era than it would have been had it been produced in 1999. And so there is no non-political discussion. Sure, we weren't talking about elections other than the fact there's one throwaway line that she mentioned she voted for Bernie Sanders in one throwaway line in the movie. And that's the only political statement the film makes, but the entire film is political and it's cultural. And again, I always open the show by saying, welcome to Vox Popcast, the weekly pseudo-academic pop culture analysis show with drinking and swearing, because we're trying to create this vibe as though we're in a bar, even though I'm recording it from the studio in my house. But the idea of the show is these conversations are always political, whether we mean them to be or not. And if you think about it, if you talk to a friend of yours who is a Bernie Sanders supporter and a friend who's a Donald Trump supporter, and a friend who's a Joe Biden supporter and a Liz Warren supporter, you could, anything that they say is going to be culturally influenced by their political leanings. Whether it's just, did you like Tiger King or not? There are going to be things that go into that. And that goes outside of, the world of podcasting. from America tends to be very America centric, but it's not that's not necessarily different even if you leave this country. 2 weeks ago we talked about video games. We talked about the game Animal Crossing and the way in which it is being used for there's a thing called the Cozy Games Manifesto. It's being used for people to sort of decompress and have a stable state of mind in this sort of, it just happened to drop at the time that the lockdowns were starting worldwide. So for that episode, we had on Americans and British people. We had a guest on from the UK, and Maisie was that woman's name, the guest. Maisie's outlook on politics is very different being a lifelong citizen of the United Kingdom than mine is being a lifelong citizen of the United States. However, both of those influence our vision of how the game's working. Even though we weren't talking about politics, we were talking about just sort of mental decompression and how you escape. The world of Great Britain is different than the world of America.
Right.
And very similar as well.
Chris, I have a
because
question.
Yes.
Sorry, it's interesting that you said that, and then I'm curious as Nicola's question, because the reason I said it's interesting is because I had a show on recently that had a lady on from London, UK, as you said, and she was talking about the education system, and she was talking about the similarities between the UK and the United States. We're both into testing and things of that nature, but she was also talking about some of the stereotypes we have, because I was probably painting a little bit of that stereotype, and she was like, basically like, y'all are into the royals a lot more than we are, because like, as far as we're concerned, yes, they exist. Yes, they are our governing body, but we're not as into them as much as you rest of the people are in the world, particularly the United States, because that's what y'all highlight on in that celebrity culture and everything, and studying celebrities. But she's like, as far as we're concerned, they're more of like, they're almost like an afterthought, kind of the way we think of our mayors. So that's the way that they think of their roles. But then she was like, but my day-to-day life, I'm more concerned about the kind of government that's impacting me directly, could care less about what the king and queen are doing or the prince or any of those other people. And that's the same that she was even kind of like highlighting with her students and everything, because that's part of what we were talking about, is how she was coping with COVID and teaching online, because she was talking about she's an art teacher and she's won like this global award that among, she put it, I think she says I had like 100,000 applicants or some astronomical amount of applicants. If I had known it was that many applicants, I wouldn't have applied. But not knowing there were that many applicants, she went ahead and applied and won the award as one of the top educators of the world, and got flown to New York to be honored by educators around the world. But she was like letting folks know that if she had known it was that intense of a contest, she probably wouldn't have even applied herself and everything. But that was just interesting, kind of like her view of the UK compared to what we might think of the stereotypical view.
Yeah, Chris, I have two questions. Question number one. Okay, have you ever heard of SSRN.com?
SSRN.com.
SSRN.com. Okay.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. The Social Science Research Network.
Yes, I have.
Okay, right. Great. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. See, that's the reason why SSRN you may not know, but you've heard of Social Science Research Network.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's question number two, and you'll have 1 minute to answer it. It's a pretty tough question. Have you ever heard of Shadow Khan?
I heard of enough cons that
Shadow
I don't know.
Khan.
I don't remember. That one doesn't ring a bell, but I've been to so many different conventions that I.
Shadow
It's
Khan.
possible that what is it?
Hey,
Shadow Khan's
Ankit,
become the most
Ankit,
famous
tell him
actor on
who Shadow
IMDb.
Khan is,
He's
Ankit.
not.
Ankit, tell
What
him who
is
Shadow Khan is. From
So
the
Chris,
day.
Shahrukh Khan is the richest actor in the world, and he's from Bollywood. He's from India.
He's the what? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Richest actor in the world.
Okay.
And he's from
Shadow-
He's
Bollywood.
from India.
His name is Shadow
Bollywood.
Khan. When Ankit told me that, I said, I never heard of him. And I went on to Wikipedia and I found out he's like almost a billionaire. And he's from Bollywood, and no one in the United States, I said, knows who he is. We need to get him on our show. And over there, they're going
I'm
like,
also
"Good." You know,
We promoted him more on our show than
You
he
know?
gets promoted in India. I guarantee you that.
yeah, we've given him a lot of press over here because
Mhm.
every time someone comes on, I told Ankit, no one in America knows this guy, and he goes, but in India, everybody knows him. He's the richest
Well,
actor.
everybody's
I can
been
believe
on
that.
TV
Yeah,
next to me.
you know, and so
Every producer we've had on our show,
Well,
every
Bollywood. Yeah, Bollywood's film industry is massive, and there are problems in the way that the United States does, and it does pop culture in
Right.
that we export a lot more than we import.
Yes.
India is probably, India is probably second to us in doing exactly that same thing. There's a lot of Bollywood has a massive film industry, and they will bring in, Avengers, we'll make that movie, but Moonlight, whatever. They're like, we're not very good at that. China, Japan, they are better at promoting both their own films and bringing ours in. The UK, Australia sucks in all of our films. So
we have to wait till Wooly Hill's on. He's on Wednesday.
Right. So what ends up happening is that we end up with this weird thing where we just miss culture.
In India, we produce almost like 5,000 films, and those films are not in Hindi but on regional languages. So we have Bollywood, Tollywood, Collywood, Lollywood, and all those things with the different languages.
Right.
Yeah, we're bad about it. I mean, we talked about, so we did a show on the Oscars earlier this year, and we talked about things like people have been fascinated, for instance, that the last couple of years we've had a couple of Mexican films, Roma, that have done really well in the United States, and people are like, "Wow, when did Mexico start making film movies?" And Mexico's always made movies. like Mexico has a massive film industry. It's just that suddenly these last 2 or 3 years we've imported.
No one can see now.
Right. We've imported a couple ones that nobody, wow, Roma, this is amazing. And the only reason anybody saw Roma was it was free, it was on Netflix. But Roma's, internet, there's a massive amount of talent.
You gotta look at too, our Latin market has expanded tremendously, and they are a huge part of our economy and a large portion of our states now. So that made a big sense that it's kind of converted. I went on a speaking tour with Google. What was it, last year, a year before? And it was specifically catered towards minority and Hispanic entrepreneurs. So they brought people on board, and we toured and spoke to Hispanic and minorities. I thought minorities were a bigger scale, but it was mixed. And I was curious, why are you picking me, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, to speak at Spanish and minority? But the tour was a great education to me, because I saw the Latin and Hispanic market was so much bigger than I thought it was. It was so much bigger.
It's phenomenal in terms of, even when we see some of their TV stations that have got some regular programming, the Latin market, as well as their newspapers and things of that nature. And even there's other markets that we don't even think about. Of course, everybody knows Bollywood, but one of the third other big industries is right there. And we had the gentleman from South Africa. You can just go up north. The Nollywood industry is also very big, which is the movies coming out of Nigeria.
Really?
Oh yeah, we had a whole network offered to us from Nigeria of all these TV shows, like soap operas. They're soap operas, and it was like, wow, the guy's just offering it up for IBM TV to distribute. I was like, oh my gosh, they got a whole industry there.
Yes, and Laos, Nigeria, just over.
We're not sharing it on the global platform. We don't have a global platform. We are discussing about movies around the world. It's mainly Hollywood, and then some movies of different languages.
Well,
I just looked up Khan. I actually have seen this guy.
About
Shadow Khan. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I just looked him up. I've seen films with this guy. I know exactly who he is. Yeah.
Okay. Right. But the thing is, he's not a big name here.
He's not. Thanks to IBM TV, we made.
We're getting closer and finding one person in America.
You better tell Shadow Khan when the whole world knows who he is.
We need to get him on IBM TV and introduce him. No one knows who he is here. It's just taking a while. But Lagos, Nigeria actually just overtook Cairo to be the biggest city in Africa. And of course, Nigeria has about 100 million people. It's a market that we're not ignoring. We're actually, people watch us in Nigeria right now, and we are looking to acquire films from the African community because they're making up a lot of films there, by the way. In other words, there's a lot of films coming out of Africa, and they're becoming a big film center there. You're absolutely correct. And we don't ignore the continent, because the continent has 1.2 billion people. Not as big as India, 1.3 billion, but still that's pretty close. That's a serious, the continent, some of those countries are pretty big. Of course, like I say, the problem with IBM TV, when you broadcast here and you're egocentric toward, let's say, the United States, the problem is our listeners are in they're in Hong Kong, they're in India, they're in Nepal, they're all over the world. And so if you start talking about the NFL, which we talked about the other gentleman for, they don't follow the NFL. You know, the NFL is not big. So if you said, hey, I got this football player, they could care less about that in India. You know, you're talking about American baseball. You know, so the thing is, you have to be very sensitive to the fact when you're dealing with the world demographics, it's a different demographic.
But even going back to Kim's idea of wanting to do this political roundtable, this political discussion, like I said, some of our show laps into that too. But I think you can do that with a global conversation because while that person that sits in Pennsylvania Avenue, we all pretty much, I think, on this panel agree, is a little bit of a nut and insane. He's not the only nut and insane person in the world. There's some other insane government people that are out there as well.
They follow American politics, but here's the problem. I'll tell you the problem, and I've gone there with Kim. Okay, the problem is IBM. They really don't want negative stuff on politicians because IBM does business worldwide. Okay, and the last thing they want to do is have a smash Trump, smash Modi, smash everybody because they're doing deals with these governments all the time.
If we did it in a Money Master style, if we did it,
I just had to say, you have to be very careful because let's put it this way: selling a mainframe to a country or selling an AI thing to a country is a lot more profitable than listening to a bunch of people banter on IBM TV about a politician. I mean, it's
they don't want that bleed on their name. They don't want that blood on their name. They didn't really. They're not into media.
They didn't want us discussing politics or religion. Okay, but like Chris says, can you discuss it? Yeah, you can discuss it. You can discuss it because everything's political, and you're going to get into religion a little bit because everything is. But what they don't want is what do they call it when you're on Facebook and these people are getting like about their They don't want any of that stuff. In other words, the controversy because
I don't blame them. That actually makes a lot of sense. But just on the religious side, I would argue because we've actually had a couple of religious guests on my podcast, but I would argue that everything is spiritual, and if you keep it on a very unique kind of sense,
no problem.
We do it every day. We do spiritual every day.
I guess it's they don't mind that. They just don't want the controversy, if that makes sense.
They don't want the controversy.
Where people are creating controversy.
Right. And it's okay to have this show
like we're going to have David K. Johnson on, and he wrote this book called The Making of Donald Trump, New York Times bestseller, Pulitzer Prize winner. Okay. And that's okay. But the thing is,
and he also wrote this, and he's a financial model.
It's a great book.
This is his background. If you know,
he's been on our shows before. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner. But the thing is, again, and he'll talk a little bit about politics, but we're not making it controversial, where people are saying, where they throw names at each other and all that other stuff. You don't want.
Here's one of my favorite books.
No, you don't want to put that on. No.
This is one of my favorite books. It's
bury that one.
Oh my God, this is John Grisham II.
John Grisham.
Lawyers, right?
I am in contact with John Grisham.
You're beloved over there, Nick.
But John Grisham has a new book out. John Grisham is also an attorney, by the way, in case you don't know. He's a member of the, I think he's a member of the Mississippi Bar. Went to Mississippi Law School. And
USM.
And okay.
I sit on the board of advisors here.
Mark, he actually has a house in Chapel Hill.
Yeah.
Okay, believe it or not, John Grisham. He wrote a new book. He was on CBS earlier. And we do have in the can a book show. Okay, so we actually have things filmed, and we're supposed to start getting them out. A book show, because what we try to do at IBM TV is to go into niches where other people aren't. In other words,
speaking of niches that other people aren't in, have you ever thought about it? And I haven't had these. I mean, I've had a couple of them on the show, but the podcast, but I haven't had them as an actual show. But I think it would be a fascinating TV show. I don't know if you've ever considered the visual arts, because that's another market that is not being addressed, and that would probably be some really interesting conversation, how they do their visual arts, their sculptures, their paintings, photography, but just kind of a visual art show.
The thing is the visual art and arts, but see, one of the problems when you're putting these shows together, you need show leaders. In other words, somebody's going to take the lead and do the show. Okay. Hence comes Podcasters Thursday, because who's more natural to do shows than people who do podcasting? They do it already, except they're doing it to a very limited audience through a podcasting platform that's frankly as crowded as you could possibly imagine. I mean, it's like, let's say going through, downtown Pittsburgh on a crowded day, there's thousands of them out there.
So right now.
Well, yeah, right. So we're looking at see, we believe that there's talent in the podcasting community, but as you know, if you ever work and go to NAPTE, which Kim and I've been to, the National Association of Professional Television Executives, a lot of people don't even know what NAPTE is, and it is the largest, where you do the largest purchasing and selling of media in the world. And they meet in Miami and they meet in Budapest.
All about content.
I was going to go to Budapest this year, but I've been grounded because of this.
You only
We
had
were
a
at
big
Miami Beach. It's Miami Beach in January. We were there a couple of years ago. And here's the problem with mainstream media. Yeah, we talked to Paul Franklin, the president of CBS Distribution. If you want to be on CBS, like Kim said, you need 13 shows in the can, and then there's no guarantee they're going to put you on, which means your budget's going to be about probably several $1 million.
Yeah, a couple of
About $2 million. And you may end up just burning the $2 million. You talk to PBS. I've been to their national shows. We even run them on IBM TV in San Diego, et cetera. PBS, and you said your wife used to work for them. Then she knows it's totally disorganized. They have the common carriage at the top, and nobody makes it on common carriage. The only way you get on common carriage is you're a BBC program, or not BBC, so you're not on, or you have to go to all 350 stations and talk to them. I said, are you kidding me? This is so inefficient. But it's been that way for years. And when it comes to unique programming that serves underserved communities, frankly, they could care less. And
I'll give you an example of how complicated PBS is. Now, Nick and I, we did a lot of work with them. But they work individually. Each station is its own general manager owned and everything. You probably are aware of this. But take, for instance, Vivian Howard's Chef's Life, which is world renowned now. Right. But when she first came out, she was here in North Carolina. North Carolina PBS would not pick her up.
Yeah.
They would not pick her show up. So when you want to be on all PBS shows, if you're from U.S., you have to knock on every PBS door.
300.
Every door. If you come from British.
I am not kidding.
If you come from the Britain Telecom.
And then even if
you full carte blanche.
Even if you do get on, Ankit, you're in India, 1.3 billion followers. Do you watch PBS in India? Do you have PBS in India?
No, not really. You don't.
Okay. You just lost 1.3 billion people. You're out of your mind. Can you watch
IBM TV?
Can you watch IBM TV in India? Yes, you can. We have 1.3 billion more people. Hello. Now, the thing is, it's called OTT programming. It scares the bejeevers out of all the majors because you can bypass their entire system and go right to 4.3 billion people. And that's my stump speech for the day. No, it's actually.
Well, we got to wrap up. It's the hour. We've got our ambassador.
Yeah, Ambassador and Chris, would love to have you on again. And your product is perfect for a network because we even run a chess show. A chess show. You know how geeky that is? We have tons of geeks that watch this and PhDs and MDs. They're on their shows all the time.
It's a cult. The chess people are cult.
Go look at chess.com. Go look at chess.com. I know the owner. 30 million people watch chess.com. Go look at it. Okay.
Hey, Chris, what's the website for your show?
और ऐसे अपने खांसी के भाई ऐसे करेंगे अच्छू अच्छू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And that's how you say goodbye. And this is the new greeting. We're trying to train the Americans. They do this in India all the time because everybody's trying to do this. They're scratching their head. They can't shake hands. You just do this.
That was adorable.
Many blessings for a brighter future. Go ahead, Ankit. Do the namaste.
Okay. And, yes.
Thank you very much for joining us today, and we'll look forward to see you tomorrow. And thanks, Chris and Mark, for the wonderful conversation. And would like to host you again. Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Nick. Thank you. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you. Glad to be on. It was on a lot longer than I thought, but I was.